Chapter 22. Going to the Birthday Feast. The 30th of July was come, and it was one of those half-dozen warm days which sometimes occur in the middle of a rainy English summer. No rain had fallen for the last 3 or 4 days, and the weather was perfect for that time of the year. There was less dust than usual on the dark green hedgerows and on the wild chamomile that starred the roadside, yet the grass was dry enough for the little children to roll on it, and there was no cloud but a long dash of light downy ripple high, high up in the far-off blue sky. Perfect weather for an outdoor July merrymaking, yet surely not the best time of year to be born in. Nature seems to make a hot pause just then. All the loveliest flowers are gone. The sweet time of early growth and vague hopes is past, and yet the time of harvest and ingathering is not come, and we tremble at the possible storms that may ruin the precious fruit in the moment of its ripeness. The woods are all one dark, monotonous green. The waggon-loads of hay no longer creep along the lanes, scattering their sweet-smelling fragments on the blackberry branches. The pastures are often a little tanned, yet the corn has not got its last splendour of red and gold. The lambs and calves have lost all traces of their innocent, frisky prettiness, and have become stupid young sheep and cows. But it is a time of leisure on the farm, that pause between hay and corn harvest, and so the farmers and labourers in Hazelop and Broxton thought the captain did well to come of age just then, when they could give their undivided minds to the flavour of the great cask of ale which had been brewed the autumn after the heir was born, and was to be tapped on his 21st birthday. The air had been merry with the ringing of church bells very early this morning, and everyone had made haste to get through the needful work before 12, when it would be time to think of getting ready to go to the chase. The midday sun was streaming into Hetty's bedchamber, and there was no blind to temper the heat with which it fell on her head as she looked at herself in the old speckled glass. Still, that was the only glass she had in which she could see her neck and arms, for the small hanging glass she had fetched out of the next room, the room that had been Dinah's, would show her nothing below her little chin, and that beautiful bit of neck where the roundness of her cheek melted into another roundness shadowed by dark, delicate curls. And today she thought more than usual about her neck and arms, for at the dance this evening she was not to wear any neckerchief, and she had been busy yesterday with her spotted pink and white frock, that she might make the sleeves either long or short at will. She was dressed now just as she was to be in the evening, with a tucker made of real lace which her aunt had lent her for this unparalleled occasion, but with no ornaments besides. She had even taken out her small round earrings which she wore every day. But there was something more to be done, apparently, before she put on her neckerchief and long sleeves, which she was to wear in the daytime, for now she unlocked the drawer that held her private treasures. It is more than a month since we saw her unlock that drawer before, and now it holds new treasures, so much more precious than the old ones that these are thrust into the corner. Hetty would not care to put the large coloured glass earrings into her ears now, for see, she has got a beautiful pair of gold and pearls and garnet lying snugly in a pretty little box lined with white satin. Oh, the delight of taking out that little box and looking at the earrings! Do not reason about it, my philosophical reader, and say that Hetty, being very pretty, must have known that it did not signify whether she had on any ornaments or not. and that, moreover, to look at earrings which she could not possibly wear out of her bedroom could hardly be a satisfaction, the essence of vanity being a reference to the impressions produced on others. You will never understand women's natures if you are so excessively rational. Try rather to divest yourself of all your rational prejudices, as much as if you were studying the psychology of a canary bird, and only watch the movements of this pretty round creature as she turns her head on one side with an unconscious smile at the earrings nestled in the little box. Ah, you think, it is for the sake of the person who has given them to her, and her thoughts are gone back now to the moment when they were put into her hands. No, else why should she have cared to have earrings rather than anything else? And I know that she had longed for earrings from among all the ornaments she could imagine. Little ears, Arthur had said, pretending to pinch them one evening, as Hetty sat beside him on the grass without her hat. I wish I had some pretty earrings, she said in a moment, almost before she knew what she was saying. The wish lay so close to her lips it would flutter past them at the slightest breath. And the next day, and it was only last week, Arthur had ridden over to Rossiter on purpose to buy them. That little wish, so naively uttered, seemed to him the prettiest bit of childishness. He had never heard anything like it before, and he had wrapped the box up in a great many covers that he might see Hetty unwrapping it with growing curiosity, till at last her eyes flashed back their new delight into his. No, she was not thinking most of the giver when she smiled at the earrings, for now she is taking them out of the box, not to press them to her lips, but to fasten them in her ears, only for one moment, to see how pretty they look, as she peeps at them in the glass against the wall, with first one position of the head and then another, like a listening bird. It is impossible to be wise on the subject of earrings as one looks at her. What should those delicate pearls and crystals be made for, if not such ears? One cannot even find fault with the tiny round hole which they leave when they are taken out. Perhaps water nixies and such lovely things without souls have these little round holes in their ears by nature, ready to hang jewels in. And Hetty must be one of them. It is too painful to think that she is a woman with a woman's destiny before her, a woman spinning in young ignorance a light web of folly and vain hopes, which may one day close round her and press upon her a rancorous, poisoned garment, changing all at once her fluttering, trivial butterfly sensations into a life of deep human anguish. But she cannot keep in the earrings long, else they may make her uncle and aunt wait. She puts them quickly into the box again and shuts them up. Some day she will be able to wear any earrings she likes, and already she lives in an invisible world of brilliant costumes, shimmering gauze, soft satin, and velvet, such as the lady's maid at the Chase has shown her in Miss Lydia's wardrobe. She feels the bracelets on her arms, and treads on a soft carpet in front of a tall mirror. But she has one thing in the drawer which she cannot venture to wear today, because she can hang it on the chain of dark brown berries which she has been used to wear on grand days, with a tiny flat scent bottle at the end of it, tucked inside her frock. And she must put on her brown berries. Her neck would look so unfinished without it. Hetty was not quite as fond of the locket as of the earrings, though it was a handsome large locket with enamelled flowers at the back and a beautiful gold border round the glass, which showed a light brown, slightly waving lock, forming a background for two little dark rings. She must keep it under her clothes and no one would see it. But Hetty had another passion, only a little less strong than her love of finery, and that other passion made her like to wear the locket even hidden in her bosom. She would always have worn it if she had dared to encounter her aunt's questions about her ribbon round her neck. So now she slipped it on along her chain of dark brown berries and snapped the chain round her neck. It was not a very long chain, only allowing the locket to hang a little way below the edge of her frock. And now she had nothing to do but to put on her long sleeves, her new white gauze neckerchief, and her straw hat, trimmed with white today instead of the pink, which had become rather faded under the July sun. That hat made the drop of bitterness in Hetty's cup today, for it was not quite new. Everybody would see that it was a little tanned against the white ribbon, and Mary Burge, she felt sure, would have a new hat or bonnet on. She looked for consolation at her fine white cotton stockings. They really were very nice indeed, and she had given almost all her spare money for them. Hetty's dream of the future could not make her insensible to triumph in the present. To be sure, Captain Donnithorne loved her so that he would never care about looking at other people. But then those other people didn't know how he loved her, and she was not satisfied to appear shabby and insignificant in their eyes, even for a short space. The whole party was assembled in the house-place when Hetty went down, all, of course, in their Sunday clothes, and the bells had been ringing so this morning in honour of the captain's 21st birthday, and the work had all been got done so early that Marty and Tommy were not quite easy in their minds until their mother had assured them that going to church was not part of the day's festivities. Mr. Poyser had once suggested that the house should be shut up and left to take care of itself, for, said he, there's no danger of anybody's breaking in. Everybody'll be at the chase, thieves and all. If we lock the house up, all the men can go. It's a day they want to see twice in their lives. But Mrs. Poyser answered with great decision, I never left the house to take care of itself since I was a missus, and I never will. There's been ill-looking tramps enow about the place this last week to carry off every ham and every spoon we'n got, and they all collogue together, them tramps, as it's a mercy they hanna come and poisoned the dogs and murdered us all in our beds afore we knowed some Friday night when we'n got the money in the house to pay the men. And it's like enough the tramps know where we're going as well as we do our sends. For if old Harry wants any work done, you may be sure he'll find the means. Nonsense about murdering us in our beds, said Mr. Poyser. I've got a gun in our room, hanna I? And thee'st got ears as 'ud find it out if a mouse was gnawing the bacon. However, if thee wouldstna be easy, Alec can stay to me the forepart of the day, and Tim can come back towards 5 o'clock and let Alec have his turn. They may let Growler loose if anybody offers to do mischief, and there's Alec's dog too, ready enough to set his tooth in a tramp if Alec gives him a wink. Mrs. Poyser accepted this compromise, but thought it advisable to bar and bolt to the utmost. And now, at the last moment before starting, Nancy, the dairymaid, was closing the shutters of the house-place, although the window, lying under the immediate observation of Alec and the dogs, might have been supposed the least likely to be selected for a burglarious attempt. The covered cart, without springs, was standing ready to carry the whole family except the men servants. Mr. Poyser and the grandfather sat on the seat in front, and within there was room for all the women and children. The fuller the cart the better, because then the jolting would not hurt so much, and Nancy's broad person and thick arms were an excellent cushion to be pitched on. But Mr. Poyser drove at no more than a walking pace, that there might be as little risk of jolting as possible on this warm day, and there was time to exchange greetings and remarks with the foot passengers who were going the same way, specking the paths between the green meadows and the golden cornfields with bits of movable bright colour. A scarlet waistcoat to match the poppies that nodded a little too thickly among the corn, or a dark blue neckerchief with ends flaunting across a brand-new white smock frock. All Broxton and all Hazelop were to be at the chase and make merry there in honour of their. And the old men and women, who had never been so far down this side of the hill for the last 20 years, were being brought from Broxton and Hazelop in one of the farmers' wagons at Mr. Irwine's suggestion. The church bells had struck up again now, a last tune before the ringers came down the hill to have their share in the festival, and before the bells had finished, other music was heard approaching, so that even Old Brown, the sober horse that was drawing Mr. Poyser's cart, began to prick up his ears. It was the band of the Benefit Club, which had mustered in all its glory, that is to say, in bright blue scarfs and blue favours, and carrying its banner with the motto, "Let brotherly love continue," encircling a picture of a stone pit. The carts, of course, were not to enter the chase. Every one must get down at the lodges, and the vehicles must be sent back. "Why, the chase is like a fair already," said Mrs. Poyser as she got down from the cart, and saw the groups scattered under the great oaks, and the boys running about in the hot sunshine to survey the tall poles surmounted by the fluttering garments that were to be the prize of the successful climbers. "I should have thought there wasn't so many people in the two parishes. Mercy on us, how hot it is out of the shade. Come here, Totty, else your little face'll be burnt to a scratching. They might have cooked the dinners in that open space and saved the fires. I shall go to Mrs. Best's room and sit down." Stop a bit, said Mr. Poyser. "There's the waggon coming with the old folks in't. It'll be such a sight as wunna come o'er again, to see 'em get down and walk along all together. You remember some on 'em in their prime, father?" Aye, said old Martin, walking slowly under the shade of the lodge porch, from which he could see the aged party descend. "I remember Jacob Taft walking 50 mile after the Scotch rebels when they turned back from Stolliton." He felt himself quite a youngster, with a long life before him, as he saw the Hazelop patriarch, old Feyther Taft, descend from the waggon and walk towards him in his brown nightcap, and leaning on his 2 sticks. "Well, Mester Taft," shouted old Martin, at the utmost stretch of his voice, for though he knew the old man was stone deaf, he could not omit the propriety of a greeting. "You're hearty yet? You can enjoy yoursen to-day, for all you're 90 and better." "Yes, haven't, mesters, yes, haven't," said Feyther Taft in a treble tone, perceiving that he was in company. The aged group, under care of sons or daughters, themselves worn and grey, passed on along the least winding carriage road towards the house, where a special table was prepared for them, while the Poyser party wisely struck across the grass under the shade of the great trees, but not out of view of the house front, with its sloping lawn and flower beds, or of the pretty striped marquee at the edge of the lawn, standing at right angles with 2 larger marquees on each side of the open green space where the games were to be played. The house would have been nothing but a plain square mansion of Queen Anne's time, but for the remnant of an old abbey to which it was united at one end, in much the same way as one may sometimes see a new farmhouse rising high and prim at the end of older and lower farm offices. The fine old remnant stood a little backward and under the shadows of tall beeches, but the sun was now on the taller and more advanced front. The blinds were all down, and the house seemed asleep in the hot midday. It made Hetty quite sad to look at it. Arthur must be somewhere in the back rooms with the grand company, where he could not possibly know that she was come, and she should not see him for a long, long while, not till after dinner, when they said he was to come up and make a speech. But Hetty was wrong in part of her conjecture. No grand company was come except the Irwines, for whom the carriage had been sent early, and Arthur was at that moment not in a back room, but walking with the rector into the broad stone cloisters of the old abbey, where the long tables were laid for all the cottage tenants and the farm servants. A very handsome young Briton he looked today, in high spirits and a bright blue frock coat, the highest mode, his arm no longer in a sling. So open-looking and candid too, but candid people have their secrets, and secrets leave no lines in young faces. "Upon my word," he said, as they entered the cool cloisters, "I think the cottagers have the best of it. These cloisters make a delightful dining-room on a hot day. That was capital advice of yours, Irwine, about the dinners, to let them be as orderly and comfortable as possible, and only for the tenants, especially as I had only a limited sum after all, for though my grandfather talked of a carte blanche, he couldn't make his mind up to trust me when it came to the point. Never mind. You'll give more pleasure in this quiet way," said Mr. Irwine. "In this sort of thing, people are constantly confounding liberality with riot and disorder. It sounds very grand to say that so many sheep and oxen were roasted whole, and everybody ate who'd like to come. But in the end, it generally happens that no one has had an enjoyable meal. If the people get a good dinner and a moderate quantity of ale in the middle of the day, they'll be able to enjoy the games as the day cools. You can't hinder some of them from getting too much towards evening. But drunkenness and darkness go better together than drunkenness and daylight. Well, I hope there won't be much of it. I've kept the Treddleston people away by having a feast for them in the town, and I've got Casson and Adam Bede and some other good fellows to look to the giving out of ale in the booths, and to take care things don't go too far. Come, let us go up above now, and see the dinner tables for the large tenants." They went up the stone staircase leading simply to the long gallery above the cloisters, a gallery where all the dusty, worthless old pictures had been banished for the last 3 generations. Mouldy portraits of Queen Elizabeth and her ladies, General Monk with his eye knocked out, Daniel very much in the dark among the lions, and Julius Caesar on horseback with a high nose and laurel crown, holding his commentaries in his hand. "What a capital thing it is that they saved this piece of the old abbey," said Arthur. "If I'm ever master here, I shall do up the gallery in first-rate style. We've got no room in the house a third as large as this. That second table is for the farmers' wives and children. Mrs. Best said it would be more comfortable for the mothers and children to be by themselves. I was determined to have the children and make a regular family thing of it. I shall be the old squire to those little lads and lasses some day, and they'll tell their children what a much finer young fellow I was than my own son. There's a table for the women and children below as well, but you will see them all. You will come up with me after dinner, I hope. "Yes, to be sure," said Mr. Irwine. "I wouldn't miss your maiden speech to the tenantry." "And there will be something else you'll like to hear," said Arthur. "Let us go into the library, and I'll tell you all about it while my grandfather is in the drawing-room with the ladies. Something that will surprise you," he continued as they sat down. "My grandfather has come round after all." "What? About Adam?" "Yes, I should have ridden over to tell you about it, only I was so busy. You know, I told you I had quite given up arguing the matter with him. I thought it was hopeless. But yesterday morning he asked me to come in here to him before I went out, and astonished me by saying that he had decided on all the new arrangements he should make in consequence of old Satchel being obliged to lay by work, and that he intended to employ Adam in superintending the woods at a salary of £1 a week, and the use of a pony to be kept here. I believe the secret of it is, he saw from the first it would be a profitable plan, but he had some particular dislike of Adam to get over, and besides, the fact that I propose a thing is generally a reason with him for rejecting it. There's the most curious contradiction in my grandfather. I know he means to leave me all the money he has saved, and he is likely enough to have cut off poor Aunt Lydia, who has been a slave to him all her life, with only 500 a year for the sake of giving me all the more. And yet I sometimes think he positively hates me because I'm his heir. I believe if I were to break my neck he would feel it the greatest misfortune that could befall him, and yet it seems a pleasure to him to make my life a series of petty annoyances." "Ah, my boy, it is not only woman's love that is aperitos eros, as old Aeschylus calls it. There's plenty of unloving love in the world, of a masculine kind. But tell me about Adam. Has he accepted the post? I don't see that it can be much more profitable than his present work, though to be sure it will leave him a good deal of time on his own hands." "Well, I felt some doubt about it when I spoke to him, and he seemed to hesitate at first. His objection was that he thought he should not be able to satisfy my grandfather, but I begged him as a personal favour to me not to let any reason prevent him from accepting the place if he really liked the employment and would not be giving up anything that was more profitable to him. And he assured me he should like it of all things. It would be a great step forward for him in business, and it would enable him to do what he had long wished to do, to give up working for Burge. He says he shall have plenty of time to superintend a little business of his own, which he and Seth will carry on, and will perhaps be able to enlarge by degrees. So he has agreed at last, and I have arranged that he shall dine with the large tenants today, and I mean to announce the appointment to them, and ask them to drink Adam's health. It's a little drama I've got up in honour of my friend Adam. He's a fine fellow, and I like the opportunity of letting people know that I think so." "A drama in which friend Arthur piques himself on having a pretty part to play," said Mr. Irwine, smiling. But when he saw Arthur colour, he went on relentingly. "My part, you know, is always that of the old fogey who sees nothing to admire in the young folks. I don't like to admit that I'm proud of my pupil when he does graceful things, but I must play the amiable old gentleman for once, and second your toast in honour of Adam. Has your grandfather yielded on the other point too, and agreed to have a respectable man as steward?" "Oh, no," said Arthur, rising from his chair with an air of impatience, and walking along the room with his hands in his pockets. "He's got some project or other about letting the Chase farm and bargaining for a supply of milk and butter for the house. But I ask no questions about it. It makes me too angry. I believe he means to do all the business himself, and have nothing in the shape of a steward. It's amazing what energy he has, though." "Well, we'll go to the ladies now," said Mr. Irwine, rising too. "I want to tell my mother what a splendid throne you've prepared for her under the marquee." "Yes, and we must be going to luncheon too," said Arthur. "It must be 2 o'clock, for there is the gong beginning to sound for the tenants' dinners." Chapter 23. Dinner Time. When Adam heard that he was to dine upstairs with the large tenants, he felt rather uncomfortable at the idea of being exalted in this way above his mother and Seth, who were to dine in the cloisters below. But Mr. Mills, the butler, assured him that Captain Donnithorne had given particular orders about it, and would be very angry if Adam was not there. Adam nodded, and went up to Seth, who was standing a few yards off. "Seth, lad," he said, "the captain has sent to say I'm to dine upstairs. He wishes it particular, Mr. Mills says, so I suppose it would be behaving ill for me not to go. But I don't like sitting above thee and mother, as if I was better than my own flesh and blood. Thee'd not take it unkind, I hope." "Nay, nay, lad," said Seth. "Thy honour's our honour, and if thee get'st respect, thee'st won it by thy own deserts. The further I see above me, the better, so long as thee feels like a brother to me. It's because of thy being appointed over the woods, and it's nothing but what's right. That's a place of trust, and thee't above a common workman now." "Aye," said Adam, "but nobody knows a word about it yet. I haven't given notice to Mr. Burge about leaving him, and I don't like to tell anybody else about it before he knows, for he'll be a good bit hurt, I doubt. People will be wondering to see me there, and they'll like enough be guessing the reason, and asking questions, for there's been so much talk up and down about my having the place this last 3 weeks. Well, thee can say thee wast ordered to come without being told the reason. That's the truth. And mother'll be fine and joyful about it. Let's go and tell her." Adam was not the only guest invited to come upstairs on other grounds than the amount he contributed to the rent roll. There were other people in the 2 parishes who derived dignity from their functions rather than their pocket, and of these Bartle Massey was one. His lame walk was rather slower than usual on this warm day, so Adam lingered behind when the bell rang for dinner, that he might walk up with his old friend, for he was a little too shy to join the Poyser party on this public occasion. Opportunities of getting to Hetty's side would be sure to turn up in the course of the day, and Adam contented himself with that, for he disliked any risk of being joked about Hetty. The big, outspoken, fearless man was very shy and diffident as to his love-making. "Well, Mr. Massey," said Adam as Bartle came up, "I'm going to dine upstairs with you today. The captain sent me orders." "Ah," said Bartle, pausing, with one hand on his back. "Then there's something in the wind. There's something in the wind. Have you heard anything about what the old squire means to do?" "Why, yes," said Adam. "I'll tell you what I know, because I believe you can keep a still tongue in your head if you like, and I hope you'll not let a drop." "Whew!" "Why, yes," said Adam. "I'll tell you what I know, because I believe you can keep a still tongue in your head if you like, and I hope you'll not let drop a word till it's common talk, for I've particular reasons against its being known. Trust to me, my boy, trust to me. I've got no wife to worm it out of me and then run out and cackle it in everybody's hearing. If you trust a man, let him be a bachelor. Let him be a bachelor." "Well then, it was so far settled yesterday that I'm to take the management of the woods. The captain sent for me, to offer it me, when I was seeing to the polls and things here, and I've agreed to it. But if anybody asks any questions upstairs, just you take no notice and turn the talk to something else, and I'll be obliged to you. Now let us go on, for we're pretty nigh the last, I think." "I know what to do, never fear," said Bartle, moving on. "The news will be good sauce to my dinner. Aye, aye, my boy, you'll get on. I'll back you for an eye at measuring and a headpiece for figures against any man in this county, and you've had good teaching. You've had good teaching." When they got upstairs, the question which Arthur had left unsettled, as to who was to be president and who vice, was still under discussion, so that Adam's entrance passed without remark. "It stands to sense," Mr. Casson was saying, "as old Mr. Poyser, as is the oldest man in the room, should sit atop the table. I wasn't butler 15 year without learning the rights and the wrongs about dinner." "Nay, nay," said old Martin, "I'm gieing up to my son. I'm no tenant now. Let my son take my place. The old folks ha' had their turn. They mun make way for the young uns." "I should have thought the biggest tenant had the best right, more nor the oldest," said Luke Britton, who was not fond of the critical Mr. Poyser. "There's Mr. Holsworth has more land nor anybody else on the estate." "Well," said Mr. Poyser, "suppose we say the man with the foulest land shall sit at top, then whoever gets the honour, there'll be no envying on him." "Eh, here's Mr. Massey," said Mr. Craig, who, being a neutral in a dispute, had no interest but in conciliation. "The schoolmaster ought to be able to tell you what's right. Who's to sit at the top of the table, Mr. Massey?" "Why, the broadest man," said Bartle, "and then he won't take up other folks' room, and the next broadest must sit at bottom." This happy mode of settling the dispute produced much laughter. A smaller joke would have sufficed for that. Mr. Casson, however, did not feel it compatible with his dignity and superior knowledge to join in the laugh until it turned out that he was fixed on as the second broadest man. Martin Poyser, the younger, as the broadest, was to be president, and Mr. Casson, as next broadest, was to be vice. Owing to this arrangement, Adam, being of course at the bottom of the table, fell under the immediate observation of Mr. Casson, who, too much occupied with the question of precedence, had not hitherto noticed his entrance. Mr. Casson, we have seen, considered Adam rather lifted up and peppery-like. He thought the gentry made more fuss about this young carpenter than was necessary. They made no fuss about Mr. Casson, although he had been an excellent butler for 15 years. "Well, Mr. Bede, you're one of them as mounts upwards apace," he said, when Adam sat down. "You've never dined here before, as I remember." "No, Mr. Casson," said Adam in his strong voice that could be heard along the table. "I've never dined here before, but I come by Captain Donnithorne's wish, and I hope it's not disagreeable to anybody here." "Nay, nay," said several voices at once. "We're glad you come. Who's got anything to say agin it?" "And ye'll sing us Over the Hills and Far Away after dinner, won't ye?" said Mr. Chown. "That's a song I'm uncommon fond on." "Be," said Mr. Craig, "it's not to be named by side of the Scotch tunes. I've never cared about singing myself. I've had something better to do. A man that's got the names and the nature of plants in's head isn't likely to keep a hollow-placed old tunes in, but a second cousin of mine at Drove here was a rare hand at remembering the Scotch tunes. He'd got nothing else to think on." "The Scotch tunes," said Bartle Massey contemptuously. "I've heard enough of the Scotch tunes to last me while I live. They're fit for nothing but to frighten the birds with, that's to say, the English birds, for the Scotch birds may sing Scotch for what I know. Give the lads a bagpipe instead of a rattle, and I'll answer for it the corn'll be safe. Yes, there's folks that find a pleasure in undervaluing what they know but little about, said Mr. Craig. Why, the Scotch tunes are just like a scolding, nagging woman, Bartle went on without deigning to notice Mr. Craig's remark. They go on with the same thing over and over again and never come to a reasonable end. Anybody'd think the Scotch tunes had always been asking a question of somebody as deaf as old Taft, and had never got an answer yet. Adam minded the less about sitting by Mr. Casson because his position enabled him to see Hetty, who was not far off him at the next table. Hetty, however, had not even noticed his presence yet, for she was giving angry attention to Totty, who insisted on drawing up her feet onto the bench in antique fashion, and thereby threatened to make dusty marks on Hetty's pink and white frock. No sooner were the little fat legs pushed down than up they came again, for Totty's eyes were too busy in staring at the large dishes to see where the plum pudding was, for her to retain any consciousness of her legs. Hetty got quite out of patience, and at last, with a frown and a pout, and gathering tears, she said, "Oh, dear, Aunt, I wish you'd speak to Totty. She keeps putting her legs up so and messing my frock." "What's the matter with the child? She can niver please you," said the mother. "Let her come by the side of me, then. I can put up with you." Adam was looking at Hetty, and saw the frown and pout, and the dark eyes seeming to grow larger with pettish, half-gathered tears. Quiet Mary Burge, who sat near enough to see that Hetty was cross, and that Adam's eyes were fixed on her, thought that so sensible a man as Adam must be reflecting on the small value of beauty in a woman whose temper was bad. Mary was a good girl, not given to indulge in evil feelings, but she said to herself that since Hetty had a bad temper, it was better Adam should know it. And it was quite true that if Hetty had been plain, she would have looked very ugly and unamiable at that moment, and no one's moral judgment upon her would have been in the least beguiled. But really there was something quite charming in her pettishness. It looked so much more like innocent distress than ill humour, and the severe Adam felt no movement of disapprobation. He only felt a sort of amused pity, as if he had seen a kitten setting up its back, or a little bird with its feathers ruffled. He could not gather what was vexing her, but it was impossible to him to feel otherwise than that she was the prettiest thing in the world, and that if he could have his way, nothing should ever vex her any more. And presently, when Totty was gone, she caught his eye, and her face broke into one of its brightest smiles as she nodded to him. It was a bit of flirtation. She knew Mary Burge was looking at them, but the smile was like wine to Adam. Chapter 24. The Health Drinking. When the dinner was over, and the first draughts from the great cask of birthday ale were brought up, room was made for the broad Mr. Poyser at the side of the table, and 2 chairs were placed at the head. It had been settled very definitely what Mr. Poyser was to do when the young squire should appear, and for the last 5 minutes he had been in a state of abstraction, with his eyes fixed on the dark picture opposite, and his hands busy with the loose cash and other articles in his breeches pockets. When the young squire entered, with Mr. Irwine by his side, everyone stood up, and this moment of homage was very agreeable to Arthur. He liked to feel his own importance, and besides that, he cared a great deal for the goodwill of these people. He was fond of thinking that they had a hearty special regard for him. The pleasure he felt was in his face as he said, "My grandfather and I hope all our friends here have enjoyed their dinner and find my birthday ale good. Mr. Irwine and I are come to taste it with you, and I am sure we shall all like anything the better that the rector shares with us." All eyes were now turned on Mr. Poyser, who, with his hands still busy in his pockets, began with the deliberateness of a slow-striking clock. "Captain, my neighbours have put it upon me to speak for 'em to-day, for where folks think pretty much alike, one spokesman's as good as a score. And though we've mayhappen got contrary ways of thinking about a many things, one man lays down his land one way, and another another, and I'll not take it upon me to speak to no man's farming but my own. This I'll say, as we're all of one mind about our young squire. We've pretty nigh all on us known you when you were a little un, and we've never known anything on you but what was good and honourable. You speak fair, and you act fair, and we're joyful when we look forward to your being our landlord, for we believe you mean to do right by everybody, and'll make no man's bread bitter to him if you can help it. That's what I mean, and that's what we all mean, and when a man's said what he means, he'd better stop, for the ale'll be none the better for standing. And I'll not say how we like the ale yet, for we couldn't well taste it till we drunk your health in it, but the dinner was good, and if there's anybody hasn't enjoyed it, it must be the fault of his own inside. And as for the rector's company, it's well known as that's welcome to all the parish wherever he may be, and I hope, and we all hope, as he'll live to see us old folks, and our children grown to men and women, and honour a family man. I've no more to say as concerns the present time, and so we'll drink our young squire's health, 3 times 3. Hereupon a glorious shouting, a rapping, a jingling, a clattering, and a shouting, with plentiful da capo, pleasanter than a strain of sublimest music in the ears that receive such a tribute for the first time. Arthur had felt a twinge of conscience during Mr. Poyser's speech, but it was too feeble to nullify the pleasure he felt in being praised. Did he not deserve what was said of him on the whole? If there was something in his conduct that Poyser wouldn't have liked if he had known it, why, no man's conduct will bear too close an inspection, and Poyser was not likely to know it. And after all, what had he done? Gone a little too far, perhaps, in flirtation, but another man in his place would have acted much worse, and no harm would come, no harm should come, for the next time he was alone with Hetty, he would explain to her that she must not think seriously of him or of what had passed. It was necessary to Arthur, you perceive, to be satisfied with himself. Uncomfortable thoughts must be got rid of by good intentions for the future, which can be formed so rapidly that he had time to be uncomfortable and to become easy again before Mr. Poyser's slow speech was finished. And when it was time for him to speak, he was quite light-hearted. "I thank you all, my good friends and neighbours," Arthur said, "for the good opinion of me, and the kind feelings towards me which Mr. Poyser has been expressing on your behalf and on his own, and it will always be my heartiest wish to deserve them. In the course of things we may expect that if I live, I shall one day or other be your landlord. Indeed, it is on the ground of that expectation that my grandfather has wished me to celebrate this day and to come among you now, and I look forward to this position not merely as one of power and pleasure for myself, but as a means of benefiting my neighbours. It hardly becomes so young a man as I am to talk much about farming to you, who are most of you so much older and are men of experience. Still, I have interested myself a good deal in such matters, and learned as much about them as my opportunities have allowed. And when the course of events shall place the estate in my hands, it will be my first desire to afford my tenants all the encouragement a landlord can give them in improving their land and trying to bring about a better practice of husbandry. It will be my wish to be looked on by all my deserving tenants as their best friend, and nothing would make me so happy as to be able to respect every man on the estate and to be respected by him in return. It is not my place at present to enter into particulars. I only meet your good hopes concerning me by telling you that my own hopes correspond to them, that what you expect from me I desire to fulfill. And I am quite of Mr. Poyser's opinion that when a man has said what he means, he had better stop. But the pleasure I feel in having my own health drunk by you would not be perfect if we did not drink the health of my grandfather, who has filled the place of both parents to me. I will say no more until you have joined me in drinking his health on a day when he has wished me to appear among you as the future representative of his name and family." Perhaps there was no one present except Mr. Irwine, who thoroughly understood and approved Arthur's graceful mode of proposing his grandfather's health. The farmers thought the young squire knew well enough that they hated the old squire, and Mrs. Poyser said he'd better not have stirred a kettle of sour broth. The bucolic mind does not readily apprehend the refinements of good taste, but the toast could not be rejected, and when it had been drunk, Arthur said, "I thank you, both for my grandfather and myself. And now there is one more thing I wish to tell you, that you may share my pleasure about it, as I hope and believe you will. I think there can be no man here who has not a respect, and some of you, I am sure, have a very high regard for my friend Adam Bede. It is well known to every one in this neighbourhood that there is no man whose word can be more depended on than his. That whatever he undertakes to do, he does well, and is as careful for the interests of those who employ him as for his own. I'm proud to say that I was very fond of Adam when I was a little boy, and I have never lost my old feeling for him. I think that shows that I know a good fellow when I find him. It has long been my wish that he should have the management of the woods on the estate, which happen to be very valuable, not only because I think so highly of his character, but because he has the knowledge and the skill which fit him for the place. And I am happy to tell you that it is my grandfather's wish too, and it is now settled that Adam shall manage the woods, a change which I am sure will be very much for the advantage of the estate, and I hope you will by and by join me in drinking his health, and in wishing him all the prosperity in life that he deserves. But there is a still older friend of mine than Adam Bede present, and I need not tell you that it is Mr. Irwine. I'm sure you will agree with me that we must drink no other person's health until we have drunk his. I know you all have reason to love him, but no one of his parishioners has so much reason as I. Come, charge your glasses, and let us drink to our excellent rector, 3 times 3. This toast was drunk with all the enthusiasm that was wanting to the last, and it certainly was the most picturesque moment in the scene when Mr. Irvine got up to speak, and all the faces in the room were turned towards him. The superior refinement of his face was much more striking than that of Arthur's when seen in comparison with the people round them. Arthur's was a much commoner British face, and the splendour of his new-fashioned clothes was more akin to the young farmer's taste in costume than Mr. Irvine's powder and the well-brushed but well-worn black, which seemed to be his chosen suit for great occasions. For he had the mysterious secret of never wearing a new-looking coat. "This is not the first time, by a great many," he said, "that I have had to thank my parishioners for giving me tokens of their goodwill, but neighbourly kindness is among those things that are the more precious the older they get. Indeed, our pleasant meeting today is a proof that when what is good comes of age and is likely to live, there is reason for rejoicing, and the relation between us as clergymen and parishioners came of age 2 years ago, for it is 23 years since I first came among you, and I see some tall, fine-looking young men here, as well as some blooming good women, that were far from looking as pleasantly at me when I christened them as I am happy to see them looking now. But I'm sure you will not wonder when I say that among all those young men, the one in whom I have the strongest interest is my friend, Mr. Arthur Donnithorne, for whom you have just expressed your regard. I had the pleasure of being his tutor for several years, and have naturally had opportunities of knowing him intimately which cannot have occurred to anyone else who is present. And I have some pride, as well as pleasure, in assuring you that I share your high hopes concerning him, and your confidence in his possession of those qualities which will make him an excellent landlord when the time shall come for him to take that important position among you. We feel alike on most matters on which a man who is getting towards 50 can feel in common with a young man of 21, and he has just been expressing a feeling which I share very heartily, and I would not willingly omit the opportunity of saying so. That feeling is his value and respect for Adam Bede. People in a high station are of course more thought of and talked about, and have their virtues more praised than those whose lives are passed in humble everyday work. But every sensible man knows how necessary that humble everyday work is, and how important it is to us that it should be done well. And I agree with my friend Mr. Arthur Donnithorne in feeling that when a man whose duty lies in that sort of work shows a character which would make him an example in any station, his merit should be acknowledged. He is one of those to whom honour is due, and his friends should delight to honour him. I know Adam Bede well. I know what he is as a workman, and what he has been as a son and brother, and I am saying the simplest truth when I say that I respect him as much as I respect any man living. But I am not speaking to you about a stranger. Some of you are his intimate friends, and I believe there is not one here who does not know enough of him to join heartily in drinking his health." As Mr. Irvine paused, Arthur jumped up and, filling his glass, said, "A bumper to Adam Bede, and may he live to have sons as faithful and clever as himself." No hearer, not even Bartle Massey, was so delighted with this toast as Mr. Poyser. Tough work as his first speech had been, he would have started up to make another, if he had not known the extreme irregularity of such a course. As it was, he found an outlet for his feeling in drinking his ale unusually fast and setting down his glass with a swing of his arm and a determined rap. If Jonathan Burge and a few others felt less comfortable on the occasion, they tried their best to look contented, and so the toast was drunk with a goodwill apparently unanimous. Adam was rather paler than usual when he got up to thank his friends. He was a good deal moved by this public tribute, very naturally, for he was in the presence of all his little world, and it was uniting to do him honour. But he felt no shyness about speaking, not being troubled with small vanity or lack of words. He looked neither awkward nor embarrassed, but stood in his usual firm, upright attitude, with his head thrown a little backward and his hands perfectly still, in that rough dignity which is peculiar to intelligent, honest, well-built workmen who are never wondering what is their business in the world. "I'm quite taken by surprise," he said. "I didn't expect anything of this sort, for it's a good deal more than my wages. But I've the more reason to be grateful to you, Captain, and to you, Mr. Irvine, and to all my friends here who have drunk my health and wished me well. It'd be nonsense for me to be saying I don't at all deserve the opinion you have of me. That'd be poor thanks to you, to say that you've known me all these years and yet haven't sense enough to find out a great deal of the truth about me. You think, if I undertake to do a bit of work, I'll do it well, be my pay big or little, and that's true. I'd be ashamed to stand before you here if it wasn't true. But it seems to me that's a man's plain duty, and nothing to be conceited about, and it's pretty clear to me as I've never done more than my duty, for let us do what we will, it's only making use of the spirit and the powers that are being given to us. And so this kindness of yours, I'm sure, is no debt you owe me, but a free gift, and as such I accept it, and am thankful. And as to this new employment I've taken in hand, I'll only say that I took it at Captain Donnithorne's desire, and that I'll try to fulfil his expectations. I'd wish for no better lot than to work under him, and to know that while I was getting my own bread, I was taking care of his interests. For I believe he's one of those gentlemen as wishes to do the right thing, and to leave the world a bit better than he found it, which it's my belief every man may do, whether he's gentle or simple, whether he sets a good bit of work going and finds the money, or whether he does the work with his own hands. There's no occasion for me to say any more about what I feel towards him. I hope to show it through the rest of my life in my actions." There were various opinions about Adam's speech. Some of the women whispered that he didn't show himself thankful enough, and seemed to speak as proud as could be, but most of the men were of opinion that nobody could speak more straightforward, and that Adam was as fine a chap as need to be. While such observations were being buzzed about, mingled with wonderings as to what the old squire meant to do for a bailiff, and whether he was going to have a steward, the two gentlemen had risen, and were walking round to the table where the wives and children sat. There was none of the strong ale here, of course, but wine and dessert, sparkling gooseberry for the young ones, and some good sherry for the mothers. Mrs. Poyser was at the head of this table, and Totty was now seated in her lap, bending her small nose deep down into a wine-glass in search of the nuts floating there. "How do you do, Mrs. Poyser?" said Arthur. "Weren't you pleased to hear your husband make such a good speech today?" "Oh, sir, the men are mostly so tongue-tied you're forced partly to guess what they mean, as you do with the dumb creatures." "What, you think you could have made it better for him?" said Mr. Irwine, laughing. "Well, sir, when I want to say anything, I can mostly find words to say it in, thank God. Not as I'm a finding fault with me husband, for if he's a man of few words, what he says, he'll stand to. I'm sure I never saw a prettier party than this," Arthur said, looking round at the apple-cheeked children. "My aunt and the Miss Irwines will come up and see you presently. They were afraid of the noise of the toasts, but it would be a shame for them not to see you at table." He walked on, speaking to the mothers and patting the children, while Mr. Irwine satisfied himself with standing still and nodding at a distance, that no one's attention might be disturbed from the young squire, the hero of the day. Arthur did not venture to stop near Hetty, but merely bowed to her as he passed along the opposite side. The foolish child felt her heart swelling with discontent. For what woman was ever satisfied with apparent neglect, even when she knows it to be the mask of love? Hetty thought this was going to be the most miserable day she had had for a long while. A moment of chill daylight and reality came across her dream. Arthur, who had seemed so near to her only a few hours before, was separated from her as the hero of a great procession is separated from a small outsider in the crowd. Chapter 25. The Games. The great dance was not to begin until 8 o'clock, but for any lads and lasses who liked to dance on the shady grass before then, there was music always at hand, for was not the band of the Benefit Club capable of playing excellent jigs, reels, and hornpipes? And besides this, there was a grand band hired from Rossiter, who with their wonderful wind instruments and puffed-out cheeks were themselves a delightful show to the small boys and girls. To say nothing of Joshua Rann's fiddle, which, by an act of generous forethought, he had provided himself with, in case anyone should be of sufficiently pure taste to prefer dancing to a solo on that instrument. Meantime, when the sun had moved off the great open space in front of the house, the games began. There were, of course, well-soaped poles to be climbed by the boys and youths, races to be run by the old women, races to be run in sacks, heavy weights to be lifted by the strong men, and a long list of challenges to such ambitious attempts as that of walking as many yards as possible on one leg, feats in which it was generally remarked that Wiry Ben, being the lissomest, springest fellow i' the country, was sure to be preeminent. To crown all, there was to be a donkey race, that sublimest of all races, conducted on the grand socialistic idea of everybody encouraging everybody else's donkey, and the sorriest donkey winning. And soon after 4 o'clock, splendid old Mrs. Irwine, in her damask satin and jewels and black lace, was led out by Arthur, followed by the whole family party, to her raised seat under the striped marquee, where she was to give out the prizes to the victors. Staid, formal Miss Lydia had requested to resign that queenly office to the royal old lady, and Arthur was pleased with this opportunity of gratifying his godmother's taste for stateliness. Old Mr. Donnithorne, the delicately clean, finely scented, withered old man, led out Miss Irwine with his air of punctilious, acid politeness. Mr. Gawain brought Miss Lydia, looking neutral and stiff in an elegant peach-blossom silk, and Mr. Irwine came last with his pale sister Anne. No other friend of the family beside Mr. Gawain was invited today. There was to be a grand dinner for the neighbouring gentry on the morrow, but today all the forces were required for the entertainment of the guests. There was a sunk fence in front of the marquee, dividing the lawn from the park, but a temporary bridge had been made for the passage of the victors, and the groups of people standing or seated here and there on benches stretched on each side of the open space from the white marquees up to the sunk fence. "Upon my word, it's a pretty sight," said the old lady in her deep voice, when she was seated, and looked round on the bright scene with its dark green background. "And it's the last fete day I'm likely to see, unless you make haste and get married, Arthur. But take care you get a charming bride, else I would rather die without seeing her. I'm afraid I should never satisfy you with my choice. Well, I won't forgive you if she's not handsome. I can't be put off with amiability, which is always the excuse people are making for the existence of plain people. And she must not be silly. That will never do, because you'll want managing, and a silly woman can't manage you. Who is that tall young man, Dauphin, with the mild face? There, standing without his hat, and taking such care of that tall old woman by the side of him. His mother, of course. I like to see that." "What? Don't you know him, mother?" said Mr. Irwine. "That is Seth Bede, Adam's brother, a Methodist, but a very good fellow. Poor Seth has looked rather downhearted of late. I thought it was because of his father's dying in that sad way, but Joshua Rand tells me he wanted to marry that sweet little Methodist preacher who was here about a month ago, and I suppose she refused him." "Ah, I remember hearing about her. But there are no end of people here that I don't know, for they're grown up and altered so since I used to go about." "What excellent sight you have," said old Mr. Donnithorne, who was holding a double glass up to his eyes, "to see the expression of that young man's face so far off. His face is nothing but a pale blurred spot to me. But I fancy I have the advantage of you when we come to look close. I can read small print without spectacles." "Ah, my dear sir, you began with being very near-sighted, and those near-sighted eyes always wear the best. I want very strong spectacles to read with, but then I think my eyes get better and better for things at a distance. I suppose if I live another 50 years, I should be blind to everything that wasn't out of other people's sight, like a man who stands in a well and sees nothing but the stars." "See," said Arthur, "the old women are ready to set out on their race now. Which do you bet on, Gawain?" "The long-legged one, unless they are going to have several heats, and then the little wiry one may win." "There are the Poysers, mother, not far off on the right hand," said Miss Irwine. "Mrs. Poyser is looking at you. Do take notice of her." "To be sure I will," said the old lady, giving a gracious bow to Mrs. Poyser. "A woman who sends me such excellent cream cheese is not to be neglected. Bless me, what a fat child that is she is holding on her knee. But who is that pretty girl with dark eyes?" "That is Hetty Sorrel," said Miss Lydia Donnithorne. "Martin Poyser's niece, a very likely young person, and well-looking too. My maid has taught her fine needlework, and she has mended some lace of mine very respectably indeed, very respectably." "Why, she has lived with the Poysers 6 or 7 years, mother. You must have seen her," said Miss Irwine. "No, I've never seen her, child. At least not as she is now," said Mrs. Irwine, continuing to look at Hetty. "Well looking indeed. She's a perfect beauty. I've never seen anything so pretty since my young days. What a pity such beauty as that should be thrown away among the farmers when it's wanted so terribly among the good families without fortune. I dare say now she'll marry a man who'd have thought her just as pretty if she had had round eyes and red hair." Arthur dared not turn his eyes toward Hetty while Mrs. Irwine was speaking of her. He feigned not to hear, and to be occupied with something on the opposite side. But he saw her plainly enough without looking, saw her in heightened beauty, because he heard her beauty praised, for other men's opinion, you know, was like a native climate to Arthur's feelings. It was the air on which they thrived the best and grew strong. Yes, she was enough to turn any man's head. Any man in his place would have done and felt the same, and to give her up, after all, as he was determined to do, would be an act that he should always look back upon with pride. "No, mother," said Mr. Irwine, replying to her last words, "I can't agree with you there. The common people are not quite so stupid as you imagine. The commonest man, who has his ounce of sense and feeling, is conscious of the difference between a lovely, delicate woman and a coarse one. Even a dog feels a difference in their presence. The man may be no better able than the dog to explain the influence the more refined beauty has on him, but he feels it. Bless me, Dauphin, what does an old bachelor like you know about it?" "Oh, that is one of the matters in which old bachelors are wiser than married men, because they have time for more general contemplation. Your fine critic of women must never shackle his judgment by calling one woman his own. But, as an example of what I was saying, that pretty Methodist preacher I mentioned just now told me that she had preached to the roughest miners and had never been treated with anything but the utmost respect and kindness by them. The reason is, though she doesn't know it, that there's so much tenderness, refinement, and purity about her. Such a woman as that brings with her airs from heaven that the coarsest fellow is not insensible to." "Here's a delicate bit of womanhood or girlhood coming to receive a prize, I suppose," said Mr. Gawain. "She must be one of the racers in the sacks who had set off before we came." The bit of womanhood was our old acquaintance Bessie Cranage, otherwise Chad's Bess, whose large red cheeks and blousy person had undergone an exaggeration of colour which, if she had happened to be a heavenly body, would have made her sublime. Bessie, I am sorry to say, had taken to her earrings again since Dinah's departure, and was otherwise decked out in such small finery as she could muster. Anyone who could have looked into poor Bessie's heart would have seen a striking resemblance between her little hopes and anxieties and Hetty's. The advantage, perhaps, would have been on Bessie's side in the matter of feeling, but then, you see, they were so very different outside. You would have been inclined to box Bessie's ears, and you would have longed to kiss Hetty. Bessie had been tempted to run the arduous race, partly from mere hedonish gaiety, partly because of the prize. Someone had said there were to be cloaks and other nice clothes for prizes, and she approached the marquee, fanning herself with her handkerchief, but with exultation sparkling in her round eyes. "Here is the prize for the first sack race," said Miss Lydia, taking a large parcel from the table where the prizes were laid, and giving it to Mrs. Irwine before Bessie came up. an excellent grogram gown, and a piece of flannel. "You didn't think the winner was to be so young, I suppose, Aunt?" said Arthur. "Couldn't you find something else for this girl, and save that grim-looking gown for one of the older women?" "I have bought nothing but what is useful and substantial," said Miss Lydia, adjusting her own lace. "I should not think of encouraging a love of finery in young women of that class. I have a scarlet cloak, but that is for the old woman who wins." This speech of Lydia's produced a rather mocking expression in Mrs. Irwine's face as she looked at Arthur, while Bessie came up and dropped a series of curtsies. "This is Betty Cranage, mother," said Mr. Irwine kindly, "Chad Cranage's daughter. You remember Chad Cranage, the blacksmith?" "Yes, to be sure," said Mrs. Irwine. "Well, Bessie, here is your prize. Excellent warm things for winter. I'm sure you have had hard work to win them this warm day." Bessie's lip fell as she saw the ugly, heavy gown, which felt so hot and disagreeable too on this July day, and that was such a great ugly thing to carry. She dropped her curtsies again without looking up, and with a growing tremulousness about the corners of her mouth, and then turned away. "Poor girl," said Arthur. "I think she's disappointed. I wish it had been something more to her taste." "She's a bold-looking young person," observed Miss Lydia. "Not at all one I should like to encourage." Arthur silently resolved that he would make Bessie a present of money before the day was over, that she might buy something more to her mind. But she, not aware of the consolation in store for her, turned out of the open space where she was visible from the marquee, and throwing down the odious bundle under a tree, began to cry, very much tittered at the while by small boys. In this situation she was descried by her discreet matronly cousin, who lost no time in coming up, having just given the baby into her husband's charge. "What's the matter with you?" said Bess the matron, taking up the bundle and examining it. "You'n sweltered yoursen, I reckon, running that fool's race. And here they'n gin you lots of good grogram and flannel as should have been gin by good rights to them as had the sense to keep away from such foolery. You might spare me a bit of this grogram to make clothes for the lad. You were ne'er ill-natured, Bess. I ne'er said that on ye." "You may take it all for what I care," said Bess the maiden, with a pettish movement, beginning to wipe away her tears and recover herself. "Well, I could do wid, if so be you want to get rid on't," said the disinterested cousin, walking quickly away with the bundle, lest Chad's Bess should change her mind. But that bonny-cheeked lass was blessed with an elasticity of spirits that secured her from any rankling grief, and by the time the grand climax of the donkey race came on, her disappointment was entirely lost in the delightful excitement of attempting to stimulate the last donkey by hisses, while the boys applied the argument of sticks. But the strength of the donkey mind lies in adopting a course inversely as the arguments urged, which, well considered, requires as great a mental force as the direct sequence, and the present donkey proved the first-rate order of his intelligence by coming to a dead standstill just when the blows were thickest. Great was the shouting of the crowd, radiant the grinning of Bill Downs the stone-sawyer, and the fortunate rider of this superior beast, which stood calm and stiff-legged in the midst of its triumph. Arthur himself had provided the prizes for the men, and Bill was made happy with a splendid pocket-knife supplied with blades and gimlets enough to make a man at home on a desert island. He had hardly returned from the marquee with the prize in his hand when it began to be understood that Wiry Ben proposed to amuse the company before the gentry went to dinner with an impromptu and gratuitous performance, namely a hornpipe, the main idea of which was doubtless borrowed, but this was to be developed by the dancer in so peculiar and complex a manner that no one could deny him the praise of originality. Wiry Ben's pride in his dancing, an accomplishment productive of great effort at the yearly wake, had needed only slightly elevating by an extra quantity of good ale to convince him that the gentry would be very much struck with his performance of the hornpipe, and he had been decidedly encouraged in this idea by Joshua Rann, who observed that it was nothing but right to do something to please the young squire in return for what he had done for them. You will be the less surprised at this opinion in so grave a personage when you learn that Ben had requested Mr. Rann to accompany him on the fiddle, and Joshua felt quite sure that though there might not be much in the dancing, the music would make up for it. Adam Bede, who was present in one of the large marquees where the plan was being discussed, told Ben he had better not make a fool of himself, a remark which at once fixed Ben's determination. He was not going to let anything alone because Adam Bede turned up his nose at it. "What's this? What's this?" said old Mr. Donnithorne. "Is it something you've arranged, Arthur? Here's the clerk coming with his fiddle, and a smart fellow with a nosegay in his buttonhole." "No," said Arthur, "I know nothing about it. By Jove, he's going to dance. It's one of the carpenters. I forget his name at this moment." "It's Ben Cranage, Wiry Ben, they call him," said Mr. Irwine. "Rather a loose fish, I think. Anne, my dear, I see that fiddle-scraping is too much for you. You're getting tired. Let me take you in now, that you may rest till dinner." Miss Anne rose assentingly, and the good brother took her away, while Joshua's preliminary scrapings burst into the White Cockade, from which he intended to pass to a variety of tunes by a series of transitions which his good ear really taught him to execute with some skill. It would have been an exasperating fact to him, if he had known it, that the general attention was too thoroughly absorbed by Ben's dancing for anyone to give much heed to the music. Have you ever seen a real English rustic perform a solo dance? Perhaps you have only seen a ballet rustic, smiling like a merry countryman in crockery, with graceful turns of the haunch and insinuating movements of the head. This is as much like the real thing as the bird waltz is like the song of birds. Wiry Ben never smiled. He looked as serious as a dancing monkey, as serious as if he had been an experimental philosopher ascertaining in his own person the amount of shaking and the varieties of angularity that could be given to the human limbs. To make amends for the abundant laughter in the striped marquee, Arthur clapped his hands continually and cried, "Bravo!" But Ben had one admirer whose eyes followed his movements with a fervid gravity that equalled his own. It was Martin Poyser, who was seated on a bench with Tommy between his legs. "What dost think of that?" he said to his wife. "He goes as pat to the music as if he were made of clockwork. I used to be a pretty good un at dancing myself when I was lighter, but I could never ha' hit it just to the hair like that." "It's little matter what his limbs are, to my thinking," returned Mrs. Poyser. "He's empty enough i' the upper story, or he'd niver come jigging and stamping i' that way, like a mad grasshopper, for the gentry to look at him. They're fit to die wi' laughing, I can see." "Well, well, so much the better. It amuses 'em," said Mr. Poyser, who did not easily take an irritable view of things. but they're going away now to have their dinner, I reckon. We'll move about a bit, shall we, and see what Adam Bede's doing. He's got to look after the drinking and things. I doubt he hasna had much fun." Chapter 26. The Dance. Arthur had chosen the entrance hall for the ballroom very wisely, for no other room could have been so airy, or would have had the advantage of the wide doors opening into the garden, as well as a ready entrance into the other rooms. To be sure, a stone floor was not the pleasantest to dance on, but then most of the dancers had known what it was to enjoy a Christmas dance on kitchen quarries. It was one of those entrance halls which make the surrounding rooms look like closets, with stucco angels, trumpets, and flower wreaths on the lofty ceiling, and great medallions of miscellaneous heroes on the walls, alternating with statues in niches. Just the sort of place to be ornamented well with green boughs, and Mr. Craig had been proud to show his taste and his hothouse plants on the occasion. The broad steps of the stone staircase were covered with cushions to serve as seats for the children, who were to stay till 9:30 with the servant maids to see the dancing, and as this dance was confined to the chief tenants, there was abundant room for everyone. The lights were charmingly disposed in coloured paper lamps high up among green boughs, and the farmers' wives and daughters, as they peeped in, believed no scene could be more splendid. They knew now quite well in what sort of rooms the king and queen lived, and their thoughts glanced with some pity towards cousins and acquaintances who had not this fine opportunity of knowing how things went on in the great world. The lamps were already lit, though the sun had not long set, and there was that calm light out of doors in which we seem to see all objects more distinctly than in the broad day. It was a pretty scene outside the house. The farmers and their families were moving about the lawn, among the flowers and shrubs, or along the broad straight road leading from the east front, where a carpet of mossy grass spread on each side, studded here and there with a dark, flat-boughed cedar, or a grand pyramidal fir sweeping the ground with its branches, all tipped with a fringe of paler green. The groups of cottagers in the park were gradually diminishing, the young ones being attracted towards the lights that were beginning to gleam from the windows of the gallery in the abbey, which was to be their dancing room, and some of the sober elder ones thinking it time to go home quietly. One of these was Lisbeth Bede, and Seth went with her, not from filial attention only, for his conscience would not let him join in dancing. It had been rather a melancholy day to Seth. Dinah had never been more constantly present with him than in this scene, where everything was so unlike her. He saw her all the more vividly after looking at the thoughtless faces and gay-coloured dresses of the young women, just as one feels the beauty and the greatness of a pictured Madonna the more when it has been for a moment screened from us by a vulgar head in a bonnet. But this presence of Dinah in his mind only helped him to bear the better with his mother's mood, which had been becoming more and more querulous for the last hour. Poor Lisbeth was suffering from a strange conflict of feelings. Her joy and pride in the honour paid to her darling son Adam was beginning to be worsted in the conflict with the jealousy and fretfulness which had revived when Adam came to tell her that Captain Donnithorne desired him to join the dancers in the hall. Adam was getting more and more out of her reach. She wished all the old troubles back again, for then it mattered more to Adam what his mother said and did. It's fine talking and dancing," she said, "and thy father not a 5 week in's grave.
and I wish I were there too, instead of being left to take up merrier folks's room above ground."
"Nay, don't look at it in that way, mother," said Adam, who was determined to be gentle to her today. "I don't mean to dance. I shall only look on, and since the captain wishes me to be there, it'd look as if I thought I knew better than him to say as I'd rather not stay. And thee know'st how he's behaved to me today."
They'd do as they liked, for their old mother's got no right into thee. She's nought but the old husk, and thee slipped away from her, like the ripe nut."
"Well, mother," said Adam, "I'll go and tell the captain as it hurts thy feelings for me to stay, and I'd rather go home upon that account. He won't take it ill then, I dare say, and I'm willing." He said this with some effort, for he really longed to be near Hetty this evening.
Nay, I wunna ha thee do that. The young squire'll be angered. Go and do what thee'd ordered to do, and me and Seth'll go home. I know it's a great honour for thee to be so looked on, and who's to be prouder on it though than mother? Hadna she the cumber o' rearing thee and doing for thee all these years?"
"Well, good-bye then, mother. Good-bye, lad. Remember, Jip, when you get home," said Adam, turning away towards the gate of the pleasure grounds, where he hoped he might be able to join the Poysers, for he had been so occupied throughout the afternoon that he had had no time to speak to Hetty. His eye soon detected a distant group, which he knew to be the right one, returning to the house along the broad gravel road, and he hastened on to meet them.
"Why, Adam, I'm glad to get sight on ye again," said Mr. Poyser, who was carrying Totty on his arm. "You're going to have a bit of fun, I hope, now your work's all done. And here's Hetty has promised no end of partners, and I've just been asking her if she'd agreed to dance with you, and she says no."
"Well, I didn't think of dancing tonight," said Adam, already tempted to change his mind as he looked at Hetty.
"Nonsense," said Mr. Poyser. "Why, everybody's going to dance tonight, all but the old squire and Mrs. Irwine. Mrs. Best's been telling us as Miss Liddy and Miss Irwine'll dance, and the young squire'll pick my wife for his first partner to open the ball. So she'll be forced to dance, though she's laid by ever since the Christmas afore the little un was born. You canna for shame stand still, Adam, and you a fine young fellow and can dance as well as anybody." "Nay," said Mrs. Poyser, "it'd be unbecoming. I know the dancing's nonsense, but if you stick at everything because it's nonsense, you want to go far of this life. When your broth's ready-made for you, you mun swallow the thickening, or else let the broth alone."
"Then if Hetty'll dance with me," said Adam, yielding either to Mrs. Poyser's argument or to something else, "I'll dance whichever dance she's free."
"I've got no partner for the fourth dance," said Hetty. "I'll dance that with you if you like."
"Ah," said Mr. Poyser, "but you mun dance the first dance, Adam, else it'll look particular. There's plenty of nice partners to pick and choose from, and it's hard for the girls when the men stand by and don't ask 'em."
Adam felt the justice of Mr. Poyser's observation. It would not do for him to dance with no one besides Hetty, and remembering that Jonathan Burge had some reason to feel hurt today, he resolved to ask Miss Mary to dance with him the first dance, if she had no other partner.
"There's the big clock striking 8, said Mr. Poyser. "We must make haste in now, else the squire and the ladies'll be in afore us, and that wouldna look well."
When they had entered the hall, and the 3 children under Molly's charge had been seated on the stairs, the folding doors of the drawing-room were thrown open, and Arthur entered in his regimentals, leading Mrs. Irwine to a carpet-covered dais,
ornamented with hothouse plants, where she and Miss Anne were to be seated with old Mr. Donnithorne, that they might look on at the dancing, like kings and queens in the plays. Arthur had put on his uniform to please the tenants, he said, who thought as much of his militia dignity as if it had been an elevation to the premiership. He had not the least objection to gratify them in that way. His uniform was very advantageous to his figure. The old squire, before sitting down, walked round the hall to greet the tenants and make polite speeches to the wives. He was always polite, but the farmers had found out, after long puzzling, that this polish was one of the signs of hardness. It was observed that he gave his most elaborate civility to Mrs. Poyser tonight, inquiring particularly about her health, recommending her to strengthen herself with cold water as he did, and avoid all drugs. Mrs. Poyser curtsied and thanked him with great self-command, but when he had passed on, she whispered to her husband, "I lay my life he's brewing some nasty turn against us. Old Harry doesn't wag his tail so for nothing." Mr. Poyser had no time to answer, for now Arthur came up and said, "Mrs. Poyser, I am come to request the favour of your hand for the first dance, and Mr. Poyser, you must let me take you to my aunt, for she claims you as her partner." The wife's pale cheek flushed with a nervous sense of unwonted honour, as Arthur led her to the top of the room. But Mr. Poyser, to whom an extra glass had restored his youthful confidence in his good looks and good dancing, walked along with them quite proudly, secretly flattering himself that Miss Lydia had never had a partner in her life who could lift her off the ground as he would. In order to balance the honours given to the two parishes, Miss Irwine danced with Luke Britton, the largest Broxton farmer, and Mr. Gawain led out Mrs. Britton. Mr. Irwine, after seating his sister Anne, had gone to the Abbey gallery, as he had agreed with Arthur beforehand, to see how the merriment of the cottagers was prospering. Meanwhile, all the less distinguished couples had taken their places. Hetty was led out by the inevitable Mr. Craig, and Mary Burge by Adam, and now the music struck up, and the glorious country dance, best of all dances, began. Pity it was not a boarded floor, then the rhythmic stamping of the thick shoes would have been better than any drums. That merry stamping, that gracious nodding of the head, that waving bestowal of the hand, where can we see them now? That simple dancing of well-covered matrons, laying aside for an hour the cares of house and dairy, remembering, but not affecting, youth, not jealous but proud of the young maidens by their side, that holiday sprightliness of portly husbands paying little compliments to their wives, as if their courting days were come again. Those lads and lasses a little confused and awkward with their partners, having nothing to say. It would be a pleasant variety to see all that sometimes, instead of low dresses and large skirts, and scanning glances exploring costumes, and languid men in lacquered boots, smiling with double meaning. There was but one thing to mar Martin Poyser's pleasure in this dance. It was that he was always in close contact with Luke Britton, that slovenly farmer. He thought of throwing a little glazed coldness into his eye in the crossing of hands, but then, as Miss Irwine was opposite to him instead of the offensive Luke, he might freeze the wrong person. So he gave his face up to hilarity, unchilled by moral judgments. How Hetty's heart beat as Arthur approached her. He had hardly looked at her today. Now he must take her hand. Would he press it? Would he look at her? She thought
She would cry if he gave her no sign of feeling. Now he was there. He had taken her hand. Yes, he was pressing it. Hetty turned pale as she looked up at him for an instant and met his eyes before the dance carried him away. That pale look came upon Arthur like the beginning of a dull pain, which clung to him, though he must dance and smile and joke all the same. Hetty would look so when he told her what he had to tell her, and he should never be able to bear it. He should be a fool and give way again. Hetty's look did not really mean so much as he thought. It was only the sign of a struggle between the desire for him to notice her and the dread lest she should betray the desire to others. But Hetty's face had a language that transcended her feelings. There are faces which nature charges with a meaning and pathos not belonging to the single human soul that flutters beneath them, but speaking the joys and sorrows of foregone generations, eyes that tell of deep love which doubtless has been and is somewhere, but not paired with these eyes, perhaps paired with pale eyes that can say nothing, just as a national language may be instinct with poetry unfelt by the lips that use it. That look of Hetty's oppressed Arthur with a dread which yet had something of a terrible, unconfessed delight in it, that she loved him too well. There was a hard task before him, for at that moment he felt he would have given up 3 years of his youth for the happiness of abandoning himself without remorse to his passion for Hetty. These were the incongruous thoughts in his mind as he led Mrs. Poyser, who was panting with fatigue, and secretly resolving that neither judge nor jury should force her to dance another dance, to take a quiet rest in the dining-room, where supper was laid out for the guests to come and take it as they chose. "I've desired Hetty to remember as she's got to dance with you, sir," said the good innocent woman, "for she's so thoughtless, she'd be like enough to go and engage herself for every dance. So I told her not to promise too many." "Thank you, Mrs. Poyser," said Arthur, not without a twinge. "Now sit down in this comfortable chair, and here is Mills, ready to give you what you would like best." He hurried away to seek another matronly partner, for due honour must be paid to the married women before he asked any of the young ones, and the country dances, and the stamping, and the gracious nodding, and the waving of the hands went on joyously. At last the time had come for the 4th dance, longed for by the strong, grave Adam, as if he had been a delicate-handed youth of 18, for we are all very much alike when we are in our first love. And Adam had hardly ever touched Hetty's hand for more than a transient greeting, had never danced with her but once before. His eyes had followed her eagerly tonight in spite of himself, and had taken in deeper draughts of love. He thought she behaved so prettily, so quietly. She did not seem to be flirting at all. She smiled less than usual. There was almost a sweet sadness about her. "God bless her," he said inwardly. "I'd make her life a happy un, if a strong arm to work for her and a heart to love her could do it." And then there stole over him delicious thoughts of coming home from work and drawing Hetty to his side and feeling her cheek softly pressed against his, till he forgot where he was, and the music and the tread of feet might have been the falling of rain and the roaring of the wind, for what he knew. But now the 3rd dance was ended, and he might go up to her and claim her hand. She was at the far end of the hall near the staircase, whispering with Molly, who had just given the sleeping Totty into her arms,
before running to fetch shawls and bonnets from the landing. Mrs. Poyser had taken the two boys away into the dining room to give them some cake before they went home in the cart with grandfather, and Molly was to follow as fast as possible. "Let me hold her," said Adam as Molly turned upstairs. "The children are so heavy when they're asleep." Hetty was glad of the relief, for to hold Totty in her arms standing was not at all a pleasant variety to her. But this second transfer had the unfortunate effect of rousing Totty, who was not behind any child of her age in peevishness at an unseasonable awakening. While Hetty was in the act of placing her in Adam's arms, and had not yet withdrawn her own, Totty opened her eyes, and forthwith fought out with her left fist at Adam's arm, and with her right caught at the string of brown beads round Hetty's neck. The locket leaped out from her frock, and the next moment the string was broken, and Hetty, helpless, saw beads and locket scattered wide on the floor. "My locket, my locket," she said in a loud, frightened whisper to Adam. "Never mind the beads." Adam had already seen where the locket fell, for it had attracted his glance as it leaped out of her frock. It had fallen on the raised wooden dais where the band sat, not on the stone floor, and as Adam picked it up, he saw the glass with the dark and light locks of hair under it. It had fallen at that side upwards, so the glass was not broken. He turned it over on his hand, and saw the enamelled gold back. "It isn't hurt," he said, as he held it towards Hetty, who was unable to take it because both her hands were occupied with Totty. "Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't mind about it," said Hetty, who had been pale and was now red. "Not matter?" said Adam gravely. "You seemed very frightened about it. I'll hold it till you're ready to take it," he added, quietly closing his hand over it, that she might not think he wanted to look at it again. By this time Molly had come with bonnet and shawl, and as soon as she had taken Totty, Adam placed the locket in Hetty's hand. She took it with an air of indifference and put it in her pocket, in her heart vexed and angry with Adam because he had seen it, but determined now that she would show no more signs of agitation. "See," she said, "they're taking their places to dance. Let us go." Adam assented silently. A puzzled alarm had taken possession of him. Had Hetty a lover he didn't know of? For none of her relations, he was sure, would give her a locket like that, and none of her admirers, with whom he was acquainted, was in the position of an accepted lover, as the giver of that locket must be. Adam was lost in the utter impossibility of finding any person for his fears to alight on. He could only feel with a terrible pang that there was something in Hetty's life unknown to him, that while he had been rocking himself in the hope that she would come to love him, she was already loving another. The pleasure of the dance with Hetty was gone. His eyes, when they rested on her, had an uneasy, questioning expression in them. He could think of nothing to say to her, and she too was out of temper and disinclined to speak. They were both glad when the dance was ended. Adam was determined to stay no longer. No one wanted him, and no one would notice if he slipped away. As soon as he got out of doors, he began to walk at his habitual rapid pace, hurrying along without knowing why, busy with the painful thought that the memory of this day, so full of honour and promise to him, was poisoned forever. Suddenly, when he was far on through the chase, he stopped, startled by a flash of reviving hope. After all, he might be a fool, making a great misery out of a trifle.
Hetty, fond of finery as she was, might have bought the thing herself. It looked too expensive for that. It looked like the things on white satin in the great jeweller's shop at Rossiter. But Adam had very imperfect notions of the value of such things, and he thought it could certainly not cost more than a guinea. Perhaps Hetty had had as much as that in Christmas boxes, and there was no knowing but she might have been childish enough to spend it in that way. She was such a young thing, and she couldn't help loving finery. But then, why had she been so frightened about it at first, and changed colour so, and afterwards pretended not to care? Oh, that was because she was ashamed of his seeing that she had such a smart thing. She was conscious that it was wrong for her to spend her money on it, and she knew that Adam disapproved of finery. It was a proof she cared about what he liked and disliked. She must have thought from his silence and gravity afterwards that he was very much displeased with her, that he was inclined to be harsh and severe towards her foibles. And as he walked on more quietly, chewing the cud of this new hope, his only uneasiness was that he had behaved in a way which might chill Hetty's feeling towards him. For this last view of the matter must be the true one. How could Hetty have an accepted lover quite unknown to him? She was never away from her uncle's house for more than a day. She could have no acquaintances that did not come there, and no intimacies unknown to her uncle and aunt. It would be folly to believe that the locket was given to her by a lover. The little ring of dark hair he felt sure was her own. He could form no guess about the light hair under it, for he had not seen it very distinctly. It might be a bit of her father's or mother's, who had died when she was a child, and she would naturally put a bit of her own along with it. And so Adam went to bed comforted, having woven for himself an ingenious web of probabilities, the surest screen a wise man can place between himself and the truth. His last waking thoughts melted into a dream that he was with Hetty again at the Hall Farm, and that he was asking her to forgive him for being so cold and silent. And while he was dreaming this, Arthur was leading Hetty to the dance, and saying to her in low, hurried tones, "I shall be in the wood the day after tomorrow at 7. Come as early as you can." And Hetty's foolish joys and hopes, which had flown away for a little space, scared by a mere nothing, now all came fluttering back, unconscious of the real peril. She was happy for the first time this long day, and wished that dance would last for hours. Arthur wished it too. It was the last weakness he meant to indulge in, and a man never lies with more delicious languor under the influence of a passion than when he has persuaded himself that he shall subdue it tomorrow. But Mrs. Poyser's wishes were quite the reverse of this, for her mind was filled with dreary forebodings as to the retardation of tomorrow morning's cheese in consequence of these late hours. Now that Hetty had done her duty, and danced one dance with the young squire, Mr. Poyser must go out and see if the cart was come back to fetch them, for it was 10:30, and notwithstanding a mild suggestion on his part that it would be bad manners for them to be the first to go, Mrs. Poyser was resolute on the point. Manners or no manners? "What, going already, Mrs. Poyser?" said old Mr. Donnithorne as she came to curtsy and take leave. "I thought we should not part with any of our guests till 11. Mrs. Irvine and I, who are elderly people, think of sitting out the dance till then." "Oh, your honour, it's all right and proper for gentlefolks to stay up by candlelight. They've got no cheese on their minds. We're late enough as it is, and there's no letting the cows know as they mustn't want to be milked so early tomorrow morning. So, if you'll please to excuse us, we'll take our leave." She said to her husband as they set off in the cart, I'd sooner have brewing day and washing day together than one of these pleasuring days. There's no work so tiring as dangling about and staring and not rightly knowing what you're going to do next, and keeping your faces smile in order like a grocer a market day for fear people shouldn't think you civil enough. And you've nothing to show for it when it's done, if it isn't a yallow face wi' eating things as disagree. Nay, nay, said Mr. Poyser, who was in his merriest mood and felt that he had had a great day. A bit of pleasuring's good for thee sometimes, and thee dance as well as any of them, for I'll back thee against all the wives of the parish for a light foot and ankle. And it was a great honour for the young squire to ask thee first. I reckon it was because I sat at the head of the table and made the speech. And Hetty, too, she never had such a partner before, a fine young gentleman in regimentals. It'll serve you to talk on, Hetty, when you're an old woman, how you danced with the young squire the day he came of age.
End of Book 3. Book 4, Chapter 27. A Crisis. It was beyond the middle of August, nearly 3 weeks after the birthday feast. The reaping of the wheat had begun in our North Midland county of Loamshire, but the harvest was likely still to be retarded by the heavy rains which were causing inundations and much damage throughout the country. From this last trouble, the Broxton and Hazelip farmers on their pleasant uplands and in their brook-watered valleys had not suffered, and as I cannot pretend that they were such exceptional farmers as to love the general good better than their own, you will infer that they were not in very low spirits about the rapid rise in the price of bread, so long as there was hope of gathering in their own corn undamaged. And occasional days of sunshine and drying winds flattered this hope. The 18th of August was one of these days when the sunshine looked brighter in all eyes for the gloom that went before. Grand masses of cloud were hurried across the blue, and the great round hills behind the chase seemed alive with their flying shadows. The sun was hidden for a moment, and then shone out warm again like a recovered joy. The leaves, still green, were tossed off the hedgerow trees by the wind. Around the farmhouses there was a sound of clapping doors. The apples fell in the orchards, and the stray horses on the green sides of the lanes and on the common had their manes blown about their faces. And yet the wind seemed only part of the general gladness, because the sun was shining. A merry day for the children, who ran and shouted to see if they could top the wind with their voices, and the grown-up people too were in good spirits, inclined to believe in yet finer days when the wind had fallen. If only the corn were not ripe enough to be blown out of the husk and scattered as untimely seed. And yet a day on which a blighting sorrow may fall upon a man. For if it be true that nature at certain moments seems charged with a presentiment of one individual lot, must it not also be true that she seems unmindful, unconscious of another? For there is no hour that has not its births of gladness and despair, no morning brightness that does not bring new sickness to desolation, as well as new forces to genius and love. There are so many of us, and our lots are so different. What wonder that nature's mood is often in harsh contrast with the great crisis of our lives. We are children of a large family, and must learn, as such children do, not to expect that our hurts will be made much of, to be content with little nurture and caressing, and help each other the more. It was a busy day with Adam, who of late had done almost double work, for he was continuing to act as foreman for Jonathan Burge until some satisfactory person could be found to supply his place, and Jonathan was slow to find that person. But he had done the extra work cheerfully, for his hopes were buoyant again about Hetty. Every time she had seen him since the birthday, she had seemed to make an effort to behave all the more kindly to him, that she might make him understand she had forgiven his silence and coldness during the dance. He had never mentioned the locket to her again. Too happy that she smiled at him, still happier because he observed in her a more subdued air, something that he interpreted as the growth of womanly tenderness and seriousness. Ah, he thought, again and again, she's only 17. She'll be thoughtful enough after a while. And her aunt allays how clever she is at the work. She'll make a wife as mother'll have no occasion to grumble at after all. To be sure, he had only seen her at home twice since the birthday. For one Sunday, when he was intending to go from church to the Hall Farm, Hetty had joined the party of upper servants from the Chase and had gone home with them, almost as if she were inclined to encourage Mr. Craig. "She's taking too much liking to them folks of the housekeeper's room," Mrs. Poyser remarked. "For my part, I was never over fond of gentlefolks as servants. They're mostly like the fine ladies' fat dogs, neither good for barking nor butcher's meat, but only for show." And another evening she was gone to Treddleston to buy some things, though to his great surprise, as he was returning home, he saw her at a distance, getting over a stile quite out of the Treddleston road. But when he hastened to her, she was very kind, and asked him to go in again when he had taken her to the yard gate. She had gone a little farther into the fields after coming from Treddleston, because she didn't want to go in, she said. It was so nice to be out of doors, and her aunt always made such a fuss about it if she wanted to go out. "Oh, do come in with me," she said, as he was going to shake hands with her at the gate, and he could not resist that. So he went in, and Mrs. Poyser was contented with only a slight remark on Hetty's being later than was expected, while Hetty, who had looked out of spirits when he met her, smiled and talked and waited on them all with unusual promptitude. That was the last time he had seen her, but he meant to make leisure for going to the farm tomorrow. Today, he knew, was her day for going to the Chase to sew with the lady's maid, so he would get as much work done as possible this evening, that the next might be clear. One piece of work that Adam was superintending was some slight repairs at the Chase farm, which had been hitherto occupied by Satchel as bailiff, but which it was now rumoured that the old squire was going to let to a smart man in top boots who had been seen to ride over it one day. Nothing but the desire to get a tenant could account for the squire's undertaking repairs, though the Saturday evening party at Mr. Casson's agreed over their pipes that no man in his senses would take the Chase farm unless there was a bit more ploughland laid to it. However that might be, the repairs were ordered to be executed with all dispatch, and Adam, acting for Mr. Burge, was carrying out the order with his usual energy. But today, having been occupied elsewhere, he had not been able to arrive at the Chase farm till late in the afternoon, and he then discovered that some old roofing which he had calculated on preserving had given way. There was clearly no good to be done with this part of the building without pulling it all down, and Adam immediately saw in his mind a plan for building it up again, so as to make the most convenient of cowsheds and calf pens, with a hovel for implements, and all without any great expense for materials. So, when the workmen were gone, he sat down, took out his pocket-book, and busied himself with sketching a plan and making a specification of the expenses that he might show it to Burge the next morning, and set him on persuading the squire to consent. To make a good job of anything, however small, was always a pleasure to Adam, and he sat on a block, with his book resting on a planing table, whistling low every now and then, and turning his head on one side with a just perceptible smile of gratification, of pride too, for if Adam loved a bit of good work, he loved also to think, "I did it." And I believe the only people who are free from that weakness are those who have no work to call their own. It was nearly 7 before he had finished and put on his jacket again, and on giving a last look round, he observed that Seth, who had been working here today, had left his basket of tools behind him. "Why, the lad's forgot his tools," thought Adam, "and he's got to work up at the shop tomorrow. There never was such a chap for wool gathering. He'd leave his head behind him if it was loose. However, it's lucky I've seen him. I'll carry him home." The buildings of the Chase farm lay at one extremity of the Chase, at about 10 minutes' walking distance from the Abbey. Adam had come thither on his pony, intending to ride to the stables and put up his nag on the way home. At the stables he encountered Mr. Craig, who had come to look at the captain's new horse, on which he was to ride away the day after tomorrow, and Mr. Craig detained him to tell how all the servants were to collect at the gate of the courtyard to wish the young squire luck as he rode out, so that by the time Adam had got into the Chase and was striding along with the basket of tools over his shoulder, the sun was on the point of setting, and was sending level crimson rays among the great trunks of the old oaks, and touching every bare patch of ground with a transient glory that made it look like a jewel dropped upon the grass. The wind had fallen now, and there was only enough breeze to stir the delicate-stemmed leaves. Anyone who had been sitting in the house all day would have been glad to walk now. But Adam had been quite enough in the open air to wish to shorten his way home, and he bethought himself that he might do so by striking across the Chase and going through the grove, where he had never been for years. He hurried on across the Chase, stalking along the narrow paths between the fern, with Jip at his heels, not lingering to watch the magnificent changes of the light, hardly once thinking of it, yet feeling its presence in a certain calm, happy awe which mingled itself with his busy working-day thoughts. How could he help feeling it? The very deer felt it, and were more timid. Presently Adam's thoughts recurred to what Mr. Craig had said about Arthur Donnithorne, and pictured his going away, and the changes that might take place before he came back. Then they travelled back affectionately over the old scenes of boyish companionship, and dwelt on Arthur's good qualities, which Adam had a pride in, as we all have in the virtues of the superior who honours us. A nature like Adam's, with a great need of love and reverence in it, depends for so much of its happiness on what it can believe and feel about others. And he had no ideal world of dead heroes. He knew little of the life of men in the past. He must find the beings to whom he could cling with loving admiration among those who came within speech of him. These pleasant thoughts about Arthur brought a milder expression than usual into his keen, rough face. Perhaps they were the reason why, when he opened the old green gate leading into the grove, he paused to pat Jip and say a kind word to him. After that pause, he strode on again along the broad, winding path through the grove. What grand beeches! Adam delighted in a fine tree of all things, As the fisherman's sight is keenest on the sea, so Adam's perceptions were more at home with trees than with other objects. He kept them in his memory as a painter does, with all the flecks and knots in their bark, all the curves and angles of their boughs, and had often calculated the height and contents of a trunk to a nicety as he stood looking at it. No wonder that, notwithstanding his desire to get on, he could not help pausing to look at a curious large beech which he had seen standing before him at a turning in the road, and convince himself that it was not two trees wedded together, but only one. For the rest of his life he remembered that moment when he was calmly examining the beech, as a man remembers his last glimpse of the home where his youth was passed, before the road turned and he saw it no more. The beech stood at the last turning before the grove ended in an archway of boughs that let in the eastern light, and as Adam stepped away from the tree to continue his walk, his eyes fell on two figures about 20 yards before him. He remained as motionless as a statue, and turned almost as pale. The two figures were standing opposite to each other, with clasped hands about to part, and while they were bending to kiss, Jip, who had been running among the brushwood, came out, caught sight of them, and gave a sharp bark. They separated with a start. One hurried through the gate out of the grove, and the other, turning round, walked slowly, with a sort of saunter, towards Adam, who still stood transfixed and pale, clutching tighter the stick with which he held the basket of tools over his shoulder, and looking at the approaching figure with eyes in which amazement was fast turning to fierceness. Arthur Donnithorne looked flushed and excited. He had tried to make unpleasant feelings more bearable by drinking a little more wine than usual at dinner today, and was still enough under its flattering influence to think more lightly of this unwished-for rencontre with Adam than he would otherwise have done. After all, Adam was the best person who could have happened to see him and Hetty together. He was a sensible fellow, and would not babble about it to other people. Arthur felt confident that he could laugh the whole thing off and explain it away. And so he sauntered forward with elaborate carelessness, his flushed face, his evening dress of fine cloth and fine linen, his hands half thrust into his waistcoat pockets, all shone upon by the strange evening light, which the light clouds had caught up even to the zenith, and were now shedding down between the topmost branches above him. Adam was still motionless, looking at him as he came up. He understood it all now, the locket and everything else that had been doubtful to him. A terrible scorching light showed him the hidden letters that changed the meaning of the past. If he had moved a muscle, he must inevitably have sprung upon Arthur like a tiger, and in the conflicting emotions that filled those long moments, he had told himself that he would not give loose to passion, he would only speak the right thing. He stood as if petrified by an unseen force, but the force was his own strong will. "Well, Adam," said Arthur, "you've been looking at the fine old beeches, eh? They're not to be come near by the hatchet, though. This is a sacred grove. I overtook pretty little Hetty Sorrel as I was coming to my den. The hermitage there. She ought not to come home this way so late, so I took care of her to the gate and asked for a kiss for my pains. But I must get back now, for this road is confoundedly damp. Good night, Adam. I shall see you tomorrow. To say good-bye, you know." Arthur was too much preoccupied with the part he was playing himself to be thoroughly aware of the expression in Adam's face. He did not look directly at Adam, but glanced carelessly round at the trees, and then lifted up one foot to look at the sole of his boot. He cared to say no more. He had thrown quite dust enough into honest Adam's eyes, and as he spoke the last words he walked on. "Stop a bit, sir," said Adam in a hard, peremptory voice, without turning round. "I've got a word to say to you." Arthur paused in surprise. Susceptible persons are more affected by a change of tone than by unexpected words, and Arthur had the susceptibility of a nature at once affectionate and vain. He was still more surprised when he saw that Adam had not moved, but stood with his back to him, as if summoning him to return. What did he mean? He was going to make a serious business of this affair. Arthur felt his temper rising. A patronizing disposition always has its meaner side, and in the confusion of his irritation and alarm there entered the feeling that a man to whom he had shown so much favour as to Adam was not in a position to criticize his conduct. And yet he was dominated, as one who feels himself in the wrong always is, by the man whose good opinion he cares for. In spite of pride and temper, there was as much deprecation as anger in his voice when he said, "What do you mean, Adam?" "I mean, sir," answered Adam, in the same harsh voice, still without turning round, "I mean, sir, that you don't deceive me by your light words. This is not the first time you've met Hetty Sorrel in this grove, and this is not the first time you've kissed her." Arthur felt a startled uncertainty how far Adam was speaking from knowledge and how far from mere inference. And this uncertainty, which prevented him from contriving a prudent answer, heightened his irritation. He said in a high, sharp tone, well, sir, what then?" "Why, then, instead of acting like the upright, honourable man we've all believed you to be, you've been acting the part of a selfish, light-minded scoundrel. You know as well as I do what it's to lead to when a gentleman like you kisses and makes love to a young woman like Hetty, and gives her presents as she's frightened for other folks to see. And I say it again, you're acting the part of a selfish, light-minded scoundrel, though it cuts me to the heart to say so, and I'd rather ha' lost my right hand." "Let me tell you, Adam," said Arthur, bridling his growing anger and trying to recur to his careless tone, "you're not only devilishly impertinent, but you're talking nonsense. Every pretty girl is not such a fool as you to suppose that when a gentleman admires her beauty and pays her a little attention, he must mean something particular. Every man likes to flirt with a pretty girl, and every pretty girl likes to be flirted with. The wider the distance between them, the less harm there is, for then she's not likely to deceive herself." "I don't know what you mean by flirting," said Adam, "but if you mean behaving to a woman as if you loved her, and yet not loving her all the while, I say that's not the action of an honest man, and what isn't honest does come to harm. I'm not a fool, and you're not a fool, and you know better than what you're saying. You know it couldn't be made public as you've behaved to Hetty, as you have done, without her losing her character and bringing shame and trouble on her and her relations. What if you meant nothing by your kissing and your presents? Other folks won't believe as you've meant nothing, and don't tell me about her not deceiving herself. I tell you, as you've filled her mind so with the thought of you as it'll mayhap poison her life,
and she'll never love another man as 'ud make her a good husband."
Arthur had felt a sudden relief while Adam was speaking. He perceived that Adam had no positive knowledge of the past, and that there was no irrevocable damage done by this evening's unfortunate rencontre. Adam could still be deceived. The candid Arthur had brought himself into a position in which successful lying was his only hope. The hope allayed his anger a little.
"Well, Adam," he said in a tone of friendly concession, "you're perhaps right. Perhaps I've gone a little too far in taking notice of the pretty little thing and stealing a kiss now and then. You're such a grave, steady fellow, you don't understand the temptation to such trifling. I'm sure I wouldn't bring any trouble or annoyance on her and the good Poysers on any account if I could help it. But I think you look a little too seriously at it. You know I'm going away immediately, so I shan't make any more mistakes of the kind. But let us say good night."
Arthur here turned round to walk on.
"And talk no more about the matter. The whole thing will soon be forgotten."
"No, by God!" Adam burst out with rage that could be controlled no longer, throwing down the basket of tools and striding forward till he was right in front of Arthur. All his jealousy and sense of personal injury, which he had been hitherto trying to keep under, had leaped up and mastered him. What man of us, in the first moments of a sharp agony, could ever feel that the fellow man who has been the medium of inflicting it did not mean to hurt us? In our instinctive rebellion against pain, we are children again, and demand an active will to wreak our vengeance on. Adam at this moment could only feel that he had been robbed of Hetty. Robbed treacherously by the man in whom he had trusted, and he stood close in front of Arthur, with fierce eyes glaring at him, with pale lips and clenched hands. The hard tones in which he had hitherto been constraining himself to express no more than a just indignation, giving way to a deep, agitated voice that seemed to shake him as he spoke. "No, it'll not be soon forgot, as you've come in between her and me, when she might have loved me. It'll not be soon forgot as you've robbed me of my happiness, while I thought you was my best friend and a noble-minded man as I was proud to work for. And you've been kissing her and meant nothing, have you? And I never kissed her in my life, but I'd have worked hard for years for the right to kiss her. And you make light of it? You think little of doing what may damage other folks, so as you get your bit of trifling as means nothing? I throw back your favours, for you're not the man I took you for. I'll never count you my friend any more. I'd rather you'd act as my enemy and fight me where I stand. It's all the amends you can make me." Poor Adam, possessed by rage that could find no other vent, began to throw off his coat and his cap, too blind with passion to notice the change that had taken place in Arthur while he was speaking. Arthur's lips were now as pale as Adam's. His heart was beating violently. The discovery that Adam loved Hetty was a shock which made him, for the moment, see himself in the light of Adam's indignation, and regard Adam's suffering as not merely a consequence, but an element of his error. The words of hatred and contempt, the first he had ever heard in his life, seemed like scorching missiles that were making ineffaceable scars on him. All screening self-excuse, which rarely falls quite away while others respect us, forsook him for an instant, and he stood face to face with the first great irrevocable evil he had ever committed. He was only 21, and 3 months ago
Nay, much later, he had thought proudly that no man should ever be able to reproach him justly. His first impulse, if there had been time for it, would perhaps have been to utter words of propitiation. But Adam had no sooner thrown off his coat and cap than he became aware that Arthur was standing pale and motionless, with his hands still thrust in his waistcoat pockets. "What?" he said. "Won't you fight me like a man? You know I won't strike you while you stand so." "Go away, Adam," said Arthur. "I don't want to fight you." "No," said Adam bitterly, "you don't want to fight me. You think I'm a common man, as you can injure without answering for it." "I never meant to injure you," said Arthur with returning anger. "I didn't know you loved her." "But you've made her love you," said Adam. "You're a double-faced man. I'll never believe a word you say again." "Go away, I'll tell you," said Arthur angrily, "or we shall both repent." "No," said Adam with a convulsed voice. "I swear I won't go away without fighting you." "Do you want provoking any more? I tell you, you're a coward and a scoundrel, and I despise you."
The colour had all rushed back to Arthur's face. In a moment his right hand was clenched, and dealt a blow like lightning, which sent Adam staggering backward. His blood was as thoroughly up as Adam's now, and the two men, forgetting the emotions that had gone before, fought with the instinctive fierceness of panthers in the deepening twilight darkened by the trees. The delicate-handed gentleman was a match for the workman in everything but strength, and Arthur's skill enabled him to protract the struggle for some long moments. But between unarmed men the battle is to the strong, where the strong is no blunderer, and Arthur must sink under a well-planted blow of Adam's as a steel rod is broken by an iron bar. The blow soon came, and Arthur fell, his head lying concealed in a tuft of fern, so that Adam could only discern his darkly clad body. He stood still in the dim light, waiting for Arthur to rise. The blow had been given now, towards which he had been straining all the force of nerve and muscle. And what was the good of it? What had he done by fighting? Only satisfied his own passion, only wreaked his own vengeance. He had not rescued Hetty, nor changed the past. There it was, just as it had been, and he sickened at the vanity of his own rage. But why did Arthur not rise? He was perfectly motionless, and the time seemed long to Adam. Good God, had the blow been too much for him? Adam shuddered at the thought of his own strength, as with the oncoming of this dread he knelt down by Arthur's side and lifted his head from among the fern. There was no sign of life. The eyes and teeth were set. The horror that rushed over Adam completely mastered him and forced upon him its own belief. He could feel nothing but that death was in Arthur's face, and that he was helpless before it. He made not a single movement, but knelt like an image of despair, gazing at an image of death. Chapter 28. A Dilemma. It was only a few minutes measured by the clock, though Adam always thought it had been a long while, before he perceived a gleam of consciousness in Arthur's face, and a slight shiver through his frame. The intense joy that flooded his soul brought back some of the old affection with it. "Do you feel any pain, sir?" he said tenderly, loosening Arthur's cravat. Arthur turned his eyes on Adam with a vague stare, which gave way to a slightly startled motion as if from the shock of returning memory. But he only shivered again and said nothing.
"Do you feel any hurt, sir?" said Adam again, with a trembling in his voice.
Arthur put his hand up to his waistcoat buttons, and when Adam had unbuttoned it, he took a longer breath.
"Lay my head down," he said faintly, "and get me some water if you can."
Adam laid the head down gently on the fern again, and emptying the tools out of the flag basket, hurried through the trees to the edge of the grove bordering on the chase, where a brook ran below the bank. When he returned with his basket leaking but still half full, Arthur looked at him with a more thoroughly reawakened consciousness. "Can you drink a drop out of your hand, sir?" said Adam, kneeling down again to lift up Arthur's head.
"No," said Arthur. "Dip my cravat in and souse it on my head."
The water seemed to do him some good, for he presently raised himself a little higher, resting on Adam's arm. "Do you feel any hurt inside, sir?" Adam asked again.
No hurt," said Arthur, still faintly, "but rather done up." After a while he said, "I suppose I fainted away when you knocked me down."
"Yes, sir, thank God," said Adam. "I thought it was worse."
"What, you thought you'd done for me, eh? Come help me on my legs." "I feel terribly shaky and dizzy," Arthur said as he stood leaning on Adam's arm. "That blow of yours must have come against me like a battering ram. I don't believe I can walk alone."
"Lean on me, sir. I'll get you along," said Adam. "Or will you sit down a bit longer on my coat here, and I'll prop you up? You'll perhaps be better in a minute or two."
"No," said Arthur. "I'll go to the hermitage. I think I've got some brandy there. There's a short road to it, a little farther on, near the gate. If you'll just help me on."
They walked slowly with frequent pauses, but without speaking again. In both of them, the concentration in the present which had attended the first moments of Arthur's revival had now given way to a vivid recollection of the previous scene. It was nearly dark in the narrow path among the trees, but within the circle of fir trees round the hermitage there was room for the growing moonlight to enter in at the windows. Their steps were noiseless on the thick carpet of fir needles, and the outward stillness seemed to heighten their inward consciousness as Arthur took the key out of his pocket and placed it in Adam's hand for him to open the door. Adam had not known before that Arthur had furnished the old hermitage and made it a retreat for himself, and it was a surprise to him when he opened the door to see a snug room with all the signs of frequent habitation. Arthur loosed Adam's arm and threw himself on the ottoman.
"You'll see my hunting bottle somewhere," he said. "A leather case with a bottle and glass in."
Adam was not long in finding the case. "There's very little brandy in it, sir," he said, turning it downwards over the glass, as he held it before the window, "hardly this little glassful."
"Well, give me that,"
said Arthur with the peevishness of physical depression. When he had taken some sips, Adam said, "Hadn't I better run to the house, sir, and get some more brandy? I can be there and back pretty soon. It'll be a stiff walk home for you if you don't have something to revive you."
"Yes, go, but don't say I'm ill. Ask for my man Pym, and tell him to get it from Mills, and not to say I'm at the hermitage. Get some water, too."
Adam was relieved to have an active task, Both of them were relieved to be apart from each other for a short time, but Adam's swift pace could not still the eager pain of thinking, of living again with concentrated suffering through the last wretched hour, and looking out from it over all the new sad future. Arthur lay still for some minutes after Adam was gone, but presently he rose feebly from the ottoman, and peered about slowly in the broken moonlight, seeking something. It was a short bit of wax candle that stood amongst a confusion of writing and drawing materials. There was more searching for the means of lighting the candle, and when that was done, he went cautiously round the room as if wishing to assure himself of the presence or absence of something. At last he found a slight thing, which he first put in his pocket, and then, on a second thought, took out again and thrust deep down into a waste-paper basket. It was a woman's little pink silk neckerchief. He set the candle on the table and threw himself down on the ottoman again, exhausted with the effort. When Adam came back with his supplies, his entrance awoke Arthur from a doze. "That's right," Arthur said. "I'm tremendously in want of some brandy vigour." "I'm glad to see you've got a light, sir," said Adam. "I've been thinking I'd better have asked for a lantern." No, the candle will last long enough. I shall soon be up to walking home now." "I can't go before I've seen you safe home, sir," said Adam hesitatingly. "No, it will be better for you to stay. Sit down." Adam sat down, and they remained opposite to each other in uneasy silence, while Arthur slowly drank brandy and water with visibly renovating effect. He began to lie in a more voluntary position, and looked as if he were less overpowered by bodily sensations. Adam was keenly alive to these indications, and as his anxiety about Arthur's condition began to be allayed, he felt more of that impatience which every one knows who has had his just indignation suspended by the physical state of the culprit. Yet there was one thing on his mind to be done before he could recur to remonstrance. It was to confess what had been unjust in his own words. Perhaps he longed all the more to make this confession, that his indignation might be free again, and as he saw the signs of returning ease in Arthur, the words again and again came to his lips and went back, checked by the thought that it would be better to leave everything till tomorrow. As long as they were silent, they did not look at each other, and a foreboding came across Adam, that if they began to speak as though they remembered the past, if they looked at each other with full recognition, they must take fire again. So they sat in silence till the bit of wax candle flickered low in the socket, the silence all the while becoming more irksome to Adam. Arthur had just poured out some more brandy and water, and he threw one arm behind his head and drew up one leg in an attitude of recovered ease, which was an irresistible temptation to Adam to speak what was on his mind. "You begin to feel more yourself again, sir," he said, as the candle went out, and they were half hidden from each other in the faint moonlight. "Yes, I don't feel good for much. Very lazy and not inclined to move. But I'll go home when I've taken this dose." There was a slight pause before Adam said, "My temper got the better of me, and I said things as wasn't true. I'd no right to speak as if you'd known you was doing me an injury. You'd no grounds for knowing it. I've always kept what I felt for her as secret as I could." He paused again before he went on. "And perhaps I judged you too harsh. I'm apt to be harsh,
and you may have acted out of thoughtlessness more than I should have believed was possible for a man with a heart and a conscience. We're not all put together alike, and we may misjudge one another. God knows it's all the joy I could have now to think the best of you." Arthur wanted to go home without saying any more. He was too painfully embarrassed in mind as well as too weak in body to wish for any further explanation tonight. And yet it was a relief to him that Adam reopened the subject in a way the least difficult for him to answer. Arthur was in the wretched position of an open, generous man who has committed an error which makes deception seem a necessity. The native impulse to give truth in return for truth, to meet trust with frank confession, must be suppressed, and duty was becoming a question of tactics. His deed was reacting upon him, was already governing him tyrannously and forcing him into a course that jarred with his habitual feelings. The only aim that seemed admissible to him now was to deceive Adam to the utmost, to make Adam think better of him than he deserved. And when he heard the words of honest retractation, when he heard the sad appeal with which Adam ended, he was obliged to rejoice in the remains of ignorant confidence it implied. He did not answer immediately, for he had to be judicious and not truthful. "Say no more about our anger, Adam," he said at last, very languidly, for the labour of speech was unwelcome to him. "I forgive your momentary injustice. It was quite natural with the exaggerated notions you had in your mind. We shall be none the worse friends in future, I hope, because we fought. You had the best of it, and that was as it should be. For I believe I've been most in the wrong of the two. Come, let us shake hands." Arthur held out his hand, but Adam sat still. "I don't like to say no to that, sir," he said, "but I can't shake hands till it's clear what we mean by it. I was wrong when I spoke as if you'd done me an injury knowingly, but I wasn't wrong in what I said before about your behaviour to Hetty, and I can't shake hands with you as if I held you my friend the same as ever till you've cleared that up better." Arthur swallowed his pride and resentment as he drew back his hand. He was silent for some moments, and then he said, as indifferently as he could, "I don't know what you mean by clearing up, Adam. I've told you already that you think too seriously of a little flirtation. But if you are right in supposing there is any danger in it, I'm going away on Saturday, and there will be an end of it. As for the pain it has given you, I'm heartily sorry for it. I can say no more." Adam said nothing, but rose from his chair and stood with his face towards one of the windows, as if looking at the blackness of the moonlit fir trees. But he was in reality conscious of nothing but the conflict within him. It was of no use now, his resolution not to speak till tomorrow. He must speak there and then. But it was several minutes before he turned round and stepped nearer to Arthur, standing and looking down on him as he lay. "It'll be better for me to speak plain," he said, with evident effort, "though it's hard work. You see, sir, this isn't a trifle to me, whatever it may be to you. I'm none of them men as can go making love first to one woman and then to another, and don't think it much odds which of 'em I take. What I feel for Hetty's a different sort of love, such as I believe nobody can know much about but them as feel it and God as has given it to 'em. She's more nor everything else to me, all but my conscience and my good name. And if it's true, what you've been saying all along. And if it's only been trifling and flirting, as you call it, as'll be put an end to by your going away, why then I'd wait and hope her heart had turned to me after all. I'm loath to think you'd speak false to me, and I'll believe your word, however things may look."
"You'd be wronging Hetty more than me not to believe it," said Arthur almost violently, starting up from the ottoman and moving away. But he threw himself into a chair again directly, saying more feebly, "You seem to forget that in suspecting me you are casting imputations upon her."
"Nay, sir," Adam said, in a calmer voice, as if he were half relieved, for he was too straightforward to make a distinction between a direct falsehood and an indirect one. "Nay, sir, things don't lie level between Hetty and you. You're acting with your eyes open, whatever you may do. But how do you know what's been in her mind? She's all but a child, as any man with a conscience in him ought to feel bound to take care on. And whatever you may think, I know you've disturbed her mind. I know she's been fixing her heart on you, for there's a many things clear to me now as I didn't understand before. But you seem to make light of what she may feel. You don't think of that."
"Good God, Adam, let me alone!" Arthur burst out impetuously. "I feel it enough without your worrying me."
He was aware of his indiscretion as soon as the words had escaped him. "Well, then, if you feel it," Adam rejoined eagerly, "if you feel as you may have put false notions into her mind and made her believe as you loved her when all the while you meant nothing, I've this demand to make of you. I'm not speaking for myself, but for her. I ask you to undeceive her before you go away. You aren't going away forever, and if you leave her behind with a notion in her head of your feeling about her the same as she feels about you, she'll be hankering after you, and the mischief may get worse. It may be a smart to her now, but it'll save her pain in the end. I ask you to write a letter. You may trust to my seeing as she gets it. Tell her the truth, and take blame to yourself for behaving as you'd no right to do to a young woman as isn't your equal. I speak plain, sir, but I can't speak any other way. There's nobody can take care of Hetty in this thing but me."
"I can do what I think needful in the matter," said Arthur, more and more irritated by mingled distress and perplexity, "without giving promises to you. I shall take what measures I think proper."
"No," said Adam, in an abrupt, decided tone, "that won't do. I must know what ground I'm treading on. I must be safe as you've put an end to what ought never to have been begun. I don't forget what's owing to you as a gentleman, but in this thing we're man and man, and I can't give up."
There was no answer for some moments. Then Arthur said, "I'll see you tomorrow. I can bear no more now. I'm ill." He rose as he spoke and reached his cap as if intending to go.
"You won't see her again," Adam exclaimed with a flash of recurring anger and suspicion, moving towards the door and placing his back against it. "Either tell me she can never be my wife, tell me you've been lying, or else promise me what I've said."
Adam, uttering this alternative, stood like a terrible fate before Arthur, who had moved forward a step or two, and now stopped, faint, shaken, sick in mind and body. It seemed long to both of them, that inward struggle of Arthur's before he said feebly, "I promise. Let me go." Adam moved away from the door and opened it, but when Arthur reached the step, he stopped again and leaned against the doorpost. "You're not well enough to walk alone, sir," said Adam. "Take my arm again." Arthur made no answer, and presently walked on, Adam following. But after a few steps he stood still again and said coldly, "I believe I must trouble you. It's getting late now, and there may be an alarm set up about me at home." Adam gave his arm, and they walked on without uttering a word, till they came where the basket and the tools lay. "I must pick up the tools, sir," Adam said. "They're my brother's. I doubt they'll be rusted. If you'll please to wait a minute." Arthur stood still without speaking, and no other word passed between them till they were at the side entrance, where he hoped to get in without being seen by anyone. He said then, "Thank you. I needn't trouble you any further." "What time will it be convenient for me to see you tomorrow, sir?" said Adam. "You may send me word that you're here at 5 o'clock, said Arthur. "Not before." "Good night, sir," said Adam, but he heard no reply. Arthur had turned into the house. Chapter 29. The next morning. Arthur did not pass a sleepless night. He slept long and well, for sleep comes to the perplexed, if the perplexed are only weary enough. But at 7 he rang his bell and astonished Pym by declaring he was going to get up and must have breakfast brought to him at 8. "And see that my mare is saddled at 8:30, and tell my grandfather when he's down that I'm better this morning and am gone for a ride." He had been awake an hour, and could rest in bed no longer. In bed our yesterdays are too oppressive. If a man can only get up, though it be but to whistle or to smoke, he has a present which offers some resistance to the past, sensations which assert themselves against tyrannous memories. And if there were such a thing as taking averages of feeling, it would certainly be found that in the hunting and shooting seasons, regret, self-reproach, and mortified pride weigh lighter on country gentlemen than in late spring and summer. Arthur felt that he should be more of a man on horseback. Even the presence of Pym, waiting on him with the usual deference, was a reassurance to him after the scenes of yesterday. For, with Arthur's sensitiveness to opinion, the loss of Adam's respect was a shock to his self-contentment, which suffused his imagination with the sense that he had sunk in all eyes, as a sudden shock of fear from some real peril makes a nervous woman afraid even to step, because all her perceptions are suffused with a sense of danger. Arthur's, as you know, was a loving nature. Deeds of kindness were as easy to him as a bad habit. They were the common issue of his weaknesses and good qualities, of his egoism and his sympathy. He didn't like to witness pain, and he liked to have grateful eyes beaming on him as the giver of pleasure. When he was a lad of 7, he one day kicked down an old gardener's pitcher of broth, from no motive but a kicking impulse, not reflecting that it was the old man's dinner. But on learning that sad fact, he took his favourite pencil case and a silver-hafted knife out of his pocket and offered them as compensation. He had been the same Arthur ever since, trying to make all offences forgotten in benefits. If there were any bitterness in his nature, it could only show itself against the man who refused to be conciliated by him. And perhaps the time was come for some of that bitterness to rise. At the first moment, Arthur had felt pure distress and self-reproach at discovering that Adam's happiness was involved in his relation to Hetty. If there had been a possibility of making Adam tenfold amends, if deeds of gift or any other deeds could have restored Adam's contentment and regard for him as a benefactor, Arthur would not only have executed them without hesitation, but would have felt bound all the more closely to Adam, and would never have been weary of making retribution. But Adam could receive no amends. His suffering could not be cancelled. His respect and affection could not be recovered by any prompt deeds of atonement. He stood like an immovable obstacle against which no pressure could avail, an embodiment of what Arthur most shrank from believing in, the irrevocableness of his own wrongdoing. The words of scorn, the refusal to shake hands, the mastery asserted over him in their last conversation in the hermitage, above all, the sense of having been knocked down, to which a man does not very well reconcile himself, even under the most heroic circumstances, pressed on him with a galling pain which was stronger than compunction. Arthur would so gladly have persuaded himself that he had done no harm, and if no one had told him the contrary, he could have persuaded himself so much better. Nemesis can seldom forge a sword for herself out of our consciences, out of the suffering we feel in the suffering we may have caused. There is rarely metal enough there to make an effective weapon. Our moral sense learns the manners of good society and smiles when others smile. But when some rude person gives rough names to our actions, she is apt to take part against us. And so it was with Arthur. Adam's judgment of him, Adam's grating words, disturbed his self-soothing arguments. Not that Arthur had been at ease before Adam's discovery. Struggles and resolves had transformed themselves into compunction and anxiety. He was distressed for Hetty's sake, and distressed for his own, that he must leave her behind. He had always, both in making and breaking resolutions, looked beyond his passion, and seen that it must speedily end in separation. But his nature was too ardent and tender for him not to suffer at this parting, and on Hetty's account he was filled with uneasiness. He had found out the dream in which she was living, that she was to be a lady in silks and satins, and when he had first talked to her about his going away, she had asked him tremblingly to let her go with him and be married. It was his painful knowledge of this which had given the most exasperating sting to Adam's reproaches. He had said no word with the purpose of deceiving her. Her vision was all spun by her own childish fancy. But he was obliged to confess to himself that it was spun half out of his own actions. And to increase the mischief, on this last evening he had not dared to hint the truth to Hetty. He had been obliged to soothe her with tender, hopeful words, lest he should throw her into violent distress. He felt the situation acutely, felt the sorrow of the dear thing in the present, and thought with a darker anxiety of the tenacity which her feelings might have in the future. That was the one sharp point which pressed against him. Every other he could evade by hopeful self-persuasion. The whole thing had been secret. The Poysers had not the shadow of a suspicion. No one, except Adam,
knew anything of what had passed. No one else was likely to know, for Arthur had impressed on Hetty that it would be fatal to betray by word or look that there had been the least intimacy between them. And Adam, who knew half their secret, would rather help them to keep it than betray it. It was an unfortunate business altogether, but there was no use in making it worse than it was by imaginary exaggerations and forebodings of evil that might never come. The temporary sadness for Hetty was the worst consequence. He resolutely turned away his eyes from any bad consequence that was not demonstrably inevitable. But Hetty might have had the trouble in some other way, if not in this. And perhaps hereafter he might be able to do a great deal for her and make up to her for all the tears she would shed about him. She would owe the advantage of his care for her in future years to the sorrow she had incurred now. So good comes out of evil. Such is the beautiful arrangement of things. Are you inclined to ask whether this can be the same Arthur who 2 months ago had that freshness of feeling, that delicate honour which shrinks from wounding even a sentiment, and does not contemplate any more positive offence as possible for it? Who thought that his own self-respect was a higher tribunal than any external opinion? The same, I assure you, only under different conditions. Our deeds determine us as much as we determine our deeds, and until we know what has been, or what will be, the peculiar combination of outward with inward facts, which constitutes a man's critical actions, it will be better not to think ourselves wise about his character. There is a terrible coercion in our deeds, which may first turn the honest man into a deceiver, and then reconcile him to the change, for this reason, that the second wrong presents itself to him in the guise of the only practicable right. The action which before commission has been seen with that blended common sense and fresh untarnished feeling which is the healthy eye of the soul, is looked at afterwards with the lens of apologetic ingenuity, through which all things that men call beautiful and ugly are seen to be made up of textures very much alike. Europe adjusts itself to a fait accompli, and so does an individual character, until the placid adjustment is disturbed by a convulsive retribution. No man can escape this vitiating effect of an offence against his own sentiment of right, and the effect was the stronger in Arthur because of that very need of self-respect which, whilst his conscience was still at ease, was one of his best safeguards. Self-accusation was too painful to him. He could not face it. He must persuade himself that he had not been very much to blame. He began even to pity himself for the necessity he was under of deceiving Adam. It was a course so opposed to the honesty of his own nature. But then it was the only right thing to do. Well, whatever had been amiss in him, he was miserable enough in consequence. Miserable about Hetty, miserable about this letter that he had promised to write, and that seemed at one moment to be a gross barbarity, and at another perhaps the greatest kindness he could do to her. And across all this reflection would dart every now and then a sudden impulse of passionate defiance towards all consequences. He would carry Hetty away, and all other considerations might go to... In this state of mind, the four walls of his room made an intolerable prison to him. They seemed to hem in and press down upon him all the crowd of contradictory thoughts and conflicting feelings, some of which would fly away in the open air. He had only an hour or two to make up his mind in, and he must get clear and calm. Once on Meg's back, in the fresh air of that fine morning, he should be more master of the situation. The pretty creature arched her bay neck in the sunshine and pawed the gravel, and trembled with pleasure when her master stroked her nose and patted her, and talked to her even in a more caressing tone than usual. He loved her the better because she knew nothing of his secrets. But Meg was quite as well acquainted with her master's mental state as many others of her sex with the mental condition of the nice young gentlemen towards whom their hearts are in a state of fluttering expectation. Arthur cantered for 5 miles beyond the Chase, till he was at the foot of a hill where there were no hedges or trees to hem in the road. Then he threw the bridle on Meg's neck and prepared to make up his mind. Hetty knew that their meeting yesterday must be the last before Arthur went away. There was no possibility of their contriving another without exciting suspicion, and she was like a frightened child, unable to think of anything, only able to cry at the mention of parting, and then put her face up to have the tears kissed away. He could do nothing but comfort her and lull her into dreaming on. A letter would be a dreadfully abrupt way of awakening her. Yet there was truth in what Adam said, that it would save her from a lengthened delusion which might be worse than a sharp, immediate pain. That it was the only way of satisfying Adam, who must be satisfied for more reasons than one. If he could have seen her again! But that was impossible. There was such a thorny hedge of hindrances between them, and an imprudence would be fatal. And yet, if he could see her again, what good would it do? Only cause him to suffer more from the sight of her distress and the remembrance of it. Away from him, she was surrounded by all the motives to self-control. A sudden dread here fell like a shadow across his imagination, the dread lest she should do something violent in her grief, and close upon that dread came another, which deepened the shadow. But he shook them off with the force of youth and hope. What was the ground for painting the future in that dark way? It was just as likely to be the reverse. Arthur told himself he did not deserve that things should turn out badly. He had never meant beforehand to do anything his conscience disapproved. He had been led on by circumstances. There was a sort of implicit confidence in him that he was really such a good fellow at bottom. Providence would not treat him harshly. At all events, he couldn't help what would come now. All he could do was to take what seemed the best course at the present moment, and he persuaded himself that that course was to make the way open between Adam and Hetty. Her heart might really turn to Adam, as he said, after a while, and in that case there would have been no great harm done, since it was still Adam's ardent wish to make her his wife. To be sure, Adam was deceived in a way that Arthur would have resented as a deep wrong if it had been practised on himself. That was a reflection that marred the consoling prospect. Arthur's cheeks even burned in mingled shame and irritation at the thought. But what could a man do in such a dilemma? He was bound in honour to say no word that could injure Hetty. His first duty was to guard her. He would never have told or acted a lie on his own account. Good
God, what a miserable fool he was to have brought himself into such a dilemma. And yet, if ever a man had excuses, he had. Pity that consequences are determined not by excuses, but by actions. Well, the letter must be written. It was the only means that promised a solution of the difficulty. The tears came into Arthur's eyes as he thought of Hetty reading it, but it would be almost as hard for him to write it. He was not doing anything easy to himself, and this last thought helped him to arrive at a conclusion. He could never deliberately have taken a step which inflicted pain on another and left himself at ease. Even a movement of jealousy at the thought of giving up Hetty to Adam went to convince him that he was making a sacrifice. When once he had come to this conclusion, he turned Meg round and set off home again in a canter. The letter should be written the first thing, and the rest of the day would be filled up with other business. He should have no time to look behind him. Happily, Irwine and Gawain were coming to dinner, and by 12 o'clock the next day he should have left the chase miles behind him. There was some security in this constant occupation against an uncontrollable impulse seizing him to rush to Hetty and thrust into her hand some mad proposition that would undo everything. Faster and faster went the sensitive Meg at every slight sign from her rider, till the canter had passed into a swift gallop. "I thought they said the young master well took ill last night," said sour old John, the groom, at dinner-time in the servants' hall. "He's been riding fit to split the mare in two this forenoon." "That's happen one of the symptoms, John," said the facetious coachman. "Then I wish he would let blood for it, that's all," said John grimly. Adam had been early at the chase to know how Arthur was, and had been relieved from all anxiety about the effects of his blow by learning that he was gone out for a ride. At 5 o'clock he was punctually there again, and sent up word of his arrival. In a few minutes Pym came down with a letter in his hand, and gave it to Adam, saying that the captain was too busy to see him, and had written everything he had to say. The letter was directed to Adam, but he went out of doors again before opening it. It contained a sealed enclosure directed to Hetty. On the inside of the cover Adam read, "In the enclosed letter I have written everything you wish. I leave it to you to decide whether you will be doing best to deliver it to Hetty or to return it to me. Ask yourself once more whether you are not taking a measure which may pain her more than mere silence. There is no need for our seeing each other again now. We shall meet with better feelings some months hence. A.D." "Perhaps he's i' the right on not to see me," thought Adam. "It's no use meeting to say more hard words. And it's no use meeting to shake hands and say we're friends again. We're not friends, and it's better not to pretend it. I know forgiveness is a man's duty, but to my thinking that can only mean as you're to give up all thoughts of taking revenge. It can never mean as you're to have your old feelings back again, for that's not possible. He's not the same man to me, and I can't feel the same towards him. God help me, I don't know whether I feel the same towards anybody. I seem as if I'd been measuring my work from a false line, and had got it all to measure over again." But the question about delivering the letter to Hetty soon absorbed Adam's thoughts. Arthur had procured some relief to himself by throwing the decision on Adam with a warning, and Adam, who was not given to hesitation, hesitated here. He determined to feel his way, to ascertain as well as he could what was Hetty's state of mind before he decided on delivering the letter. Chapter 30. The Delivery of the Letter. The next Sunday, Adam joined the Poysers on their way out of church, hoping for an invitation to go home with them. He had the letter in his pocket, and was anxious to have an opportunity of talking to Hetty alone. He could not see her face at church, for she had changed her seat, and when he came up to her to shake hands, her manner was doubtful and constrained. He expected this, for it was the first time she had met him since she had been aware that he had seen her with Arthur in the grove. "Come, you go on with us, Adam," Mr. Poyser said when they reached the turning. And as soon as they were in the fields, Adam ventured to offer his arm to Hetty. The children soon gave them an opportunity of lingering behind a little, and then Adam said, "Will you contrive for me to walk out in the garden a bit with you this evening, if it keeps fine, Hetty? I've something particular to talk to you about." Hetty said, "Very well." She was really as anxious as Adam was that she should have some private talk with him. She wondered what he thought of her and Arthur. He must have seen them kissing, she knew, but she had no conception of the scene that had taken place between Arthur and Adam. Her first feeling had been that Arthur would be very angry with her, and perhaps would tell her aunt and uncle, but it never entered her mind that he would dare to say anything to Captain Donnithorne. It was a relief to her that he behaved so kindly to her today, and wanted to speak to her alone, for she had trembled when she found he was going home with them, lest he should mean to tell. But now he wanted to talk to her by herself. She should learn what he thought and what he meant to do. She felt a certain confidence that she could persuade him not to do anything she did not want him to do. She could perhaps even make him believe that she didn't care for Arthur, and as long as Adam thought there was any hope of her having him, he would do just what she liked, she knew. Besides, she must go on seeming to encourage Adam, lest her uncle and aunt should be angry and suspect her of having some secret lover. Hetty's little brain was busy with this combination as she hung on Adam's arm and said yes or no to some slight observations of his about the many hawthorn berries there would be for the birds this next winter, and the low-hanging clouds that would hardly hold up till morning. And when they rejoined her aunt and uncle, she could pursue her thoughts without interruption, for Mr. Poyser held that though a young man might like to have the woman he was courting on his arm, he would nevertheless be glad of a little reasonable talk about business the while, and for his own part he was curious to hear the most recent news about the Chase farm. So through the rest of the walk he claimed Hetty's conversation for himself, and Hetty laid her small plots and imagined her little scenes of cunning blandishment as she walked along by the hedgerows on honest Adam's arm, quite as well as if she had been an elegantly clad coquette alone in her boudoir. For if a country beauty in clumsy shoes be only shallow-hearted enough, it is astonishing how closely her mental processes may resemble those of a lady in society and crinoline who applies her refined intellect to the problem of committing indiscretions without compromising herself. Perhaps the resemblance was not much the less because Hetty felt very unhappy all the while. The parting with Arthur was a double pain to her, Mingling with the tumult of passion and vanity, there was a dim, undefined fear that the future might shape itself in some way quite unlike her dream. She clung to the comforting, hopeful words Arthur had uttered in their last meeting. "I shall come again at Christmas, and then we will see what can be done." She clung to the belief that he was so fond of her, he would never be happy without her. And she still hugged her secret that a great gentleman loved her with gratified pride as a superiority over all the girls she knew. But the uncertainty of the future, the possibilities to which she could give no shape, began to press upon her like the invisible weight of air. She was alone on her little island of dreams, and all around her was the dark, unknown water where Arthur was gone. She could gather no elation of spirits now by looking forward, but only by looking backward, to build confidence on past words and caresses. But occasionally, since Thursday evening, her dim anxieties had been almost lost behind the more definite fear that Adam might betray what he knew to her uncle and aunt. And his sudden proposition to talk with her alone had set her thoughts to work in a new way. She was eager not to lose this evening's opportunity, and after tea, when the boys were going into the garden and Totty begged to go with them, Hetty said with an alacrity that surprised Mrs. Poyser, "I'll go with her, aunt." It did not seem at all surprising that Adam said he would go too, and soon he and Hetty were left alone together on the walk by the filbert trees, while the boys were busy elsewhere gathering the large unripe nuts to play at cob-nut with. And Totty was watching them with a puppy-like air of contemplation. It was but a short time, hardly 2 months, since Adam had had his mind filled with delicious hopes as he stood by Hetty's side in this garden. The remembrance of that scene had often been with him since Thursday evening. The sunlight through the apple-tree boughs, the red bunches, and Hetty's sweet blush. It came importunately now on this sad evening with the low-hanging clouds, but he tried to suppress it, lest some emotion should impel him to say more than was needful for Hetty's sake. "After what I saw on Thursday night, Hetty," he began, "you won't think me making too free in what I'm going to say. If you was being courted by any man as'd make you his wife, and I'd known you was fond of him and meant to have him, I should have no right to speak a word to you about it. But when I see you're being made love to by a gentleman as can never marry you, and doesn't think o' marrying you, I feel bound to interfere for you. I can't speak about it to them as are i' the place of your parents, for that might bring worse trouble than's needful." Adam's words relieved one of Hetty's fears, but they also carried a meaning which sickened her with a strengthened foreboding. She was pale and trembling, and yet she would have angrily contradicted Adam if she had dared to betray her feelings. But she was silent. "You're so young, you know, Hetty," he went on almost tenderly, "and you haven't seen much of what goes on in the world. It's right for me to do what I can to save you from getting into trouble for want of your knowing where you're being led to. If anybody besides me knew what I know about your meeting a gentleman and having fine presents from him, they'd speak light on you, and you'd lose your character. And besides that, you'll have to suffer in your feelings with giving your love to a man as can never marry you, so as he might take care of you all your life." Adam paused and looked at Hetty, who was plucking the leaves from the filbert trees and tearing them up in her hand. Her little plans and preconcerted speeches had all forsaken her like an ill-learnt lesson, under the terrible agitation produced by Adam's words. There was a cruel force in their calm certainty which threatened to grapple and crush her flimsy hopes and fancies. She wanted to resist them. She wanted to throw them off with angry contradiction, but the determination to conceal what she felt still governed her. It was nothing more than a blind prompting now, for she was unable to calculate the effect of her words. "You've no right to say as I love him," she said faintly but impetuously, plucking another rough leaf and tearing it up. She was very beautiful in her paleness and agitation, with her dark, childish eyes dilated, and her breath shorter than usual. Adam's heart yearned over her as he looked at her. Ah, if he could but comfort her, and soothe her, and save her from this pain! If he had but some sort of strength that would enable him to rescue her poor troubled mind, as he would have rescued her body in the face of all danger. "I doubt it must be so, Hetty," she said tenderly, "for I canna believe you'd let any man kiss you by yourselves, and give you a gold box with his hair, and go a-walking i' the grove to meet him, if you didna love him. I'm not blaming you, for I know it'd begin by little and little, till at last you'd not be able to throw it off. It's him I blame for stealing your love i' that way, when he knew he could never make you the right amends. He's been trifling with you, and making a plaything of you, and caring nothing about you as a man ought to care." "Yes, he does care for me. I know better nor you," Hetty burst out. Everything was forgotten but the pain and anger she felt at Adam's words. "Nay, Hetty," said Adam, "if he'd cared for you rightly, he'd never have behaved so. He told me himself he meant nothing by his kissing and presents, and he wanted to make me believe as you thought light of him too. But I know better nor that. I can't help thinking as you've been trusting to his loving you well enough to marry you, for all he's a gentleman. And that's why I must speak to you about it, Hetty, for fear you should be deceiving yourself. It's never entered his head, the thought of marrying you." "How do you know? How durst you say so?" said Hetty, pausing in her walk and trembling. The terrible decision of Adam's tone shook her with fear. She had no presence of mind left for the reflection that Arthur would have his reasons for not telling the truth to Adam. Her words and look were enough to determine Adam. He must give her the letter. "Perhaps you can't believe me, Hetty, because you think too well of him, because you think he loves you better than he does. But I've got a letter in my pocket, as he wrote himself, for me to give you. I've not read the letter, but he says he's told you the truth in it. But before I give you the letter, consider, Hetty, and don't let it take too much hold on you. It wouldn't have been good for you if he'd wanted to do such a mad thing as marry you. It'd have led to no happiness at the end." Hetty said nothing. She felt a revival of hope at the mention of a letter which Adam had not read. There would be something quite different in it from what he thought. Adam took out the letter, but held it in his hand still, while he said in a tone of tender entreaty, "Don't you bear me ill will, Hetty, because I'm the means of bringing you this pain. God knows I'd have borne a good deal worse for the sake of sparing it you. And think, there's nobody but me knows about this, and I'll take care of you as if I was your brother. You're the same as ever to me, for I don't believe you've done any wrong knowingly." Hetty had laid her hand on the letter, But Adam did not loose it till he had done speaking. She took no notice of what he said. She had not listened. But when he loosed the letter, she put it in her pocket without opening it, and then began to walk more quickly, as if she wanted to go in. "You're in the right not to read it just yet," said Adam. "Read it when you're by yourself. But stay out a little longer, and let us call the children. You look so white and ill, your aunt mayn't take notice of it." Hetty heard the warning. It recalled to her the necessity of rallying her native powers of concealment, which had half given way under the shock of Adam's words. And she had the letter in her pocket. She was sure there was comfort in that letter, in spite of Adam. She ran to find Totty, and soon reappeared with recovered colour, leading Totty, who was making a sour face because she had been obliged to throw away an unripe apple that she had set her small teeth in. "Hey, Totty," said Adam, "come and ride on my shoulder, ever so high. You'll touch the tops of the trees." What little child ever refused to be comforted by that glorious sense of being seized strongly and swung upward? I don't believe Ganymede cried when the eagle carried him away and perhaps deposited him on Jove's shoulder at the end. Totty smiled down complacently from her secure height, and pleasant was the sight to the mother's eyes as she stood at the house door and saw Adam coming with his small burden. "Bless your sweet face, my pet," she said, the mother's strong love filling her keen eyes with mildness as Totty leaned forward and put out her arms. She had no eyes for Hetty at that moment, and only said, without looking at her, "You go and draw some ale, Hetty. The gells are both at the cheese." After the ale had been drawn, and her uncle's pipe lighted, there was Totty to be taken to bed, and brought down again in her nightgown, because she would cry instead of going to sleep. Then there was supper to be got ready, and Hetty must be continually in the way to give help. Adam stayed till he knew Mrs. Poyser expected him to go, engaging her and her husband in talk as constantly as he could, for the sake of leaving Hetty more at ease. He lingered because he wanted to see her safely through that evening, and he was delighted to find how much self-command she showed. He knew she had not had time to read the letter, but he did not know she was buoyed up by a secret hope that the letter would contradict everything he had said. It was hard work for him to leave her, hard to think that he should not know for days how she was bearing her trouble. But he must go at last, and all he could do was to press her hand gently as he said good-bye, and hope that she would take that as a sign that if his love could ever be a refuge for her, it was there the same as ever. How busy his thoughts were as he walked home, in devising pitying excuses for her folly, in referring all her weakness to the sweet lovingness of her nature, in blaming Arthur with less and less inclination to admit that his conduct might be extenuated too. His exasperation at Hetty's suffering, and also at the sense that she was possibly thrust for ever out of his own reach, deafened him to any plea for the miscalled friend who had wrought this misery. Adam was a clear-sighted, fair-minded man, a fine fellow indeed, morally as well as physically. But if Aristides the Just was ever in love and jealous, he was at that moment not perfectly magnanimous. And I cannot pretend that Adam in these painful days felt nothing but righteous indignation and loving pity. He was bitterly jealous, and in proportion as his love made him indulgent in his judgment of Hetty, the bitterness found a vent in his feeling towards Arthur. Her head was all as likely to be turned, he thought, when a gentleman, with his fine manners and fine clothes, and his white hands and that way of talking gentlefolks have, came about her, making up to her in a bold way as a man couldn't do that was only her equal. And it's much if she'll ever like a common man now. He could not help drawing his own hands out of his pocket and looking at them, at the hard palms and the broken fingernails. I'm a roughish fellow altogether. I don't know, now I come to think on't, what there is much for a woman to like about me. And yet I might have got another wife easy enough if I hadn't set my heart on her. But it's little matter what other women think about me, if she can't love me. She might have loved me, perhaps, as likely as any other man. There's nobody hereabouts as I'm afraid of, if he hadn't come between us. But now I shall belike be hateful to her because I'm so different to him. And yet there's no telling. She may turn round the other way when she finds he's made light of her all the while. She may come to feel the valley of a man as 'ud be thankful to be bound to her all his life. But I must put up with it, whichever way it is. I've only to be thankful it's been no worse. I am not the only man that's got to do without much happiness of this life. There's many a good bit of work done with a bad heart. It's God's will, and that's enough for us. We shouldn't know better how things ought to be than he does, I reckon, if we was to spend our lives puzzling. But it would have gone near to spoil my work for me if I'd seen her brought to sorrow and shame, and through the man as I've always been proud to think on. Since I've been spared that, I've no right to grumble. When a man's got his limbs whole, he can bear a smart cut or two. As Adam was getting over a stile at this point in his reflections, he perceived a man walking along the field before him. He knew it was Seth, returning from an evening preaching, and made haste to overtake him. "I thought thee'd be at home before me," he said, as Seth turned round to wait for him, "for I'm later than usual tonight." "Well, I'm later too, for I got into talk after meeting with John Barnes, who has lately professed himself in a state of perfection, and I'd a question to ask him about his experience. It's one of them subjects that lead you further than you expect. They don't lie along the straight road." They walked along together in silence 2 or 3 minutes. Adam was not inclined to enter into the subtleties of religious experience, but he was inclined to interchange a word or two of brotherly affection and confidence with Seth. That was a rare impulse in him, much as the brothers loved each other. They hardly ever spoke of personal matters or uttered more than an allusion to their family troubles. Adam was by nature reserved in all matters of feeling, and Seth felt a certain timidity towards his more practical brother. "Seth, lad," Adam said, putting his arm on his brother's shoulder, "hast heard anything from Dinah Morris since she went away?" "Yes," said Seth. "She told me I might write her word after a while, how we went on, and how mother bore up under her trouble. So I wrote to her a fortnight ago, and told her about thee having a new employment, and how mother was more contented. And last Wednesday, when I called at the post at Treddleston, I found a letter from her. I think thee'd perhaps like to read it, but I didn't say anything about it, because thee seemed so full of other things. It's quite easy to read. She writes wonderful for a woman." Seth had drawn the letter from his pocket and held it out to Adam, who said, as he took it, "Aye, lad, I've got a tough load to carry just now. Thee mustna take it ill if I'm a bit silenter and crustier nor usual."
trouble doesn't make me care the less for thee. I know we shall stick together to the last. I take no ill of thee, Adam. I know well enough what it means if thee't a bit short with me now and then."
"There's mother opening the door to look out for us," said Adam as they mounted the slope. "She's been sitting in the dark as usual."
"Well, Gyp, well, art glad to see me?"
Lisbeth went in again quickly and lighted a candle, for she had heard the welcome rustling of footsteps on the grass before Gyp's joyful bark.
"Eh, my lads, thou was one ne'er so long since I were born as they'n been this blessed Sunday night. What can ye both have been doing till this time?"
"They shouldn't sit in the dark, mother," said Adam. "That makes the time seem longer."
"Eh, what am I to do with burning candle of a Sunday when there's only me, and it's sin to do a bit of knitting? The daylight's long enough for me to stare at a book as I canna read. It'd be a fine way of shortening the time to make it waste the good candle. But which on you's for hand supper? You mun either be clemmed or full, I should think, seeing what time of night it is."
"I'm hungry, mother," said Seth, seating himself at the little table which had been spread ever since it was light. "I've had my supper," said Adam. "Here, Gyp," he added, taking some cold potato from the table and rubbing the rough grey head that looked up towards him.
"Thee needs to be gieing the dog," said Lisbeth, "and fed him well already. I'm not like to forget him, I reckon, when he's all of thee I can get sight on."
"Come then, Gyp," said Adam, "we'll go to bed. Good night, mother. I'm very tired."
"What ails him, dost know?"
Lisbeth said to Seth when Adam was gone upstairs.
"He's like as if he was struck for death this day or two. He's so cast down. I found him at a shop this forenoon after thee wast gone, a-sitting and doing nothing. Not so much as a book afore him."
"He's a deal of work upon him just now, mother," said Seth, "and I think he's a bit troubled in his mind. Don't you take notice of it, because it hurts him when you do. Be as kind to him as you can, mother, and don't say anything to vex him."
"Eh, what dost talk o' my vexing him? And what am I like to be but kind? I'll make him a kettle cake for breakfast i' the morning."
Adam, meanwhile, was reading Dinah's letter by the light of his dip candle. "Dear brother Seth, your letter lay 3 days beyond my knowing of it at the post, for I had not money enough by me to pay the carriage. This being a time of great need and sickness here, with the rains that have fallen, as if the windows of heaven were opened again, and to lay by money from day to day in such a time when there are so many in present need of all things would be a want of trust like the laying up of the manna. I speak of this because I would not have you think me slow to answer, or that I had small joy in your rejoicing at the worldly good that has befallen your brother Adam. The honour and love you bear him is nothing but meet, for God has given him great gifts, and he uses them as the patriarch Joseph did, who, when he was exalted to a place of power and trust, yet yearned with tenderness towards his parent and his younger brother. My heart is knit to your aged mother, since it was granted me to be near her in the day of trouble. Speak to her of me, and tell her I often bear her in my thoughts at evening time, when I am sitting in the dim light as I did with her, and we held one another's hands, and I spoke the words of comfort that were given to me. Ah, that is a blessed time, isn't it, Seth, when the outward light is fading and the body is a little wearied with its work and its labour. Then the inward light shines the brighter, and we have a deeper sense of resting on the divine strength. I sit on my chair in the dark room and close my eyes, and it is as if I was out of the body and could feel no want for evermore. For then the very hardship and the sorrow and the blindness and the sin I have beheld and been ready to weep over, yea, all the anguish of the children of men, which sometimes wraps me round like sudden darkness, I can bear with a willing pain, as if I was sharing the Redeemer's cross. For I feel it, infinite love is suffering too. Yea, in the fullness of knowledge it suffers, it yearns, it mourns, and that is a blind self-seeking which wants to be freed from the sorrow wherewith the whole creation groaneth and travaileth. Surely it is not true blessedness to be free from sorrow while there is sorrow and sin in the world. Sorrow is then a part of love, and love does not seek to throw it off. It is not the Spirit only that tells me this. I see it in the whole work and word of the gospel. Is there not pleading in heaven? Is not the man of sorrows there in that crucified body wherewith he ascended? And is he not one with the infinite love itself, as our love is one with our sorrow? These thoughts have been much borne in of me of late, and I have seen with new clearness the meaning of those words, "If any man love me, let him take up my cross." I have heard this enlarged on as if it meant the troubles and persecutions we bring on ourselves by confessing Jesus. But surely that is a narrow thought. The true cross of the Redeemer was the sin and sorrow of this world. That was what lay heavy on his heart, and that is the cross we shall share with him. That is the cup we must drink of with him, if we would have any part in that divine love which is one with his sorrow. In my outward lot, which you ask about, I have all things and abound. I have had constant work in the mill, though some of the other hands have been turned off for a time, and my body is greatly strengthened, so that I feel little weariness after long walking and speaking. What you say about staying in your own country with your mother and brother shows me that you have a true guidance. Your lot is appointed there by a clear showing, and to seek a greater blessing elsewhere would be like laying a false offering on the altar and expecting the fire from heaven to kindle it. My work and my joy are here among the hills, and I sometimes think I cling too much to my life among the people here, and should be rebellious if I was called away. I was thankful for your tidings about the dear friends at the Hall Farm, for though I sent them a letter by my aunt's desire after I came back from my sojourn among them, I have had no word from them. My aunt has not the pen of a ready writer, and the work of the house is sufficient for the day, for she is weak in body. My heart cleaves to her and her children as the nearest of all to me in the flesh, yea, and to all in that house. I am carried away to them constantly in my sleep, and often in the midst of work, and even of speech. The thought of them is borne in on me as if they were in need and trouble, which yet is dark to me. There may be some leading here, but I wait to be taught. You say they are all well. We shall see each other again in the body, I trust, though it may be not for a long while, for the brethren and sisters at Leeds are desirous to have me for a short space among them when I have a door opened me again to leave Snowfield. Farewell, dear brother, and yet not farewell, for those children of God whom it has been granted to see each other face to face, and to hold communion together, and to feel the same Spirit working in both, can never more be sundered, though the hills may lie between.
for their souls are enlarged for evermore by that union, and they bear one another about in their thoughts continually, as it were a new strength. Your faithful sister and fellow worker in Christ, Dinah Morris. I have not the skill to write the words so small as you do, and my pen moves slow, and so I am straitened and say but little of what is in my mind. Greet your mother for me with a kiss. She asked me to kiss her twice when we parted. Adam had refolded the letter, and was sitting meditatively with his head resting on his arm at the head of the bed, when Seth came upstairs. "Hast read the letter?" said Seth. "Yes," said Adam. "I don't know what I should have thought of her and her letter if I'd never seen her. I dare say I should have thought her preaching woman hateful, but she's one as makes everything seem right she says and does, and I seem to see her and hear her speaking when I read the letter. It's wonderful how I remember her looks and her voice. She'd make thee rare and happy, Seth. She's just the woman for thee." "It's no use thinking of that," said Seth despondingly. "She spoke so firm, and she's not the woman to say one thing and mean another." "Nay, but her feelings may grow different. A woman may get to love by degrees. The best fire doesn't flare up the soonest." "I'd have thee go and see her by and by. I'd make it convenient for thee to be away 3 or 4 days, and it'd be no walk for thee, only between 20 and 30 mile. I should like to see her again, whether or no, if she wouldn't be displeased with me for going," said Seth. "She'll be none displeased," said Adam emphatically, getting up and throwing off his coat. "It might be a great happiness to us all if she'd have thee, for mother took to her so wonderful and seemed so contented to be with her." "Aye," said Seth rather timidly, "and Dinah's fond of Hetty too. She thinks a deal about her." Adam made no reply to that, and no other word but "good night" passed between them. Chapter 31. In Hetty's Bedchamber. It was no longer light enough to go to bed without a candle, even in Mrs. Poyser's early household, and Hetty carried one with her as she went up at last to her bedroom soon after Adam was gone, and bolted the door behind her. Now she would read her letter. It must have comfort in it. How was Adam to know the truth? It was always likely he should say what he did say. She set down the candle and took out the letter. It had a faint scent of roses, which made her feel as if Arthur were close to her. She put it to her lips, and a rush of remembered sensations for a moment or two swept away all fear. But her heart began to flutter strangely, and her hands to tremble as she broke the seal. She read slowly. It was not easy for her to read a gentleman's handwriting, though Arthur had taken pains to write plainly. "Dearest Hetty, I have spoken truly when I have said that I loved you, and I shall never forget our love. I shall be your true friend as long as life lasts, and I hope to prove this to you in many ways. If I say anything to pain you in this letter, do not believe it is for want of love and tenderness towards you, for there is nothing I would not do for you if I knew it to be really for your happiness. I cannot bear to think of my little Hetty shedding tears when I am not there to kiss them away, and if I followed only my own inclinations I should be with her at this moment instead of writing.
It is very hard for me to part from her, harder still for me to write words which may seem unkind, though they spring from the truest kindness. Dear, dear Hetty, sweet as our love has been to me, sweet as it would be to me for you to love me always, I feel that it would have been better for us both if we had never had that happiness, and that it is my duty to ask you to love me and care for me as little as you can. The fault has all been mine, for though I have been unable to resist the longing to be near you, I have felt all the while that your affection for me might cause you grief. I ought to have resisted my feelings. I should have done so if I had been a better fellow than I am. But now, since the past cannot be altered, I am bound to save you from any evil that I have power to prevent. And I feel it would be a great evil for you if your affections continued so fixed on me that you could think of no other man who might be able to make you happier by his love than I ever can, and if you continued to look towards something in the future which cannot possibly happen. For, dear Hetty, if I were to do what you one day spoke of and make you my wife, I should do what you yourself would come to feel was for your misery instead of your welfare. I know you can never be happy except by marrying a man in your own station, and if I were to marry you now, I should only be adding to any wrong I have done, besides offending against my duty in the other relations of life. You know nothing, dear Hetty, of the world in which I must always live, and you would soon begin to dislike me, because there would be so little in which we should be alike. And since I cannot marry you, we must part. We must try not to feel like lovers any more. I am miserable while I say this, but nothing else can be. Be angry with me, my sweet one, I deserve it. But do not believe that I shall not always care for you, always be grateful to you, always remember my Hetty. And if any trouble should come that we do not now foresee, trust in me to do everything that lies in my power. I have told you where you are to direct a letter to if you want to write, but I put it down below lest you should have forgotten. Do not write unless there is something I can really do for you, for, dear Hetty, we must try to think of each other as little as we can. Forgive me, and try to forget everything about me, except that I shall be, as long as I live, your affectionate friend, Arthur Donnithorne. Slowly Hetty had read this letter, and when she looked up from it there was the reflection of a blanched face in the old dim glass, a white marble face with rounded childish forms, but with something sadder than a child's pain in it. Hetty did not see the face. She saw nothing. She only felt that she was cold and sick and trembling. The letter shook and rustled in her hand. She laid it down. It was a horrible sensation, this cold and trembling. It swept away the very ideas that produced it, and Hetty got up to reach a warm cloak from her clothes-press, wrapped it round her, and sat as if she were thinking of nothing but getting warm. Presently she took up the letter with a firmer hand, and began to read it through again. The tears came this time, great gushing tears that blinded her and blotched the paper. She felt nothing but that Arthur was cruel. Cruel to write so, cruel not to marry her. Reasons why he could not marry her had no existence for her mind. How could she believe in any misery that could come to her from the fulfilment of all she had been longing for and dreaming of? She had not the ideas that could make up the notion of that misery. As she threw down the letter again, she caught sight of her face in the glass. It was reddened now and wet with tears. It was almost like a companion that she might complain to, that would pity her. She leaned forward on her elbows and looked into those dark, overflooding eyes, and at the quivering mouth, and saw how the tears came thicker and thicker, and how the mouth became convulsed with sobs. The shattering of all her little dream world, the crushing blow on her newborn passion, afflicted her pleasure-craving nature with an overpowering pain that annihilated all impulse to resistance and suspended her anger. She sat sobbing till the candle went out, and then, wearied, aching, stupefied with crying, threw herself on the bed without undressing, and went to sleep. There was a feeble dawn in the room when Hetty awoke a little after 4 o'clock, with a sense of dull misery, the cause of which broke upon her gradually as she began to discern the objects round her in the dim light. And then came the frightening thought that she had to conceal her misery as well as to bear it in this dreary daylight that was coming. She could lie no longer. She got up and went towards the table. There lay the letter. She opened her treasure drawer. There lay the earrings and the locket, the signs of all her short happiness, the signs of the lifelong dreariness that was to follow it. Looking at the little trinkets which she had once eyed and fingered so fondly as the earnest of her future paradise of finery, she lived back in the moments when they had been given to her with such tender caresses, such strangely pretty words, such glowing looks which filled her with a bewildering, delicious surprise. They were so much sweeter than she had thought anything could be. And the Arthur, who had spoken to her and looked at her in this way, who was present with her now, whose arm she felt round her, his cheek against hers, his very breath upon her, was the cruel, cruel Arthur who had written that letter which she snatched and crushed and then opened again that she might read it once more. The half-benumbed mental condition which was the effect of the last night's violent crying, made it necessary to her to look again and see if her wretched thoughts were actually true, if the letter was really so cruel. She had to hold it close to the window. Yes, she could not have read it by the faint light. Yes, it was worse, it was more cruel. She crushed it up again in anger. She hated the writer of that letter, hated him for the very reason that she hung upon him with all her love, all the girlish passion and vanity that made up her love. She had no tears this morning. She had wept them all away last night, and now she felt that dry-eyed morning misery, which is worse than the first shock because it has the future in it as well as the present. Every morning to come, as far as her imagination could stretch, she would have to get up and feel that the day would have no joy for her. For there is no despair so absolute as that which comes with the first moments of our first great sorrow, when we have not yet known what it is to have suffered and be healed, to have despaired and to have recovered hope. As Hetty began languidly to take off the clothes she had worn all the night, that she might wash herself and brush her hair, she had a sickening sense that her life would go on in this way. She should always be doing things she had no pleasure in, getting up to the old tasks of work, seeing people she cared nothing about, going to church, and to Treddleston, and to tea with Mrs. Best, and carrying no happy thought with her. For her short, poisonous delights had spoiled forever all the little joys that had once made the sweetness of her life. The new frock ready for Treddleston Fair, the party at Mr. Britton's at Broxton Wake, the beaux that she would say no to for a long while, and the prospect of the wedding that was to come at last, when she would have a silk gown and a great many clothes all at once. These things were all flat and dreary to her now. Everything would be a weariness, and she would carry about for ever a hopeless thirst and longing. She paused in the midst of her languid undressing, and leaned against the dark old clothes-press. Her neck and arms were bare. Her hair hung down in delicate rings, and they were just as beautiful as they were that night 2 months ago, when she walked up and down this bedchamber, glowing with vanity and hope. She was not thinking of her neck and arms now. Even her own beauty was indifferent to her. Her eyes wandered sadly over the dull old chamber, and then looked out vacantly towards the growing dawn. Did a remembrance of Dinah come across her mind? Of her foreboding words which had made her angry? Of Dinah's affectionate entreaty to think of her as a friend in trouble? No, the impression had been too slight to recur. Any affection or comfort Dinah could have given her would have been as indifferent to Hetty this morning as everything else was, except her bruised passion. She was only thinking she could never stay here and go on with the old life. She could better bear something quite new than sinking back into the old everyday round. She would like to run away that very morning and never see any of the old faces again. But Hetty's was not a nature to face difficulties, to dare to loose her hold on the familiar and rush blindly on some unknown condition. Hers was a luxurious and vain nature, not a passionate one, and if she were ever to take any violent measure, she must be urged to it by the desperation of terror. There was not much room for her thoughts to travel in the narrow circle of her imagination, and she soon fixed on the one thing she would do to get away from her old life. She would ask her uncle to let her go to be a lady's maid. Miss Lydia's maid would help her to get a situation if she knew Hetty had her uncle's leave. When she had thought of this, she fastened up her hair and began to wash. It seemed more possible to her to go downstairs and try to behave as usual. She would ask her uncle this very day. On Hetty's blooming health, it would have taken a great deal of such mental suffering as hers to leave any deep impress. And when she was dressed as neatly as usual in her working dress, with her hair tucked up under a little cap, an indifferent observer would have been more struck with the young roundness of her cheek and neck, and the darkness of her eyes and eyelashes, than with any signs of sadness about her. But when she took up the crushed letter and put it in her drawer, that she might lock it out of sight, hard, smarting tears, having no relief in them, as the great drops had that fell last night, forced their way into her eyes. She wiped them away quickly. She must not cry in the daytime. Nobody should find out how miserable she was. Nobody should know she was disappointed about anything. And the thought that the eyes of her aunt and uncle would be upon her gave her the self-command which often accompanies a great dread. For Hetty looked out from her secret misery towards the possibility of their ever knowing what had happened, as the sick and weary prisoner might think of the possible pillory. They would think her conduct shameful, and shame was torture. That was poor little Hetty's conscience. So she locked up her drawer and went away to her early work. In the evening, when Mr. Poyser was smoking his pipe, and his good nature was therefore at its superlative moment, Hetty seized the opportunity of her aunt's absence to say, "Uncle, I wish you'd let me go for a lady's maid." Mr. Poyser took the pipe from his mouth and looked at Hetty in mild surprise for some moments. She was sewing and went on with her work industriously. "Why, what's put that into your head, my wench?" he said at last, after he had given one conservative puff. "I should like it. I should like it better than farm work." "Nay, nay, you fancy so because you dunna know it, my wench. It wouldn't be half so good for your health, nor for your lucky life. I'd like you to stay with us till you've got a good husband. You're my own niece, and I wouldn't have you go to service, though it was a gentleman's house, as long as I've got a home for you." Mr. Poyser paused and puffed away at his pipe. "I like the needlework," said Hetty, "and I should get good wages." "Has your hand been a bit sharp with you?" said Mr. Poyser, not noticing Hetty's further argument. "You mustna mind that, my wench. She does it for your good. She wishes you well, and there isn't many aunts as are no kin to you would have done by you as she has." "No, it isn't my aunt," said Hetty, "but I should like the work better." "It was all very well for you to learn the work a bit, and I give my consent to that fast enough sin' Mrs. Pomfret was willing to teach you, for if anything was to happen, it's well to know how to turn your hand to different sorts of things. But I niver meant you to go to service, my wench. My family's ate their own bread and cheese as fur back as anybody knows, hanna they, father? You wouldn't like your grandchild to take wage." "Nay," said old Martin, with an elongation of the word meant to make it bitter as well as negative, while he leaned forward and looked down on the floor. "But the wench takes arter her mother. I'd hard work to hold her in, and she married a spite o' me, a fellow wi' only 2 head of stock when there should have been 10 on's farm. She might well die the inflammation afore she were 30. It was seldom the old man made so long a speech, but his son's question had fallen like a bit of dry fuel on the embers of a long unextinguished resentment, which had always made the grandfather more indifferent to Hetty than to his son's children. Her mother's fortune had been spent by that good-for-naught Sorrel, and Hetty had Sorrel's blood in her veins.
"Poor thing, poor thing," said Martin the younger, who was sorry to have provoked this retrospective harshness. "She'd but bad luck, but Hetty's got as good a chance of getting a solid, sober husband as any girl of this country."
After throwing out this pregnant hint, Mr. Poyser recurred to his pipe and his silence, looking at Hetty to see if she did not give some sign of having renounced her ill-advised wish. But instead of that, Hetty, in spite of herself, began to cry, half out of ill temper at the denial, half out of the day's repressed sadness.
"Hey, hey," said Mr. Poyser, meaning to check her playfully. "Don't let's have any crying. Crying's for them as have got no home, not for them as want to get rid of one. What dost think?" he continued to his wife, who now came back into the house-place, knitting with fierce rapidity as if that movement were a necessary function, like the twittering of a crab's antennae. "Think? Why, I think we shall have the fowl stole before we are much older, with that gell forgetting to lock the pens up o' nights. What's the matter now, Hetty? What are you crying at?"
"Why, she's been wanting to go for a lady's maid," said Mr. Poyser. "I tell her we can do better for her nor that."
"I thought she'd got some maggot in her head. She's gone about wi' her mouth buttoned up so all day. It's always going so among them servants at the Chase, as we were fools for letting her. She thinks it'd be a finer life than being with them as are akin to her, and have brought her up since she were no bigger than Marty. She thinks there's nothing belongs to being a lady's maid but wearing finer clothes nor she was born to, I'll be bound. It's what rag she can get to stick on her as she's thinking on from morning till night, as I often ask her if she wouldn't like to be the mawkin i' the field, for then she'd be made of rags inside and out. I'll never give my consent to her going for a lady's maid while she's got good friends to take care on her till she's married to somebody better nor one of them valets, as is neither a common man nor a gentleman, and must live on the fat of the land, and's like enough to stick his hands under his coat-tails and expect his wife to work for him."
"Aye, aye," said Mr. Poyser, "we must have a better husband for her nor that, and there's better at hand. Come, my wench, give over crying and get to bed. I'll do better for you nor letting you go for a lady's maid. Let's hear no more on't." When Hetty was gone upstairs, he said, "I canna make it out as she would want to go away, for I thought she'd got a mind to Adam Bede. She's looked like it o' late."
There's no knowing what she's got a liking to, for things take no more hold on her than if she were a dried pea. I believe that gell Molly, as is aggravating enough for the matter of that, but I believe she'd care more about leaving us and the children, for all she's been here but a year come Michaelmas, nor Hetty would. But she's got this notion of being a lady's maid with going among them servants. We might have known what it'd lead to when we let her go to learn the fine work, but I'll put a stop to it pretty quick."
"Thee'dst be sorry to part wi' her, if it wasn't for her good," said Mr. Poyser. "She's useful to thee i' the work."
"Sorry? Yes, I'm fonder on her nor she deserves. A little hard-hearted hussy, wanting to leave us in that way. I can't ha' had her about me these 7 year, I reckon, and done for her, and taught her everything, without caring about her. And here I'm having linen spun, and thinking all the while it'll make sheeting and tableclothing for her when she's married, and she'll live i' the parish wi' us, and never go out of our sights, like a fool as I am for thinking out about her, as is no better nor a cherry wi' a hard stone inside it."
"Nay, nay, thee mustna make much of a trifle," said Mr. Poyser soothingly. "She's fond on us, I'll be bound, but she's young, and gets things in her head as she can't rightly give account on. Them young fillies'll run away often without knowing why." Her uncle's answers, however, had another effect on Hetty, besides that of disappointing her and making her cry. She knew quite well whom he had in his mind in his allusions to marriage, and to a sober, solid husband, and when she was in her bedroom again, the possibility of her marrying Adam presented itself to her in a new light. In a mind where no strong sympathies are at work, where there is no supreme sense of right to which the agitated nature can cling and steady itself to quiet endurance, one of the first results of sorrow is a desperate, vague clutching after any deed that will change the actual condition. Poor Hetty's vision of consequences, at no time more than a narrow, fantastic calculation of her own probable pleasures and pains, was now quite shut out by reckless irritation under present suffering, and she was ready for one of those convulsive, motiveless actions by which wretched men and women leap from a temporary sorrow into a lifelong misery. Why should she not marry Adam? She did not care what she did, so that it made some change in her life. She felt confident that he would still want to marry her, and any further thought about Adam's happiness in the matter had never yet visited her. Strange, perhaps you will say, this rush of impulse towards a course that might have seemed the most repugnant to her present state of mind, and in only the second night of her sadness? Yes, the actions of a little trivial soul like Hetty's, struggling amidst the serious, sad destinies of a human being, are strange. So are the motions of a little vessel without ballast, tossed about on a stormy sea. How pretty it looked with its party-coloured sail in the sunlight, moored in the quiet bay. Let that man bear the loss who loosed it from its moorings. But that will not save the vessel, the pretty thing that might have been a lasting joy. Chapter 32. Mrs. Poyser has her say out. The next Saturday evening there was much excited discussion at the Donnithorne Arms concerning an incident which had occurred that very day, no less than a second appearance of the smart man in top boots, said by some to be a mere farmer in treaty for the Chase Farm, by others to be the future steward, but by Mr. Casson himself, the personal witness to the stranger's visit, pronounced contemptuously to be nothing better than a bailiff, such as Satchel had been before him. No one had thought of denying Mr. Casson's testimony to the fact that he had seen the stranger. Nevertheless, he proffered various corroborating circumstances. "I seen him myself," he said. "I see him coming along by the Crabtree Meadow on a bald-faced hoss. I'd just been to have a pint. It was half after 10 of the forenoon when I have my pint as regular as the clock, and I says to Knowles, as druv up with his wagon, 'You get a bit of barley to-day, Knowles,' I says, 'if you look about you.' And then I went round by the rickyard and toward the Treddleston Road, and just as I come up by the big ash tree, I see the man i' top boots coming along on a bald-faced hoss. I wish I may never stir if I didn't. And I stood still till he come up, and I says, 'Good morning, sir,' I says, for I wanted to hear the turn of his tongue, as I might know whether he was a this country man. So I says, 'Good morning, sir. It'll all hup for the barley this morning, I think. There'll be a bit got in if we've good luck.' And he says, 'You might be right. There's no tolling,' he says, and I knowed by that." Here Mr. Casson gave a wink, as he didn't come from 100 mile off. I dare say he'd think me a hod talker, as you Loamshire folks always does anyone as talks the right language. "The right language?" said Bartle Massey contemptuously. "You're about as near the right language as a pig squeaking is like a tune played on a key bugle." "Well, I don't know," answered Mr. Casson with an angry smile. "I should think a man as has lived among the gentry from a bye is likely to know what's the right language pretty nigh as well as a schoolmaster." "Aye, aye, man," said Bartle with a tone of sarcastic consolation. "You talk the right language for you. When Mike Holdsworth Goat says, 'Bah,' it's all right. It'd be unnatural for it to make any other noise." The rest of the party being Loamshire men, Mr. Casson had the laugh strongly against him, and wisely fell back on the previous question, which, far from being exhausted in a single evening, was renewed in the churchyard before service the next day, with the fresh interest conferred on all news when there is a fresh person to hear it, and that fresh hearer was Martin Poyser, who, as his wife said, never went boozing with that set at Cassons, a-sitting, soaking in drink, and looking as wise as a lot of codfish with red faces. It was probably owing to the conversation she had had with her husband on their way from church concerning this problematic stranger that Mrs. Poyser's thoughts immediately reverted to him when a day or two afterwards, as she was standing at the house door with her knitting, in that eager leisure which came to her when the afternoon cleaning was done, she saw the old squire enter the yard on his black pony, followed by John the groom. She always cited it afterwards as a case of prevision, which really had something more in it than her own remarkable penetration, that the moment she set eyes on the squire she said to herself, "I shouldna wonder if he's come about that man as is a-going to take the Chase farm, wanting Poyser to do something for him without pay. But Poyser's a fool if he does." Something unwonted must clearly be in the wind, for the old squire's visits to his tenantry were rare, and though Mrs. Poyser had during the last 12-month recited many imaginary speeches, meaning even more than met the ear, which she was quite determined to make to him the next time he appeared within the gates of the Hall Farm, the speeches had always remained imaginary. "Good day, Mrs. Poyser," said the old squire, peering at her with his short-sighted eyes, a mode of looking at her which, as Mrs. Poyser observed, "allus aggravated me. It was as if you was a insect, and he was going to dab his fingernail on you." However, she said, "Your servant, sir," and curtsied with an air of perfect deference as she advanced towards him. She was not the woman to misbehave towards her betters and fly in the face of the catechism without severe provocation. "Is your husband at home, Mrs. Poyser?" "Yes, sir, he's only i' the rickyard. I'll send for him in a minute, if you'll please to get down and step in." "Thank you, I will do so. I want to consult him about a little matter, but you are quite as much concerned in it, if not more. I must have your opinion too." "Hetty, run and tell your uncle to come in," said Mrs. Poyser as they entered the house, and the old gentleman bowed low in answer to Hetty's curtsy, while Totty, conscious of a pinafore stained with gooseberry jam, stood hiding her face against the clock and peeping round furtively. "What a fine old kitchen this is," said Mr. Donnithorne, looking round admiringly. He always spoke in the same deliberate, well-chiselled, polite way, whether his words were sugary or venomous. "And you keep it so exquisitely clean, Mrs. Poyser. I like these premises, do you know, beyond any on the estate." "Well, sir, since you're fond of 'em, I should be glad if you'd let a bit of repairs be done to 'em, for the boarding's i' that state as we're like to be eaten up wi' rats and mice, and the cellar, you may stand up to your knees i' water in't if you like to go down, but perhaps you'd rather believe my words. Won't you please to sit down, sir?" "Not yet. I must see your dairy. I have not seen it for years, and I hear on all hands about your fine cheese and butter," said the squire, looking politely unconscious that there could be any question on which he and Mrs. Poyser might happen to disagree. "I think I see the door open there. You must not be surprised if I cast a covetous eye on your cream and butter. I don't expect that Mrs. Satchel's cream and butter will bear comparison with yours."
I can't say, sir, I'm sure. It's seldom I see other folks' butter, though there's some on it as one's no need to see. The smell's enough. Ah, now this I like, said Mr. Donnithorne, looking round at the damp temple of cleanliness, but keeping near the door. I'm sure I should like my breakfast better if I knew the butter and cream came from this dairy. Thank you, that really is a pleasant sight. Unfortunately, my slight tendency to rheumatism makes me afraid of damp. I'll sit down in your comfortable kitchen. Ah, Poyser, how do you do? In the midst of business, I see, as usual. I've been looking at your wife's beautiful dairy. The best manager in the parish, is she not? Mr. Poyser had just entered, in shirt-sleeves and open waistcoat, with a face a shade redder than usual from the exertion of pitching. As he stood, red, rotund, and radiant, before the small, wiry, cool old gentleman, he looked like a prize apple by the side of a withered crab. "Will you please to take this chair, sir?" he said, lifting his father's armchair forward a little. "You'll find it easy." "No, thank you, I never sit in easy chairs," said the old gentleman, seating himself on a small chair near the door. "Do you know, Mrs. Poyser? Sit down, pray, both of you. I've been far from contented for some time with Mrs. Satchel's dairy management. I think she has not a good method, as you have." "Indeed, sir, I can't speak to that," said Mrs. Poyser in a hard voice, rolling and unrolling her knitting and looking icily out of the window as she continued to stand opposite the squire. Poyser might sit down if he liked, she thought. She wasn't going to sit down as if she'd give in to any such smooth-tongued palaver. Mr. Poyser, who looked and felt the reverse of icy, did sit down in his three-cornered chair. "And now, Poyser, as Satchel is laid up, I am intending to let the Chase farm to a respectable tenant. I'm tired of having a farm on my own hands. Nothing is made the best of in such cases, as you know. A satisfactory bailiff is hard to find, and I think you and I, Poyser, and your excellent wife here, can enter into a little arrangement in consequence which will be to our mutual advantage." "Oh," said Mr. Poyser, with a good-natured blankness of imagination as to the nature of the arrangement. "If I'm called upon to speak, sir," said Mrs. Poyser, after glancing at her husband with pity at his softness, "you know better than me. But I don't see what the Chase farm is to us. We've cumber enough wi' our own farm. Not but what I'm glad to hear o' anybody respectable coming into the parish. There's some as ha' been brought in as hasn't been looked on i' that character. You're likely to find Mr. Thurle an excellent neighbour, I assure you. Such a one as you will feel glad to have accommodated by the little plan I'm going to mention, especially as I hope you will find it as much to your own advantage as his." "Indeed, sir, if it's anything to our advantage, it'll be the first offer of the sort I've heard on. It's them as take advantage that get advantage i' this world, I think. Folks have to wait long enough afore it's brought to 'em." "The fact is, Poyser," said the squire, ignoring Mrs. Poyser's theory of worldly prosperity, "there is too much dairy land and too little plough land on the Chase farm to suit Thurle's purpose. Indeed, he will only take the farm on condition of some change in it. His wife, it appears, is not a clever dairywoman like yours. Now the plan I'm thinking of is to effect a little exchange. If you were to have the hollow pastures, you might increase your dairy, which must be so profitable under your wife's management, and I should request you, Mrs. Poyser, to supply my house with milk, cream, and butter at the market prices. On the other hand, Poyser, you might let Thurl have the lower and upper ridges, which really, with our wet seasons, would be a good riddance for you. There is much less risk in dairyland than cornland. Mr. Poyser was leaning forward, with his elbows on his knees, his head on one side, and his mouth screwed up, apparently absorbed in making the tips of his fingers meet so as to represent with perfect accuracy the ribs of a ship. He was much too acute a man not to see through the whole business, and to foresee perfectly what would be his wife's view of the subject. But he disliked giving unpleasant answers. Unless it was on a point of farming practice, he would rather give up than have a quarrel any day. And after all, it mattered more to his wife than to him. So, after a few moments' silence, he looked up at her and said mildly, "What dost say?" Mrs. Poyser had had her eyes fixed on her husband with cold severity during his silence, but now she turned her head away with a toss, looked icily at the opposite roof of the cowshed, and spearing her knitting together with the loose pin, held it firmly between her clasped hands. "Say? Why, I say you may do as you like about giving up any of your cornland afore your lease is up, which it won't be for the year come next Michaelmas, but I'll not consent to take more dairy work into my hands, either for love or money, and there's neither love nor money here as I can see, only other folks' love of theirselves, and the money as is to go into other folks' pockets. I know there's them as is born to own the land, and them as is born to sweat on't." Here Mrs. Poyser paused to gasp a little. "And I know it's christened folks' duty to submit to their betters as fur as flesh and blood'll bear it, but I'll not make a martyr of myself, and wear myself to skin and bone, and worrit myself as if I was a churn wi' butter a-coming in't, for no landlord in England, not if he was King George himself." "No, no, my dear Mrs. Poyser, certainly not," said the squire, still confident in his own powers of persuasion. "You must not overwork yourself. But don't you think your work will be rather lessened than increased in this way? There is so much milk required at the Abbey that you will have little increase of cheese and butter making from the addition to your dairy, and I believe selling the milk is the most profitable way of disposing of dairy produce, is it not?" "Aye, that's true," said Mr. Poyser, unable to repress an opinion on a question of farming profits, and feeling that it was not in this case a purely abstract question. "I dare say," said Mrs. Poyser bitterly, turning her head halfway towards her husband and looking at the vacant armchair, "I dare say it's true for men as sit at the chimney corner and make believe as everything's cut wi' ins and outs to fit into everything else. If you could make a pudding wi' thinking of the batter, it'd be easy getting dinner. How do I know whether the milk will be wanted constant? What's to make me sure as the house won't be put aboard wage afore we're many months older? And then I may have to lie awake o' nights with 20 gallons of milk on my mind. And Dingle'll take no more butter, let alone paying for it, and we must fat pigs till we're obliged to beg the butcher on our knees to buy 'em, and lose half of 'em with the measles. There's the fetching and carrying as 'ud be welly half a day's work for a man and hoss. That's to be took out of the profits, I reckon. But there's folks that hold a sieve under the pump and expect to carry away the water." "That difficulty about the fetching and carrying you will not have, Mrs. Poyser," said the squire, who thought that this entrance into particulars indicated a distant inclination to compromise on Mrs. Poyser's part. "Bethel will do that regularly with the cart and pony." "Oh, sir, begging your pardon, I've never been used to having gentlefolks as servants coming about my back places, and making love to both the girls at once, and keeping them with their hands on their hips, listening to all manner of gossip when they should be down on their knees a-scouring. If we're to go to ruin, it shanna be we're having our back kitchen turned into a public." "Well, Poyser," said the squire, shifting his tactics and looking as if he thought Mrs. Poyser had suddenly withdrawn from the proceedings and left the room, "you can turn the hollows into feeding land. I can easily make another arrangement about supplying my house, and I shall not forget your readiness to accommodate your landlord as well as a neighbour. I know you will be glad to have your lease renewed for 3 years when the present one expires. Otherwise, I dare say Thurl, who is a man of some capital, would be glad to take both the farms, as they could be worked so well together. But I don't want to part with an old tenant like you." To be thrust out of the discussion in this way would have been enough to complete Mrs. Poyser's exasperation, even without the final threat. Her husband, really alarmed at the possibility of their leaving the old place where he had been bred and born, for he believed the old squire had small spite enough for anything, was beginning a mild remonstrance explanatory of the inconvenience he should find in having to buy and sell more stock, with, "Well, sir, I think as it's rather hard," when Mrs. Poyser burst in with the desperate determination to have her say out this once, though it were to rain notices to quit, and the only shelter were the workhouse. "Then, sir, if I may speak, as for all I'm a woman, and there's folks as thinks a woman's fool enough to stand by and look on while the men sign her soul away, I've a right to speak, for I make 1/4 of the rent and save another 1/4. I say, if Mr. Thurl's so ready to take farms under you, it's a pity but what he should take this, and see if he likes to live in a house with all the plagues of Egypt in't, with a cellar full of water, and frogs and toads hopping up the steps by dozens, and the floors rotten, and the rats and mice gnawing every bit of cheese, and running over our heads as we lie abed, till we expect 'em to eat us up alive, as it's a mercy they hanna eat the children long ago. I should like to see if there's another tenant besides Poyser as 'ud put up with never having a bit of repairs done till the place tumbles down, and not then only with begging and praying and having to pay half, and be strung up with the rent as it's much if he gets enough out of the land to pay, for all he's put his own money into the ground beforehand. See if you get a stranger to lead such a life here as that. A maggot must be born of the rotten cheese to like it, I reckon. You may run away from my words, sir," continued Mrs. Poyser, following the old squire beyond the door, for after the first moments of stunned surprise he had got up, and waving his hand towards her with a smile, had walked out towards his pony. But it was impossible for him to get away immediately, for John was walking the pony up and down the yard, and was some distance from the causeway when his master beckoned. "You may run away from my words, sir, and you may go spinning underhand ways and doing us a mischief, for you've got old Harry to your friend, though nobody else is. But I tell you for once as we're not dumb creatures to be abused and made money on by them as have got the lash i' their hands for want of knowing how to undo the tackle. And if I'm the only one as speaks my mind, there's plenty of the same way of thinking of this parish and the next to it, for your name's no better than a brimstone match in everybody's nose. If it isn't a 2-3 old folks that you think of saving your soul by giving 'em a bit of flannel and a drop of porridge. And you may be right to think it'll take but little to save your soul, for it'll be the smallest saving you ever made with all your scraping.
There are occasions on which 2 servant girls and a waggoner may be a formidable audience, and as the squire rode away on his black pony, even the gift of short-sightedness did not prevent him from being aware that Molly and Nancy and Tim were grinning not far from him. Perhaps he suspected that sour old John was grinning behind him, which was also the fact. Meanwhile the bulldog, the black and tan terrier, Alec's sheepdog, and the gander, hissing at a safe distance from the pony's heels, carried out the idea of Mrs. Poyser's solo in an impressive quartet. Mrs. Poyser, however, had no sooner seen the pony move off than she turned round, gave the 2 hilarious damsels a look which drove them into the back kitchen, and, unspearing her knitting, began to knit again with her usual rapidity as she re-entered the house.
"Thee's done it now," said Mr. Poyser, a little alarmed and uneasy,
but not without some triumphant amusement at his wife's outbreak.
"Yes, I know I've done it," said Mrs. Poyser, "but I've had my say out, and I shall be the easier for it all my life. There's no pleasure in living if you're to be corked up forever and only dribble your mind out by the sly like a leaky barrel. I shan't repent saying what I think if I live to be as old as the old squire, and there's little likelihood, for it seems as if them as aren't wanted here are the only folks as aren't wanted in the other world. But they wouldn't like moving from the old place this Michaelmas 12-month, said Mr. Poyser, and going into a strange parish where thee know'st nobody. It'd be hard upon us both, and upon father too. It's no use worriting, there's plenty of things may happen between this and Michaelmas 12-month. The captain may be master afore then, for what we know, said Mrs. Poyser, inclined to take an unusually hopeful view of an embarrassment which had been brought about by her own merit, and not by other people's fault. I'm none for worriting, said Mr. Poyser, rising from his 3-cornered chair and walking slowly towards the door. But I should be loth to leave the old place, and the parish where I was bred and born, and father before me. We should leave our roots behind us, I doubt, and never thrive again.
Chapter 33. More Links. The barley was all carried at last, and the harvest suppers went by without waiting for the dismal black crop of beans. The apples and nuts were gathered and stored. The scent of whey departed from the farmhouses, and the scent of brewing came in its stead. The woods behind the chase and all the hedgerow trees took on a solemn splendour under the dark, low-hanging skies. Michaelmas was come, with its fragrant basketfuls of purple damsons, and its paler purple daisies, and its lads and lasses leaving or seeking service, and winding along between the yellow hedges with their bundles under their arms. But, though Michaelmas was come, Mr. Thurl, that desirable tenant, did not come to the Chase farm, and the old squire, after all, had been obliged to put in a new bailiff. It was known throughout the 2 parishes that the squire's plan had been frustrated because the Poysers had refused to be put upon, and Mrs. Poyser's outbreak was discussed in all the farmhouses with a zest which was only heightened by frequent repetition. The news that Boney was come back from Egypt was comparatively insipid, and the repulse of the French in Italy was nothing to Mrs. Poyser's repulse of the old squire. Mr. Irwine had heard a version of it in every parishioner's house, with the one exception of the chase. But since he had always, with marvellous skill, avoided any quarrel with Mr. Donnithorne, he could not allow himself the pleasure of laughing at the old gentleman's discomfiture with any one besides his mother, who declared that if she were rich she would like to allow Mrs. Poyser a pension for life, and wanted to invite her to the parsonage, that she might hear an account of the scene from Mrs. Poyser's own lips. "No, no, mother," said Mr. Irwine. "It was a little bit of irregular justice on Mrs. Poyser's part, but a magistrate like me must not countenance irregular justice. There must be no report spread that I have taken notice of the quarrel, else I shall lose the little good influence I have over the old man." "Well, I like that woman even better than her cream cheeses," said Mrs. Irwine. "She has the spirit of free men with that pale face of hers, and she says such sharp things too." "Sharp? Yes, her tongue is like a new-set razor. She's quite original in her talk, too, one of those untaught wits that help to stock a country with proverbs. I told you that capital thing I heard her say about Craig, that he was like a cock who thought the sun had risen to hear him crow. Now that's an Aesop's fable in a sentence. But it will be a bad business if the old gentleman turns them out of the farm next Michaelmas, eh?" said Mrs. Irwine. "Oh, that must not be, and Poyser is such a good tenant that Donnithorne is likely to think twice and digest his spleen rather than turn them out. But if he should give them notice at Lady Day, Arthur and I must move heaven and earth to mollify him. Such old parishioners as they are must not go." "Ah, there's no knowing what may happen before Lady Day," said Mrs. Irwine. "It struck me on Arthur's birthday that the old man was a little shaken. He's 83, you know. It's really an unconscionable age. It's only women who have a right to live as long as that." "When they've got old bachelor sons who would be forlorn without them," said Mr. Irwine, laughing and kissing his mother's hand. Mrs. Poyser, too, met her husband's occasional forebodings of a notice to quit, with "There's no knowing what may happen before Lady Day," one of those undeniable general propositions which are usually intended to convey a particular meaning very far from undeniable. But it is really too hard upon human nature that it should be held a criminal offence to imagine the death even of the king when he has turned 83. It is not to be believed that any but the dullest Britons can be good subjects under that hard condition. Apart from this foreboding, things went on much as usual in the Poyser household. Mrs. Poyser thought she noticed a surprising improvement in Hetty. To be sure, the girl got closer-tempered, and sometimes she seemed as if there'd be no drawing a word from her with cart ropes. But she thought much less about her dress, and went after the work quite eagerly, without any telling. And it was wonderful how she never wanted to go out now. Indeed, could hardly be persuaded to go, and she bore her aunt's putting a stop to her weekly lesson in fine work at the Chase without the least grumbling or pouting. It must be, after all, that she had set her heart on Adam at last, and her sudden freak of wanting to be a lady's maid must have been caused by some little pique or misunderstanding between them which had passed by. For whenever Adam came to the Hall Farm, Hetty seemed to be in better spirits and to talk more than at other times, though she was almost sullen when Mr. Craig or any other admirer happened to pay a visit there. Adam himself watched her at first with trembling anxiety, which gave way to surprise and delicious hope. 5 days after delivering Arthur's letter, he had ventured to go to the Hall Farm again, not without dread lest the sight of him might be painful to her. She was not in the house-place when he entered, and he sat talking to Mr. and Mrs. Poyser for a few minutes with a heavy fear on his heart that they might presently tell him Hetty was ill. But by and by there came a light step that he knew, and when Mrs. Poyser said, "Come, Hetty, where have you been?" Adam was obliged to turn round, though he was afraid to see the changed look there must be in her face. He almost started when he saw her smiling as if she were pleased to see him, looking the same as ever at a first glance, only that she had her cap on, which he had never seen her in before when he came of an evening. Still, when he looked at her again and again as she moved about or sat at her work, there was a change. The cheeks were as pink as ever, and she smiled as much as she had ever done of late. But there was something different in her eyes, in the expression of her face, in all her movements. Adam thought something harder, older, less childlike. "Poor thing," he said to himself, "that's all as likely. It's because she's had her first heartache. But she's got a spirit to bear up under it. Thank God for that." As the weeks went by, and he saw her always looking pleased to see him, turning up her lovely face towards him as if she meant him to understand that she was glad for him to come, and going about her work in the same equable way, making no sign of sorrow, he began to believe that her feeling towards Arthur must have been much slighter than he had imagined in his first indignation and alarm, and that she had been able to think of her girlish fancy that Arthur was in love with her and would marry her as a folly of which she was timely cured. And it perhaps was, as he had sometimes in his more cheerful moments hoped it would be. Her heart was really turning with all the more warmth towards the man she knew to have a serious love for her. Possibly you think that Adam was not at all sagacious in his interpretations, and that it was altogether extremely unbecoming in a sensible man to behave as he did, falling in love with a girl who really had nothing more than her beauty to recommend her, attributing imaginary virtues to her, and even condescending to cleave to her after she had fallen in love with another man, waiting for her kind looks as a patient, trembling dog waits for his master's eye to be turned upon him. But in so complex a thing as human nature, we must consider it is hard to find rules without exceptions. Of course, I know that, as a rule, sensible men fall in love with the most sensible women of their acquaintance, see through all the pretty deceits of coquettish beauty, never imagine themselves loved when they are not loved, cease loving on all proper occasions, and marry the woman most fitted for them in every respect. Indeed, so as to compel the approbation of all the maiden ladies in their neighbourhood. But even to this rule an exception will occur now and then in the lapse of centuries, and my friend Adam was one. For my own part, however, I respect him none the less. Nay, I think the deep love he had for that sweet, rounded, blossom-like, dark-eyed Hetty, of whose inward self he was really very ignorant, came out of the very strength of his nature, and not out of any inconsistent weakness. Is it any weakness, pray, to be wrought on by exquisite music, to feel its wondrous harmonies searching the subtlest windings of your soul, the delicate fibres of life where no memory can penetrate, and binding together your whole being, past and present, in one unspeakable vibration, melting you in one moment with all the tenderness, all the love that has been scattered through the toilsome years, concentrating in one emotion of heroic courage or resignation all the hard-learnt lessons of self-renouncing sympathy,
blending your present joy with past sorrow, and your present sorrow with all your past joy? If not, then neither is it a weakness to be so wrought upon by the exquisite curves of a woman's cheek and neck and arms, by the liquid depths of her beseeching eyes, or the sweet childish pout of her lips. For the beauty of a lovely woman is like music. What can one say more? Beauty has an expression beyond and far above the one woman's soul that it clothes, as the words of genius have a wider meaning than the thought that prompted them. It is more than a woman's love that moves us in a woman's eyes. It seems to be a far-off, mighty love that has come near to us and made speech for itself there. The rounded neck, the dimpled arm, move us by something more than their prettiness, by their close kinship with all we have known of tenderness and peace. The noblest nature sees the most of this impersonal expression in beauty. It is needless to say that there are gentlemen with whiskers, dyed and undyed, who see none of it whatever. And for this reason, the noblest nature is often the most blinded to the character of the one woman's soul that the beauty clothes. Whence I fear the tragedy of human life is likely to continue for a long time to come, in spite of mental philosophers who are ready with the best receipts for avoiding all mistakes of the kind. Our good Adam had no fine words into which he could put his feeling for Hetty. He could not disguise mystery in this way with the appearance of knowledge. He called his love, frankly, a mystery, as you have heard him. He only knew that the sight and memory of her moved him deeply, touching the spring of all love and tenderness, all faith and courage within him. How could he imagine narrowness, selfishness, hardness in her? He created the mind he believed in out of his own, which was large, unselfish, tender. The hopes he felt about Hetty softened a little his feeling towards Arthur. Surely his attentions to Hetty must have been of a slight kind. They were altogether wrong, and such as no man in Arthur's position ought to have allowed himself. But they must have had an air of playfulness about them, which had probably blinded him to their danger, and had prevented them from laying any strong hold on Hetty's heart. As the new promise of happiness rose for Adam, his indignation and jealousy began to die out. Hetty was not made unhappy. He almost believed that she liked him best, and the thought sometimes crossed his mind that the friendship which had once seemed dead forever might revive in the days to come, and he would not have to say good-bye to the grand old woods, but would like them better because they were Arthur's. For this new promise of happiness, following so quickly on the shock of pain, had an intoxicating effect on the sober Adam, who had all his life been used to much hardship and moderate hope. Was he really going to have an easy lot after all? It seemed so, for at the beginning of November, Jonathan Burge, finding it impossible to replace Adam, had at last made up his mind to offer him a share in the business without further condition than that he should continue to give his energies to it and renounce all thought of having a separate business of his own. Son-in-law or no son-in-law, Adam had made himself too necessary to be parted with, and his head work was so much more important to Burge than his skill in handicraft that his having the management of the woods made little difference in the value of his services. And as to the bargains about the squire's timber, it would be easy to call in a third person. Adam saw here an opening into a broadening path of prosperous work, such as he had thought of with ambitious longing ever since he was a lad.
He might come to build a bridge, or a town hall, or a factory, for he had always said to himself that Jonathan Burge's building business was like an acorn, which might be the mother of a great tree. So he gave his hand to Burge on that bargain, and went home with his mind full of happy visions, in which, my refined reader will perhaps be shocked when I say it, the image of Hetty hovered, and smiled over plans for seasoning timber at a trifling expense, calculations as to the cheapening of bricks per 1,000 by water carriage, and a favourite scheme for the strengthening of roofs and walls with a peculiar form of iron girder. What then? Adam's enthusiasm lay in these things, and our love is inwrought in our enthusiasm, as electricity is inwrought in the air, exalting its power by a subtle presence. Adam would be able to take a separate house now, and provide for his mother in the old one. His prospects would justify his marrying very soon, and if Dinah consented to have Seth, their mother would perhaps be more contented to live apart from Adam. But he told himself that he would not be hasty. He would not try Hetty's feeling for him until it had had time to grow strong and firm. However, tomorrow, after church, he would go to the Hall Farm and tell them the news. Mr. Poyser, he knew, would like it better than a £5 note, and he should see if Hetty's eyes brightened at it. The months would be short with all he had to fill his mind, and this foolish eagerness which had come over him of late must not hurry him into any premature words. Yet when he got home and told his mother the good news, and ate his supper, while she sat by, almost crying for joy, and wanting him to eat twice as much as usual because of this good luck, he could not help preparing her gently for the coming change by talking of the old house being too small for them all to go on living in it always. Chapter 34. The Betrothal. It was a dry Sunday, and really a pleasant day for the 2nd of November. There was no sunshine, but the clouds were high, and the wind was so still that the yellow leaves which fluttered down from the hedgerow elms must have fallen from pure decay. Nevertheless, Mrs. Poyser did not go to church, for she had taken a cold too serious to be neglected. Only 2 winters ago she had been laid up for weeks with a cold, and since his wife did not go to church, Mr. Poyser considered that on the whole it would be as well for him to stay away too, and keep her company. He could perhaps have given no precise form to the reasons that determined this conclusion, but it is well known to all experienced minds that our firmest convictions are often dependent on subtle impressions for which words are quite too coarse a medium. However it was, no one from the Poyser family went to church that afternoon except Hetty and the boys. Yet Adam was bold enough to join them after church and say that he would walk home with them, though all the way through the village he appeared to be chiefly occupied with Marty and Tommy, telling them about the squirrels in Binton Coppice, and promising to take them there some day. But when they came to the fields, he said to the boys, "Now then, which is the stoutest walker? Him as gets to the home gate first shall be the first to go with me to Binton Coppice on the donkey. But Tommy must have the start up to the next stile, because he's the smallest." Adam had never behaved so much like a determined lover before. As soon as the boys had both set off, he looked down at Hetty and said, "Won't you hang on my arm, Hetty?" in a pleading tone, as if he had already asked her and she had refused. Hetty looked up at him smilingly and put her round arm through his in a moment. It was nothing to her putting her arm through Adam's, but she knew he cared a great deal about having her arm through his, and she wished him to care. Her heart beat no faster, and she looked at the half-bare hedgerows and the ploughed field with the same sense of oppressive dullness as before. But Adam scarcely felt that he was walking. He thought Hetty must know that he was pressing her arm a little, a very little. Words rushed to his lips that he dared not utter, that he had made up his mind not to utter yet, and so he was silent for the length of that field. The calm patience with which he had once waited for Hetty's love, content only with her presence and the thought of the future, had forsaken him since that terrible shock nearly 3 months ago. The agitations of jealousy had given a new restlessness to his passion, had made fear and uncertainty too hard almost to bear. But though he might not speak to Hetty of his love, he would tell her about his new prospects and see if she would be pleased. So when he was enough master of himself to talk, he said, "I'm going to tell your uncle some news that'll surprise him, Hetty, and I think he'll be glad to hear it too."
"What's that?"
Hetty said indifferently. "Why, Mr. Burge has offered me a share in his business, and I'm going to take it." There was a change in Hetty's face, certainly not produced by any agreeable impression from this news. In fact, she felt a momentary annoyance and alarm, for she had so often heard it hinted by her uncle that Adam might have Mary Burge and a share in the business any day if he liked, that she associated the two objects now, and the thought immediately occurred that perhaps Adam had given her up because of what had happened lately, and had turned towards Mary Burge. With that thought, and before she had time to remember any reasons why it could not be true, came a new sense of forsakenness and disappointment. The one thing, the one person her mind had rested on in its dull weariness had slipped away from her, and peevish misery filled her eyes with tears. She was looking on the ground, but Adam saw her face, saw the tears, and before he had finished saying, "Hetty, dear Hetty, what are you crying for?" his eager, rapid thought had flown through all the causes conceivable to him, and had at last alighted on half the true one. Hetty thought he was going to marry Mary Burge. She didn't like him to marry. Perhaps she didn't like him to marry anyone but herself. All caution was swept away, all reason for it was gone, and Adam could feel nothing but trembling joy. He leaned towards her and took her hand as he said, "I could afford to be married now, Hetty. I could make a wife comfortable, but I shall never want to be married if you won't have me." Hetty looked up at him and smiled through her tears, as she had done to Arthur that first evening in the wood, when she had thought he was not coming, and yet he came. It was a feebler relief, a feebler triumph she felt now, but the great dark eyes and the sweet lips were as beautiful as ever, perhaps more beautiful, for there was a more luxuriant womanliness about Hetty of late. Adam could hardly believe in the happiness of that moment. His right hand held her left, and he pressed her arm close against his heart as he leaned down towards her. "Do you really love me, Hetty? Will you be my own wife, to love and take care of as long as I live?" Hetty did not speak, but Adam's face was very close to hers, and she put up her round cheek against his like a kitten. She wanted to be caressed. She wanted to feel as if Arthur were with her again. Adam cared for no words after that, and they hardly spoke through the rest of the walk. He only said, "I may tell your uncle and aunt, mayn't I, Hetty?" And she said, "Yes." The red firelight on the hearth at the Hall Farm shone on joyful faces that evening when Hetty was gone upstairs, and Adam took the opportunity of telling Mr. and Mrs. Poyser and the grandfather that he saw his way to maintaining a wife now, and that Hetty had consented to have him.
"I hope you have no objections against me for her husband," said Adam. "I'm a poor man as yet, but she shall want nothing as I can work for."
"Objections?" said Mr. Poyser, while the grandfather leaned forward and brought out his long "Nay, nay. What objections can we ha' to you, lad? Never mind your being poorish as yet. There's money in your headpiece, as there's money i' the sown field, but it must ha' time. You'n got enough to begin on, and we can do a deal twart the bit of furniture you'll want. Thee'st got feathers and linen to spare, plenty, eh?" This question was, of course, addressed to Mrs. Poyser, who was wrapped up in a warm shawl and was too hoarse to speak with her usual facility. At first she only nodded emphatically, but she was presently unable to resist the temptation to be more explicit. "It'd be a poor tale if I hadna feathers and linen," she said hoarsely, "when I never sell a fowl but what's plucked, and the wheels are going every day the week." "Come, my wench," said Mr. Poyser when Hetty came down. "Come and kiss us, and let us wish you luck." Hetty went very quietly and kissed the big, good-natured man. "There," he said, patting her on the back. "Go and kiss your aunt and your grandfather. I'm as wishful to have you settled well as if you was my own daughter. And so's your aunt, I'll be bound, for she's done by you this 7 year, Hetty, as if you'd been her own. Come, come now," he went on, becoming jocose as soon as Hetty had kissed her aunt and the old man. "Adam wants a kiss too, I'll warrant, and he's a right to one now." Hetty turned away, smiling towards her empty chair. "Come, Adam, then take one," persisted Mr. Poyser, "else you're a half a man." Adam got up, blushing like a small maiden, great strong fellow as he was, and putting his arm round Hetty, stooped down and gently kissed her lips. It was a pretty scene in the red firelight, for there were no candles. Why should there be, when the fire was so bright and was reflected from all the pewter and the polished oak? No one wanted to work on a Sunday evening. Even Hetty felt something like contentment in the midst of all this love. Adam's attachment to her, Adam's caress, stirred no passion in her, were no longer enough to satisfy her vanity. But they were the best her life offered her now. They promised her some change. There was a great deal of discussion before Adam went away about the possibility of his finding a house that would do for him to settle in. No house was empty except the one next to Will Maskery's in the village, and that was too small for Adam now. Mr. Poyser insisted that the best plan would be for Seth and his mother to move and leave Adam in the old home, which might be enlarged after a while, for there was plenty of space in the woodyard and garden. But Adam objected to turning his mother out. "Well, well," said Mr. Poyser at last, "we needna fix everything tonight. We must take time to consider. You canna think of getting married afore Easter, and not for long courtships, but there must be a bit of time to make things comfortable." "Aye, to be sure," said Mrs. Poyser in a hoarse whisper. "Christian folks can't be married like cuckoos, I reckon." "I'm a bit daunted, though," said Mr. Poyser, "when I think as we may have notice to quit, and belike be forced to take a farm 20 mile off." "Eh," said the old man, staring at the floor and lifting his hands up and down while his arms rested on the elbows of his chair.
It's a poor tale if I mun leave the old spot and be buried in a strange parish. And you'll happen a double rates to pay," he added, looking up at his son. "Well, thee mustna fret beforehand, father," said Martin the younger. "Happen the captain'll come home and make our peace with the old squire. I build upon that, for I know the captain'll see folks righted if he can."
Chapter 35. The Hidden Dread. It was a busy time for Adam. The time between the beginning of November and the beginning of February, and he could see little of Hetty except on Sundays. But a happy time, nevertheless, for it was taking him nearer and nearer to March, when they were to be married, and all the little preparations for their new housekeeping marked the progress towards the longed-for day. 2 new rooms had been run up to the old house, for his mother and Seth were to live with them after all. Lisbeth had cried so piteously at the thought of leaving Adam that he had gone to Hetty and asked her if, for the love of him, she would put up with his mother's ways and consent to live with her. To his great delight, Hetty said, "Yes, I'd as soon she lived with us as not." Hetty's mind was oppressed at that moment with a worse difficulty than poor Lisbeth's ways. She could not care about them. So Adam was consoled for the disappointment he had felt when Seth had come back from his visit to Snowfield, and said, "It was no use. Dinah's heart wasn't a turned towards marrying." For when he told his mother that Hetty was willing they should all live together, and there was no more need of them to think of parting, she said in a more contented tone than he had heard her speak in since it had been settled that he was to be married, "My lad, I'll be as still as the old tabby, and ne'er want to do aught but the awful work as she wouldna like to do. And then we needna part the platters and things as stood on the shelf together sin afore thee wast born." There was only one cloud that now and then came across Adam's sunshine. Hetty seemed unhappy sometimes. But to all his anxious, tender questions, she replied with an assurance that she was quite contented and wished nothing different, and the next time he saw her, she was more lively than usual. It might be that she was a little overdone with work and anxiety now, for soon after Christmas Mrs. Poyser had taken another cold, which had brought on inflammation, and this illness had confined her to her room all through January. Hetty had to manage everything downstairs, and half supply Molly's place too, while that good damsel waited on her mistress. And she seemed to throw herself so entirely into her new functions, working with a grave steadiness which was new in her, that Mr. Poyser often told Adam she was wanting to show him what a good housekeeper he would have. But he doubted the lass was overdoing it. She must have a bit of rest when her aunt could come downstairs. This desirable event of Mrs. Poyser's coming downstairs happened in the early part of February, when some mild weather thawed the last patch of snow on the Binton Hills. On one of these days, soon after her aunt came down, Hetty went to Treddleston to buy some of the wedding things which were wanting, and which Mrs. Poyser had scolded her for neglecting, observing that she supposed it was because they were not for the outside, else she'd have bought them fast enough. It was about 10 o'clock when Hetty set off, and the slight hoar-frost that had whitened the hedges in the early morning had disappeared as the sun mounted the cloudless sky. Bright February days have a stronger charm of hope about them than any other days in the year. One likes to pause in the mild rays of the sun and look over the gates at the patient plough-horses turning at the end of the furrow, and think that the beautiful year is all before one. The birds seem to feel just the same. Their notes are as clear as the clear air. There are no leaves on the trees and hedgerows, but how green all the grassy fields are, and the purplish brown of the ploughed earth and of the bare branches is beautiful too. What a glad world this looks like as one drives or rides along the valleys and over the hills. I have often thought so when in foreign countries where the fields and woods have looked to me like our English Loamshire, the rich land tilled with just as much care, the woods rolling down the gentle slopes to the green meadows. I have come on something by the roadside which has reminded me that I am not in Loamshire. An image of a great agony, the agony of the cross. It has stood perhaps by the clustering apple blossoms, or in the broad sunshine by the cornfield, or at a turning by the wood where a clear brook was gurgling below. And surely, if there came a traveller to this world who knew nothing of the story of man's life upon it, this image of agony would seem to him strangely out of place in the midst of this joyous nature. He would not know that hidden behind the apple blossoms, or among the golden corn, or under the shrouding boughs of the wood, there might be a human heart beating heavily with anguish, perhaps a young blooming girl, not knowing where to turn for refuge from swift advancing shame, understanding no more of this life of ours than a foolish, lost lamb wandering farther and farther in the nightfall on the lonely heath, yet tasting the bitterest of life's bitterness. Such things are sometimes hidden among the sunny fields and behind the blossoming orchards, and the sound of the gurgling brook, if you came close to one spot behind a small bush, would be mingled for your ear with a despairing human sob. No wonder man's religion has much sorrow in it. No wonder he needs a suffering God. Hetty, in her red cloak and warm bonnet, with her basket in her hand, is turning towards a gate by the side of the Treddleston road, but not that she may have a more lingering enjoyment of the sunshine, and think with hope of the long unfolding year. She hardly knows that the sun is shining, and for weeks now, when she has hoped at all, it has been for something at which she herself trembles and shudders. She only wants to be out of the high road, that she may walk slowly and not care how her face looks as she dwells on wretched thoughts. And through this gate she can get into a field path behind the wide, thick hedgerows. Her great dark eyes wander blankly over the fields, like the eyes of one who is desolate, homeless, unloved, not the promised bride of a brave, tender man. But there are no tears in them. Her tears were all wept away in the weary night before she went to sleep. At the next stile the pathway branches off. There are two roads before her, one along by the hedgerow, which will by and by lead her into the road again, and the other across the fields, which will take her much farther out of the way into the scantlands, low shrouded pastures where she will see nobody. She chooses this, and begins to walk a little faster, as if she had suddenly thought of an object towards which it was worth while to hasten. Soon she is in the scantlands, where the grassy land slopes gradually downwards, and she leaves the level ground to follow the slope. Farther on there is a clump of trees on the low ground, and she is making her way towards it. No, it is not a clump of trees, but a dark, shrouded pool, so full with the wintry rains that the underboughs of the elder bushes lie low beneath the water. She sits down on the grassy bank against the stooping stem of the great oak that hangs over the dark pool. She has thought of this pool often in the nights of the month that has just gone by, and now at last she has come to see it.
She clasps her hands round her knees and leans forward and looks earnestly at it, as if trying to guess what sort of bed it would make for her young round limbs. No, she has not courage to jump into that cold watery bed, and if she had, they might find her. They might find out why she had drowned herself. There is but one thing left to her. She must go away, go where they can't find her. After the first oncoming of her great dread, some weeks after her betrothal to Adam, she had waited and waited in the blind, vague hope that something would happen to set her free from her terror. But she could wait no longer. All the force of her nature had been concentrated on the one effort of concealment, and she had shrunk with irresistible dread from every course that could tend towards a betrayal of her miserable secret. Whenever the thought of writing to Arthur had occurred to her, she had rejected it. He could do nothing for her that would shelter her from discovery and scorn among the relatives and neighbours who once more made all her world. Now her airy dream had vanished. Her imagination no longer saw happiness with Arthur, for he could do nothing that would satisfy or soothe her pride. No, something else would happen, something must happen to set her free from this dread. In young, childish, ignorant souls there is constantly this blind trust in some unshapen chance. It is as hard to a boy or girl to believe that a great wretchedness will actually befall them as to believe that they will die. But now necessity was pressing hard upon her. Now the time of her marriage was close at hand. She could no longer rest in this blind trust. She must run away. She must hide herself where no familiar eyes could detect her. And then the terror of wandering out into the world of which she knew nothing made the possibility of going to Arthur a thought which brought some comfort with it. She felt so helpless now, so unable to fashion the future for herself, that the prospect of throwing herself on him had a relief in it which was stronger than her pride. As she sat by the pool and shuddered at the dark, cold water, the hope that he would receive her tenderly, that he would care for her and think for her, was like a sense of lulling warmth that made her for the moment indifferent to everything else. And she began now to think of nothing but the scheme by which she should get away. She had had a letter from Dinah lately, full of kind words about the coming marriage, which she had heard of from Seth, and when Hetty had read this letter aloud to her uncle, he had said, "I wish Dinah had come again now, for she'd be a comfort to your aunt when you're gone. What do you think, my wench, of going to see her as soon as you can be spared, and persuading her to come back with you? You might happen persuade her with telling her as her aunt wants her, for all she writes of not being able to come." Hetty had not liked the thought of going to Snowfield, and felt no longing to see Dinah, so she only said, "It's so far off, uncle." But now she thought this proposed visit would serve as a pretext for going away. She would tell her aunt when she got home again that she should like the change of going to Snowfield for a week or 10 days, and then, when she got to Stoniton, where nobody knew her, she would ask for the coach that would take her on the way to Windsor. Arthur was at Windsor, and she would go to him. As soon as Hetty had determined on this scheme, she rose up from the grassy bank of the pool, took up her basket, and went on her way to Treddleston, for she must buy the wedding things she had come out for, though she would never want them. She must be careful not to raise any suspicion that she was going to run away. Mrs. Poyser was quite agreeably surprised that Hetty wished to go and see Dinah, and try and bring her back to stay over the wedding. The sooner she went, the better, since the weather was pleasant now, and Adam, when he came in the evening, said if Hetty should set off tomorrow, he would make time to go with her to Treddleston, and see her safe into the Stoniton coach. "I wish I could go with you and take care of you, Hetty," he said the next morning, leaning in at the coach door, "but you won't stay much beyond a week. The time'll seem long." He was looking at her fondly, and his strong hand held hers in its grasp. Hetty felt a sense of protection in his presence. She was used to it now. If she could have had the past undone, and known no other love than her quiet liking for Adam. The tears rose as she gave him the last look. "God bless her for loving me," said Adam, as he went on his way to work again with Jip at his heels. But Hetty's tears were not for Adam, not for the anguish that would come upon him when he found she was gone from him forever. They were for the misery of her own lot, which took her away from this brave, tender man who offered up his whole life to her, and threw her, a poor, helpless suppliant, on the man who would think it a misfortune that she was obliged to cling to him. At 3 o'clock that day, when Hetty was on the coach that was to take her, they said, to Leicester, part of the long, long way to Windsor, she felt dimly that she might be travelling all this weary journey towards the beginning of new misery. Yet Arthur was at Windsor. He would surely not be angry with her. If he did not mind about her as he used to do, he had promised to be good to her. End of Book 4. Book 5, Chapter 36. The Journey of Hope. A long, lonely journey, with sadness in the heart. Away from the familiar to the strange. That is a hard and dreary thing even to the rich, the strong, the instructed. A hard thing even when we are called by duty, not urged by dread. What was it then to Hetty? With her poor narrow thoughts, no longer melting into vague hopes, but pressed upon by the chill of definite fear, repeating again and again the small round of memories, shaping again and again the same childish, doubtful images of what was to come, seeing nothing in this wide world but the little history of her own pleasures and pains, with so little money in her pocket, and the way so long and difficult. Unless she could afford always to go in the coaches, and she felt sure she could not, for the journey to Stoniton was more expensive than she had expected, it was plain that she must trust to carriers' carts or slow waggons, and what a time it would be before she could get to the end of her journey. The burly old coachman from Oakbourne, seeing such a pretty young woman among the outside passengers, had invited her to come and sit beside him, and feeling that it became him as a man and a coachman to open the dialogue with a joke, he applied himself as soon as they were off the stones to the elaboration of one suitable in all respects. After many cuts with his whip and glances at Hetty out of the corner of his eye, he lifted his lips above the edge of his wrapper and said, "He's pretty nigh 6 foot high, I'll be bound, isn't he, now?" "Who?" said Hetty, rather startled. "Why, the sweetheart as you've left behind, or else him as you're going arter. Which is it?" Hetty felt her face flushing, and then turning pale. She thought this coachman must know something about her. He must know Adam, and might tell him where she was gone, for it is difficult to country people to believe that those who make a figure in their own parish are not known everywhere else. And it was equally difficult to Hetty to understand that chance words could happen to apply closely to her circumstances. She was too frightened to speak. "Hey, hey," said the coachman, seeing that his joke was not so gratifying as he had expected. "You munna take it too serious. If he's behaved ill, get another. Such a pretty lass as you can get a sweetheart any day."
Hetty's fear was allayed by and by, when she found that the coachman made no further allusion to her personal concerns. But it still had the effect of preventing her from asking him what were the places on the road to Windsor. She told him she was only going a little way out of Stoniton, and when she got down at the inn where the coach stopped, she hastened away with her basket to another part of the town. When she had formed her plan of going to Windsor, she had not foreseen any difficulties except that of getting away, and after she had overcome this by proposing the visit to Dinah, her thoughts flew to the meeting with Arthur and the question how he would behave to her, not resting on any probable incidents of the journey. She was too entirely ignorant of travelling to imagine any of its details, and with all her store of money, her 3 guineas in her pocket, she thought herself amply provided. It was not until she found out how much it cost her to get to Stoniton that she began to be alarmed about the journey, and then, for the first time, she felt her ignorance as to the places that must be passed on her way. Oppressed with this new alarm, she walked along the grim Stoniton streets, and at last turned into a shabby little inn, where she hoped to get a cheap lodging for the night. Here she asked the landlord if he could tell her what places she must go to get to Windsor.
"Well, I can't rightly say. Windsor must be pretty nigh London, for it's where the king lives," was the answer. "Anyhow, you'd best go to Ashby next, that's Southard. But there's as many places from here to London as there's houses in Stoniton, by what I can make out. I've never been no traveller myself, but how comes a lone young woman like you to be thinking of taking such a journey as that?"
"I'm going to my brother. He's a soldier at Windsor," said Hetty, frightened at the landlord's questioning look. "I can't afford to go by the coach. Do you think there's a cart that goes towards Ashby in the morning?"
"Yes, there may be carts if anybody knowed where they started from, but you might run over the town before you found out. You'd best set off and walk, and trust to summit overtaking you."
Every word sank like lead on Hetty's spirits. She saw the journey stretch bit by bit before her now. Even to get to Ashby seemed a hard thing. It might take the day for what she knew, and that was nothing to the rest of the journey. But it must be done. She must get to Arthur. Oh, how she yearned to be again with somebody who would care for her. She who had never got up in the morning without the certainty of seeing familiar faces, people on whom she had an acknowledged claim, whose farthest journey had been to Rossiter on the pillion with her uncle, whose thoughts had always been taking holiday in dreams of pleasure, because all the business of her life was managed for her. This kitten-like Hetty, who till a few months ago had never felt any other grief than that of envying Mary Burge a new ribbon, or being girded at by her aunt for neglecting Totty, must now make her toilsome way in loneliness, her peaceful home left behind for ever, and nothing but a tremulous hope of distant refuge before her. Now, for the first time, as she lay down tonight in the strange hard bed, she felt that her home had been a happy one, that her uncle had been very good to her, that her quiet lot at Hazelop among the things and people she knew, with her little pride in her one best gown and bonnet, and nothing to hide from anyone, was what she would like to wake up to as a reality, and find that all the feverish life she had known besides was a short nightmare. She thought of all she had left behind with yearning regret for her own sake. Her own misery filled her heart. There was no room in it for other people's sorrow. And yet, before the cruel letter, Arthur had been so tender and loving. The memory of that had still a charm for her, though it was no more than a soothing draught that just made pain bearable. For Hetty could conceive no other existence for herself in future than a hidden one. And a hidden life, even with love, would have had no delights for her. Still less a life mingled with shame. She knew no romances, and had only a feeble share in the feelings which are the source of romance, so that well-read ladies may find it difficult to understand her state of mind. She was too ignorant of everything beyond the simple notions and habits in which she had been brought up to have any more definite idea of her probable future than that Arthur would take care of her somehow and shelter her from anger and scorn. He would not marry her and make her a lady, and apart from that, she could think of nothing he could give towards which she looked with longing and ambition. The next morning she rose early, and taking only some bread and milk for her breakfast, set out to walk on the road towards Ashby, under a leaden-coloured sky, with a narrowing streak of yellow like a departing hope on the edge of the horizon. Now, in her faintness of heart at the length and difficulty of her journey, she was most of all afraid of spending her money, and becoming so destitute that she would have to ask people's charity. For Hetty had the pride not only of a proud nature, but of a proud class, the class that pays the most poor rates, and most shudders at the idea of profiting by a poor rate. It had not yet occurred to her that she might get money for her locket and earrings which she carried with her, and she applied all her small arithmetic and knowledge of prices to calculating how many meals and how many rides were contained in her 2 guineas, and the odd shillings, which had a melancholy look, as if they were the pale ashes of the other bright flaming coin. For the first few miles out of Stoniton, she walked on bravely, always fixing on some tree or gate or projecting bush at the most distant visible point in the road as a goal, and feeling a faint joy when she had reached it. But when she came to the 4th milestone, the first she had happened to notice among the long grass by the roadside, and read that she was still only 4 miles beyond Stoniton, her courage sank. She had come only this little way, and yet felt tired and almost hungry again in the keen morning air. For though Hetty was accustomed to much movement and exertion indoors, she was not used to long walks which produced quite a different sort of fatigue from that of household activity. As she was looking at the milestone, she felt some drops falling on her face. It was beginning to rain. Here was a new trouble which had not entered into her sad thoughts before, and quite weighed down by this sudden addition to her burden, she sat down on the step of a stile and began to sob hysterically. The beginning of hardship is like the first taste of bitter food. It seems for a moment unbearable, yet if there is nothing else to satisfy our hunger, we take another bite and find it possible to go on. When Hetty recovered from her burst of weeping, she rallied her fainting courage. It was raining, and she must try to get on to a village where she might find rest and shelter. Presently, as she walked on wearily, she heard the rumbling of heavy wheels behind her. A covered wagon was coming, creeping slowly along with a slouching driver cracking his whip beside the horses. She waited for it, thinking that if the wagoner were not a very sour-looking man, she would ask him to take her up. As the wagon approached her, The driver had fallen behind, but there was something in the front of the big vehicle which encouraged her. At any previous moment in her life she would not have noticed it, but now the new susceptibility that suffering had awakened in her caused this object to impress her strongly. It was only a small white and liver-coloured spaniel which sat on the front ledge of the waggon, with large, timid eyes, and an incessant trembling in the body, such as you may have seen in some of these small creatures. Hetty cared little for animals, as you know, but at this moment she felt as if the helpless, timid creature had some fellowship with her, and without being quite aware of the reason, she was less doubtful about speaking to the driver, who now came forward, a large, ruddy man, with a sack over his shoulders by way of scarf or mantle.
"Could you take me up in your waggon if you're going towards Ashby?" said Hetty. "I'll pay you for it."
"Ah," said the big fellow, with that slowly dawning smile which belongs to heavy faces, "I can take you up fast enough without being paid for it if you don't mind lying a bit closish atop of the wool packs. Where do you come from, and what do you want at Ashby?"
"I come from Stoniton. I'm going a long way, to Windsor."
"What, after some service, or what?"
"Going to my brother. He's a soldier there."
"Well, I'm going no further nor Leicester, and fur enough too, but I'll take you if you don't mind being a bit long on the road. The hosses won't feel your weight no more than they feel the little dog there as I puck up on the road a fortnight ago. He were lost, I believe, and's been all of a tremble ever sin'. Come, gi' us your basket, and come behind, and let me put ye in." To lie on the wool packs, with a cranny left between the curtains of the awning to let in the air, was luxury to Hetty now, and she half slept away the hours till the driver came to ask her if she wanted to get down and have some victual. He was himself going to eat his dinner at this public. Late at night they reached Leicester, and so this second day of Hetty's journey was past. She had spent no money except what she had paid for her food, but she felt that this slow journeying would be intolerable for her another day, and in the morning she found her way to a coach office to ask about the road to Windsor, and see if it would cost her too much to go part of the distance by coach again. Yes, the distance was too great. The coaches were too dear. She must give them up. But the elderly clerk at the office, touched by her pretty anxious face, wrote down for her the names of the chief places she must pass through. This was the only comfort she got in Leicester, for the men stared at her as she went along the street, and for the first time in her life Hetty wished no one would look at her. She set out walking again, but this day she was fortunate, for she was soon overtaken by a carrier's cart which carried her to Hinckley, and by the help of a return chaise with a drunken postilion, who frightened her by driving like Jehu the son of Nimshi, and shouting hilarious remarks at her, twisting himself backwards on his saddle, she was, before night, in the heart of woody Warwickshire, but still almost 100 miles from Windsor, they told her. Oh, what a large world it was, and what hard work for her to find her way in it. She went by mistake to Stratford-on-Avon, finding Stratford set down in her list of places, and then she was told she had come a long way out of the right road. It was not till the 5th day that she got to Stony Stratford. That seems but a slight journey as you look at the map, or remember your own pleasant travels to and from the meadowy banks of the Avon. But how wearily long it was to Hetty! It seemed to her as if this country of flat fields and hedgerows and dotted houses and villages and market towns, all so much alike to her indifferent eyes, must have no end, and she must go on wandering among them for ever, waiting tired at toll-gates for some cart to come, and then finding the cart went only a little way, a very little way, to the miller's a mile off perhaps, and she hated going into the public houses, where she must go to get food and ask questions, because there were always men lounging there who stared at her and joked her rudely. Her body was very weary too with these days of new fatigue and anxiety. They had made her look more pale and worn than all the time of hidden dread she had gone through at home. When at last she reached Stony Stratford, her impatience and weariness had become too strong for her economical caution. She determined to take the coach for the rest of the way, though it should cost her all her remaining money. She would need nothing at Windsor but to find Arthur. When she had paid the fare for the last coach, she had only a shilling, and as she got down at the sign of the Green Man in Windsor at 12 o'clock in the middle of the 7th day, hungry and faint, the coachman came up and begged her to remember him. She put her hand in her pocket and took out the shilling, but the tears came with the sense of exhaustion and the thought that she was giving away her last means of getting food, which she really required before she could go in search of Arthur. As she held out the shilling, she lifted up her dark, tear-filled eyes to the coachman's face and said, "Can you give me back 6pence?" "No, no," he said gruffly. "Never mind. Put the shilling up again." The landlord of the Green Man had stood near enough to witness this scene, and he was a man whose abundant feeding served to keep his good nature as well as his person in high condition. And that lovely, tearful face of Hetty's would have found out the sensitive fibre in most men. "Come, young woman, come in," he said, "and have a drop of something. You're pretty well knocked up, I can see that." He took her into the bar and said to his wife, "Here, missus, take this young woman into the parlour. She's a little overcome." For Hetty's tears were falling fast. They were merely hysterical tears. She thought that she had no reason for weeping now, and was vexed that she was too weak and tired to help it. She was at Windsor at last, not far from Arthur. She looked with eager, hungry eyes at the bread and meat and beer that the landlady brought her, and for some minutes she forgot everything else in the delicious sensations of satisfying hunger and recovering from exhaustion. The landlady sat opposite to her as she ate, and looked at her earnestly. No wonder. Hetty had thrown off her bonnet, and her curls had fallen down. Her face was all the more touching in its youth and beauty because of its weary look, and the good woman's eyes presently wandered to her figure, which in her hurried dressing on her journey she had taken no pains to conceal. Moreover, the stranger's eye detects what the familiar, unsuspecting eye leaves unnoticed. "Why, you're not very fit for travelling," she said, glancing while she spoke at Hetty's ringless hand. "Have you come far?" "Yes," said Hetty, roused by this question to exert more self-command, and feeling the better for the food she had taken. "I've come a good long way, and it's very tiring. But I'm better now. Could you tell me which way to go to this place?" Here Hetty took from her pocket a bit of paper. It was the end of Arthur's letter on which he had written his address. While she was speaking, the landlord had come in and had begun to look at her as earnestly as his wife had done. He took up the piece of paper which Hetty handed across the table and read the address.
"Why, what do you want at this house?" he said.
"It is in the nature of innkeepers and all men who have no pressing business of their own to ask as many questions as possible before giving any information."
"I want to see a gentleman as is there," said Hetty. "But there's no gentleman there," returned the landlord. "It's shut up. Been shut up this fortnight. What gentleman is it you want? Perhaps I can let you know where to find him." "It's Captain Donnithorne," said Hetty tremulously, her heart beginning to beat painfully at this disappointment of her hope that she should find Arthur at once. "Captain Donnithorne? Stop a bit," said the landlord slowly. "Was he in the Loamshire militia? A tall young officer with a fairish skin and reddish whiskers, and had a servant by the name of Pym." "Oh, yes," said Hetty. "You know him. Where is he?" "A fine sight of miles away from here. The Loamshire militia's gone to Ireland. It's been gone this fortnight." "Look there, she's fainting," said the landlady, hastening to support Hetty, who had lost her miserable consciousness and looked like a beautiful corpse. They carried her to the sofa and loosened her dress. "Here's a bad business, I suspect," said the landlord as he brought in some water. "Ah, it's plain enough what sort of business it is," said the wife. "She's not a common flaunting dratchel, I can see that. She looks like a respectable country girl, and she comes from a good way off to judge by her tongue. She talks something like that ostler we had that come from the north. He was as honest a fellow as we ever had about the house. They're all honest folks in the north." "I never saw a prettier young woman in my life," said the husband. "She's like a picture in a shop window. It goes to one's heart to look at her." "It'd have been a good deal better for her if she'd been uglier and had more conduct," said the landlady,
who, on any charitable construction, must have been supposed to have more conduct than beauty.
"But she's coming to again. Fetch a drop more water."
Chapter 37. The Journey in Despair. Hetty was too ill through the rest of that day for any questions to be addressed to her, too ill even to think with any distinctness of the evils that were to come. She only felt that all her hope was crushed, and that instead of having found a refuge, she had only reached the borders of a new wilderness where no goal lay before her. The sensations of bodily sickness in a comfortable bed, and with the tendance of the good-natured landlady, made a sort of respite for her. Such a respite as there is in the faint weariness which obliges a man to throw himself on the sand instead of toiling onward under the scorching sun. But when sleep and rest had brought back the strength necessary for the keenness of mental suffering, when she lay the next morning looking at the growing light, which was like a cruel taskmaster returning to urge from her a fresh round of hated, hopeless labour, she began to think what course she must take, to remember that all her money was gone, to look at the prospect of further wandering among strangers with the new clearness shed on it by the experience of her journey to Windsor. But which way could she turn? It was impossible for her to enter into any service, even if she could obtain it. There was nothing but immediate beggary before her. She thought of a young woman who had been found against the church wall at Hazelop one Sunday, nearly dead with cold and hunger, a tiny infant in her arms. The woman was rescued and taken to the parish. The parish? You can perhaps hardly understand the effect of that word on a mind like Hetty's, brought up among people who were somewhat hard in their feelings even towards poverty, who lived among the fields and had little pity for want and rags as a cruel, inevitable fate such as they sometimes seem in cities, but held them a mark of idleness and vice. And it was idleness and vice that brought burdens on the parish. To Hetty the parish was next to the prison in obloquy, and to ask anything of strangers, to beg, lay in the same far-off hideous region of intolerable shame that Hetty had all her life thought it impossible she could ever come near. But now the remembrance of that wretched woman whom she had seen herself on her way from church being carried into Joshua Rann's came back upon her with the new terrible sense that there was very little now to divide her from the same lot. And the dread of bodily hardship mingled with the dread of shame, for Hetty had the luxurious nature of a round, soft-coated pet animal. How she yearned to be back in her safe home again, cherished and cared for as she had always been. Her aunt's scolding about trifles would have been music to her ears now. She longed for it. She used to hear it in a time when she had only trifles to hide. Could she be the same Hetty that used to make up the butter in the dairy with the Guelder roses peeping in at the window? She, a runaway whom her friends would not open their doors to again, lying in this strange bed with the knowledge that she had no money to pay for what she had received, and must offer those strangers some of the clothes in her basket. It was then she thought of her locket and earrings, and seeing her pocket lie near, she reached it and spread the contents on the bed before her. There were the locket and earrings in the little velvet-lined boxes, and with them there was a beautiful silver thimble which Adam had bought her, the words "Remember me" making the ornament of the border, a steel purse with her 1 shilling in it, and a small red leather case fastened with a strap. Those beautiful little earrings with their delicate pearls and garnet that she had tried in her ears with such longing in the bright sunshine on the 30th of July. She had no longing to put them in her ears now. Her head, with its dark rings of hair, lay back languidly on the pillow, and the sadness that rested about her brow and eyes was something too hard for regretful memory. Yet she put her hands up to her ears. It was because there were some thin gold rings in them, which were also worth a little money. Yes, she could surely get some money for her ornaments. Those Arthur had given her must have cost a great deal of money. The landlord and landlady had been good to her. Perhaps they would help her to get the money for these things. But this money would not keep her long. What should she do when it was gone? Where should she go? The horrible thought of want and beggary drove her once to think she would go back to her uncle and aunt and ask them to forgive her and have pity on her. But she shrank from that idea again, as she might have shrunk from scorching metal. She could never endure that shame before her uncle and aunt, before Mary Burge, and the servants at the Chase, and the people at Broxton, and everybody who knew her. They should never know what had happened to her. What could she do? She would go away from Windsor, travel again as she had done the last week, and get among the flat green fields with the high hedges round them, where nobody could see her or know her, and there, perhaps, when there was nothing else she could do, she should get courage to drown herself in some pond like that in the Scantlands. Yes, she would get away from Windsor as soon as possible. She didn't like these people at the inn to know about her, to know that she had come to look for Captain Donnithorne. She must think of some reason to tell them why she had asked for him. With this thought, she began to put the things back into her pocket, meaning to get up and dress before the landlady came to her. She had her hand on the red leather case when it occurred to her that there might be something in this case which she had forgotten, something worth selling. For, without knowing what she should do with her life, she craved the means of living as long as possible. And when we desire eagerly to find something, we are apt to search for it in hopeless places. No, there was nothing but common needles and pins, and dried tulip petals between the paper leaves where she had written down her little money accounts. But on one of these leaves there was a name, which often as she had seen it before, now flashed on Hetty's mind like a newly discovered message. The name was Dinah Morris, Snowfield. There was a text above it, written, as well as the name, by Dinah's own hand, with a little pencil, one evening that they were sitting together, and Hetty happened to have the red case lying open before her. Hetty did not read the text now. She was only arrested by the name. Now, for the first time, she remembered without indifference the affectionate kindness Dinah had shown her, and those words of Dinah in the bedchamber, that Hetty must think of her as a friend in trouble. Perhaps she were to go to Dinah and ask her to help her. Dinah did not think about things as other people did. She was a mystery to Hetty, but Hetty knew she was always kind. She couldn't imagine Dinah's face turning away from her in dark reproof or scorn, Dinah's voice willingly speaking ill of her, or rejoicing in her misery as a punishment. Dinah did not seem to belong to that world of Hetty's, whose glance she dreaded like scorching fire. But even to her, Hetty shrank from beseeching and confession. She could not prevail on herself to say, "I will go to Dinah." She only thought of that as a possible alternative, if she had not courage for death. The good landlady was amazed when she saw Hetty come downstairs soon after herself, neatly dressed, and looking resolutely self-possessed. Hetty told her she was quite well this morning. She had only been very tired and overcome with her journey, for she had come a long way to ask about her brother, who had run away, and they thought he was gone for a soldier, and Captain Donnithorne might know, for he had been very kind to her brother once. It was a lame story, and the landlady looked doubtfully at Hetty as she told it, but there was a resolute air of self-reliance about her this morning, so different from the helpless prostration of yesterday that the landlady hardly knew how to make a remark that might seem like prying into other people's affairs. She only invited her to sit down to breakfast with them, and in the course of it Hetty brought out her earrings and locket, and asked the landlord if he could help her to get money for them. Her journey, she said, had cost her much more than she expected, and now she had no money to get back to her friends, which she wanted to do at once. It was not the first time the landlady had seen the ornaments, for she had examined the contents of Hetty's pocket yesterday, and she and her husband had discussed the fact of a country girl having these beautiful things with a stronger conviction than ever that Hetty had been miserably deluded by the fine young officer. "Well," said the landlord, when Hetty had spread the precious trifles before him, "we might take 'em to the jeweller's shop, for there's one not far off. But Lord bless you, they wouldn't give you a quarter of what the things are worth, and you wouldn't like to part with 'em," he added, looking at her inquiringly. "Oh, I don't mind," said Hetty hastily, "so as I can get money to go back. And they might think the things were stolen as you wanted to sell them,
he went on, for it isn't usual for a young woman like you to have fine jewellery like that. The blood rushed to Hetty's face with anger. "I belong to respectable folks," she said. "I'm not a thief." "Now, that you aren't, I'll be bound," said the landlady. "And you'd no call to say that," looking indignantly at her husband. "The things were gev to her. That's plain enough to be seen." "I didn't mean as I thought so," said the husband apologetically, "but I said it was what the jeweller might think, and so he wouldn't be offering much money for 'em." "Well," said the wife, "suppose you were to advance some money on the things yourself, and then, if she liked to redeem 'em when she got home, she could. But if we heard nothing from her after 2 months, we might as well do as we like with 'em."
I will not say that in this accommodating proposition the landlady had no regard whatever to the possible reward of her good nature in the ultimate possession of the locket and earrings. Indeed, the effect they would have in that case on the mind of the grocer's wife had presented itself with remarkable vividness to her rapid imagination. The landlord took up the ornaments and pushed out his lips in a meditative manner. He wished Hetty well, doubtless, but pray how many of your well-wishers would decline to make a little gain out of you? Your landlady is sincerely affected at parting with you, respects you highly, and will really rejoice if anyone else is generous to you. But at the same time, she hands you a bill by which she gains as high a percentage as possible. "How much money do you want to get home with, young woman?" said the well-wisher at length. "3 guineas," answered Hetty, fixing on the sum she had set out with, for want of any other standard and afraid of asking too much. "Well, I've no objections to advance you 3 guineas," said the landlord, "and if you like to send it me back and get the jewellery again, you can, you know. The green man isn't going to run away." "Oh, yes, I'd be very glad if you'll give me that," said Hetty, relieved at the thought that she would not have to go to the jeweller's and be stared at and questioned.
"But if you want the things again, you'll write before long," said the landlady, "because when 2 months are up, we shall make up our minds as you don't want 'em."
"Yes," said Hetty indifferently. The husband and wife were equally content with this arrangement. The husband thought if the ornaments were not redeemed, he could make a good thing of it by taking them to London and selling them. The wife thought she could coax the good man into letting her keep them. And they were accommodating Hetty, poor thing, a pretty, respectable-looking young woman, apparently in a sad case. They declined to take anything for her food and bed. She was quite welcome. And at 11 o'clock Hetty said good-bye to them with the same quiet, resolute air she had worn all the morning, mounting the coach that was to take her 20 miles back along the way she had come. There is a strength of self-possession which is the sign that the last hope has departed. Despair no more leans on others than perfect contentment, and in despair pride ceases to be counteracted by the sense of dependence. Hetty felt that no one could deliver her from the evils that would make life hateful to her, and no one, she said to herself, should ever know her misery and humiliation. No, she would not confess, even to Dinah. She would wander out of sight and drown herself where her body would never be found, and no one should know what had become of her. When she got off this coach, she began to walk again and take cheap rides in carts and get cheap meals, going on and on without distinct purpose, yet strangely by some fascination taking the way she had come, though she was determined not to go back to her own country. Perhaps it was because she had fixed her mind on the grassy Warwickshire fields, with the bushy, tree-studded hedgerows that made a hiding-place even in this leafless season. She went more slowly than she came, often getting over the stiles and sitting for hours under the hedgerows, looking before her with blank, beautiful eyes, fancying herself at the edge of a hidden pool, low down, like that in the Scantlands, wondering if it were very painful to be drowned, and if there would be anything worse after death than what she dreaded in life. Religious doctrines had taken no hold on Hetty's mind. She was one of those numerous people who have had godfathers and godmothers, learned their catechism, been confirmed, and gone to church every Sunday, and yet, for any practical result of strength in life or trust in death, have never appropriated a single Christian idea or Christian feeling. You would misunderstand her thoughts during these wretched days if you imagined that they were influenced either by religious fears or religious hopes. She chose to go to Stratford-on-Avon again, where she had gone before by mistake, for she remembered some grassy fields on her former way towards it, fields among which she thought she might find just the sort of pool she had in her mind. Yet she took care of her money still. She carried her basket. Death seemed still a long way off, and life was so strong in her. She craved food and rest. She hastened towards them at the very moment she was picturing to herself the bank from which she would leap towards death. It was already 5 days since she had left Windsor, for she had wandered about, always avoiding speech or questioning looks, and recovering her air of proud self-dependence whenever she was under observation, choosing her decent lodging at night, and dressing herself neatly in the morning, and setting off on her way steadily, or remaining under shelter if it rained, as if she had a happy life to cherish. And yet, even in her most self-conscious moments, the face was sadly different from that which had smiled at itself in the old specked glass, or smiled at others when they glanced at it admiringly. A hard and even fierce look had come in the eyes, though their lashes were as long as ever, and they had all their dark brightness. And the cheek was never dimpled with smiles now. It was the same rounded, pouting, childish prettiness, but with all love and belief in love departed from it, the sadder for its beauty, like that wondrous Medusa face with the passionate, passionless lips. At last she was among the fields she had been dreaming of, on a long, narrow pathway leading towards a wood. If there should be a pool in that wood, it would be better hidden than one in the fields. No, it was not a wood, only a wild brake, where there had once been gravel pits, leaving mounds and hollows studded with brushwood and small trees. She roamed up and down, thinking there was perhaps a pool in every hollow before she came to it, till her limbs were weary and she sat down to rest. The afternoon was far advanced, and the leaden sky was darkening as if the sun was setting behind it. After a little while Hetty started up again, feeling that darkness would soon come on, and she must put off finding the pool till tomorrow, and make her way to some shelter for the night. She had quite lost her way in the fields, and might as well go in one direction as another, for aught she knew. She walked through field after field, and no village, no house was in sight. But there, at the corner of this pasture, there was a break in the hedges. The land seemed to dip down a little, and 2 trees leaned towards each other across the opening. Hetty's heart gave a great beat as she thought there must be a pool there. She walked towards it heavily over the tufted grass, with pale lips and a sense of trembling. It was as if the thing were come in spite of herself, instead of being the object of her search. There it was, black under the darkening sky, no motion, no sound near. She set down her basket and then sank down herself on the grass, trembling. The pool had its wintry depth now. By the time it got shallow, as she remembered the pools did at Hayslope in the summer, no one could find out it was her body. But then there was her basket. She must hide that too. She must throw it into the water, make it heavy with stones first, and then throw it in. She got up to look about for stones, and soon brought 5 or 6, which she laid down beside her basket, and then sat down again. There was no need to hurry. There was all the night to drown herself in. She sat leaning her elbow on the basket. She was weary, hungry. There were some buns in her basket, 3 which she had supplied herself with at the place where she ate her dinner. She took them out now and ate them eagerly, and then sat still again, looking at the pool. The soothed sensation that came over her from the satisfaction of her hunger, and this fixed, dreamy attitude brought on drowsiness, and presently her head sank down on her knees. She was fast asleep. When she awoke, it was deep night, and she felt chill. She was frightened at this darkness, frightened at the long night before her. If she could but throw herself into the water. No, not yet. She began to walk about that she might get warm again, as if she would have more resolution then. Oh, how long the time was in that darkness! The bright hearth and the warmth and the voices of home, the secure uprising and lying down, the familiar fields, the familiar people, the Sundays and holidays with their simple joys of dress and feasting. All the sweets of her young life rushed before her now, and she seemed to be stretching her arms towards them across a great gulf. She set her teeth when she thought of Arthur. She cursed him without knowing what her cursing would do. She wished he too might know desolation, and cold, and a life of shame that he dared not end by death. The horror of this cold and darkness and solitude, out of all human reach, became greater every long minute. It was almost as if she were dead already, and knew that she was dead, and longed to get back to life again. But no, she was alive still. She had not taken the dreadful leap. She felt a strange contradictory wretchedness and exultation. Wretchedness that she did not dare to face death, exultation that she was still in life, that she might yet know light and warmth again. She walked backwards and forwards to warm herself, beginning to discern something of the objects around her, as her eyes became accustomed to the night. The darker line of the hedge, the rapid motion of some living creature, perhaps a field mouse, rushing across the grass. She no longer felt as if the darkness hedged her in. She thought she could walk back across the field and get over the stile, and then in the very next field she thought she remembered there was a hovel of furze near a sheepfold. If she could get into that hovel, she would be warmer. She could pass the night there, for that was what Alec did at Hayslope in lambing time. The thought of this hovel brought the energy of a new hope. She took up her basket and walked across the field, but it was some time before she got in the right direction for the stile. The exercise and the occupation of finding the stile were a stimulus to her, however, and lightened the horror of the darkness and solitude. There were sheep in the next field, and she startled the group as she set down her basket and got over the stile. And the sound of their movement comforted her, for it assured her that her impression was right. This was the field where she had seen the hovel, for it was the field where the sheep were. Right on along the path, and she would get to it. She reached the opposite gate, and felt her way along its rails and the rails of the sheepfold, till her hand encountered the pricking of the gorsy wall. Delicious sensation! She had found the shelter. She groped her way, touching the prickly gorse, to the door, and pushed it open. It was an ill-smelling, close place, but warm, and there was straw on the ground. Hetty sank down on the straw with a sense of escape. Tears came. She had never shed tears before since she left Windsor, tears and sobs of hysterical joy that she had still hold of life, that she was still on the familiar earth with the sheep near her. The very consciousness of her own limbs was a delight to her. She turned up her sleeves and kissed her arms with the passionate love of life. Soon warmth and weariness lulled her in the midst of her sobs, and she fell continually into dozing, fancying herself at the brink of the pool again, fancying that she had jumped into the water, and then awakening with a start and wondering where she was. But at last deep, dreamless sleep came. Her head, guarded by her bonnet, found a pillow against the gorsy wall, and the poor soul, driven to and fro between two equal terrors, found the one relief that was possible to it, the relief of unconsciousness. Alas, that relief seems to end the moment it has begun. It seemed to Hetty as if those dozen dreams had only passed into another dream, that she was in the hovel, and her aunt was standing over her with a candle in her hand. She trembled under her aunt's glance, and opened her eyes. There was no candle, but there was light in the hovel, the light of early morning through the open door, and there was a face looking down on her. But it was an unknown face belonging to an elderly man in a smock frock. "Why, what do you do here, young woman?" the man said roughly. Hetty trembled still worse under this real fear and shame than she had done in her momentary dream under her aunt's glance. She felt that she was like a beggar already, found sleeping in that place. But in spite of her trembling, she was so eager to account to the man for her presence there that she found words at once. "I lost my way," she said. "I'm travelling northward, and I got away from the road into the fields and was overtaken by the dark. Will you tell me the way to the nearest village?" She got up as she was speaking and put her hands to her bonnet to adjust it, and then laid hold of her basket. The man looked at her with a slow, bovine gaze, without giving her any answer, for some seconds. But it was not till he got there that he stood still, and turning his shoulder half round towards her, said, "Oh, I can show you the way to Norton if you like. But what do you do getting out of the high road?" he added, with a tone of gruff reproof. "You'll be getting into mischief if you don't mind." "Yes," said Hetty, "I won't do it again. I'll keep in the road if you'll be so good as to show me how to get to it." "Why don't you keep where there's a finger-posts and folks to ax the way on?" the man said, still more gruffly. "Anybody'd think you was a wild woman, and look at you." Hetty was frightened at this gruff old man, and still more at this last suggestion that she looked like a wild woman. As she followed him out of the hovel, she thought she would give him a sixpence for telling her the way, and then he would not suppose she was wild. As he stopped to point out the road to her, She put her hand in her pocket to get the sixpence ready, and when he was turning away, without saying good morning, she held it out to him and said, "Thank you. Will you please take something for your trouble?" He looked slowly at the sixpence and then said, "I want none of your money. You'd better take care on't, as you'll get it stole from you if you go traipsing about the fields like a mad woman that way." The man left her without further speech, and Hetty held on her way. Another day had risen, and she must wander on. It was no use to think of drowning herself. She could not do it, at least while she had money left to buy food and strength to journey on. But the incident on her waking this morning heightened her dread of that time when her money would all be gone. She would have to sell her basket and clothes then, and she would really look like a beggar or a wild woman, as the man had said. The passionate joy in life she had felt in the night after escaping from the brink of the black, cold death in the pool was gone now. Life now, by the morning light, with the impression of that man's hard, wondering look at her, was as full of dread as death. It was worse. It was a dread to which she felt chained, from which she shrank and shrank as she did from the black pool, and yet could find no refuge from it. She took out her money from her purse and looked at it. She had still 22 shillings. It would serve her for many days more, or it would help her to get on faster to Stonyshire within reach of Dinah. The thought of Dinah urged itself more strongly now, since the experience of the night had driven her shuddering imagination away from the pool. If it had been only going to Dinah, if nobody besides Dinah would ever know, Hetty could have made up her mind to go to her. The soft voice, the pitying eyes would have drawn her. But afterwards the other people must know, and she could no more rush on that shame than she could rush on death. She must wander on, and wait for a lower depth of despair to give her courage. Perhaps death would come to her, for she was getting less and less able to bear the day's weariness. And yet, such is the strange action of our souls, drawing us by a lurking desire towards the very ends we dread. Hetty, when she set out again from Norton, asked the straightest road northwards towards Stonyshire, and kept it all that day. Poor wandering Hetty, with the rounded childish face, and the hard, unloving, despairing soul looking out of it, with the narrow heart and narrow thoughts, no room in them for any sorrows but her own, and tasting that sorrow with the more intense bitterness. My heart bleeds for her as I see her toiling along on her weary feet, or seated in a cart, with her eyes fixed vacantly on the road before her, never thinking or caring whither it tends, till hunger comes and makes her desire that a village may be near. What will be the end of her objectless wandering, apart from all love, caring for human beings only through her pride, clinging to life only as the hunted, wounded brute clings to it? God preserve you and me from being the beginners of such misery. Chapter 38. The Quest. The first 10 days after Hetty's departure passed as quietly as any other days with the family at the Hall Farm, and with Adam at his daily work. They had expected Hetty to stay away a week or 10 days at least, perhaps a little longer if Dinah came back with her, because there might then be something to detain them at Snowfield. But when a fortnight had passed, they began to feel a little surprise that Hetty did not return. She must surely have found it pleasanter to be with Dinah than anyone could have supposed. Adam, for his part, was getting very impatient to see her, and he resolved that if she did not appear the next day, Saturday, he would set out on Sunday morning to fetch her. There was no coach on a Sunday, but by setting out before it was light, and perhaps getting a lift in a cart by the way, he would arrive pretty early at Snowfield and bring back Hetty the next day. Dinah, too, if she were coming. It was quite time Hetty came home, and he would afford to lose his Monday for the sake of bringing her. His project was quite approved at the farm when he went there on Saturday evening. Mrs. Poyser desired him emphatically not to come back without Hetty, for she had been quite too long away, considering the things she had to get ready by the middle of March, and a week was surely enough for anyone to go out for their health. As for Dinah, Mrs. Poyser had small hope of their bringing her, unless they could make her believe the folks at Hazelop were twice as miserable as the folks at Snowfield. "Though," said Mrs. Poyser, by way of conclusion, "you might tell her she's got but one aunt left, and she's wasted pretty nigh to a shadder, and we shall p'raps all be gone 20 mile farther off her next Michaelmas, and she'll die of broken hearts among strange folks, and leave the children fatherless and motherless." "Nay, nay," said Mr. Poyser, who certainly had the air of a man perfectly heart-whole, "it isna so bad as that. Thee looking rarely now, and getting flesh every day. But I'd be glad for Dinah to come, for she'd help thee with the little uns. They took her wonderful." So, at daybreak on Sunday, Adam set off. Seth went with him the first mile or two, for the thought of Snowfield and the possibility that Dinah might come again made him restless, and the walk with Adam in the cold morning air, both in their best clothes, helped to give him a sense of Sunday calm. It was the last morning in February, with a low grey sky and a slight hoarfrost on the green border of the road and on the black hedges. They heard the gurgling of the full brooklet hurrying down the hill, and the faint twittering of the early birds. For they walked in silence, though with a pleased sense of companionship. "Good-bye, lad," said Adam, laying his hand on Seth's shoulder and looking at him affectionately as they were about to part. "I wish thee wast going all the way with me, and as happy as I am." "I'm content, Addy, I'm content," said Seth cheerfully. "I'll be an old bachelor, belike, and make a fuss with the children." They turned away from each other, and Seth walked leisurely homeward, mentally repeating one of his favourite hymns. He was very fond of hymns. "Dark and cheerless is the morn, unaccompanied by thee. Joyless is the day's return, till thy mercy's beams I see. Till thou inward light impart, glad my eyes and warm my heart. Visit then this soul of mine, pierce the gloom of sin and grief. Fill me radiancy divine, scatter all my unbelief. More and more thyself display, shining to the perfect day." Adam walked much faster, and anyone coming along the Oakbourne road at sunrise that morning must have had a pleasant sight in this tall, broad-chested man, striding along with a courage as upright and firm as any soldier's, glancing with keen, glad eyes at the dark blue hills as they began to show themselves on his way. Seldom in Adam's life had his face been so free from any cloud of anxiety as it was this morning, and this freedom from care as is usual with constructive, practical minds like his, made him all the more observant of the objects round him, and all the more ready to gather suggestions from them towards his own favourite plans and ingenious contrivances. His happy love, the knowledge that his steps were carrying him nearer and nearer to Hetty, who was so soon to be his, was to his thoughts what the sweet morning air was to his sensations. It gave him a consciousness of well-being that made activity delightful. Every now and then there was a rush of more intense feeling towards her, which chased away other images than Hetty, and along with that would come a wondering thankfulness that all this happiness was given to him, that this life of ours had such sweetness in it. For Adam had a devout mind, though he was perhaps rather impatient of devout words, and his tenderness lay very close to his reverence, so that the one could hardly be stirred without the other. But after feeling had welled up and poured itself out in this way, busy thought would come back with the greater vigour, and this morning it was intent on schemes by which the roads might be improved that were so imperfect all through the country, and on picturing all the benefits that might come from the exertions of a single country gentleman if he would set himself to getting the roads made good in his own district. It seemed a very short walk, the 10 miles to Oakbourne, that pretty town within sight of the Blue Hills, where he breakfasted. After this, the country grew barer and barer. No more rolling woods, no more wide-branching trees near frequent homesteads, no more bushy hedgerows, but grey stone walls intersecting the meagre pastures, and dismal, wide-scattered grey stone houses on broken lands where mines had been and were no longer. "A hungry land," said Adam to himself. "I'd rather go south'ard, where they say it's as flat as a table, than come to live here. Though if Dinah likes to live in a country where she can be the most comfort to folks, she's i' the right to live o' this side, for she must look as if she'd come straight from heaven, like the angels in the desert, to strengthen them as ha' got nothing to eat." And when at last he came in sight of Snowfield, he thought it looked like a town that was fellow to the country, though the stream through the valley where the great mill stood gave a pleasant greenness to the lower fields. The town lay grim, stony, and unsheltered up the side of a steep hill, and Adam did not go forward to it at present, for Seth had told him where to find Dinah. It was at a thatched cottage outside the town, a little way from the mill, an old cottage standing sideways towards the road, with a little bit of potato ground before it. Here Dinah lodged with an elderly couple, and if she and Hetty happened to be out, Adam could learn where they were gone, or when they would be at home again. Dinah might be out on some preaching errand, and perhaps she would have left Hetty at home. Adam could not help hoping this, and as he recognized the cottage by the roadside before him, there shone out in his face that involuntary smile which belongs to the expectation of a near joy. He hurried his step along the narrow causeway and rapped at the door. It was opened by a very clean old woman, with a slow, palsied shake of the head. "Is Dinah Morris at home?" said Adam.
No,"
said the old woman, looking up at this tall stranger with a wonder that made her slower of speech than usual.
"Will you please to come in?"
she added, retiring from the door, as if recollecting herself.
"Why, you're brother to the young man as come afore, aren't you?"
"Yes," said Adam, entering. "That was Seth Bede. I'm his brother, Adam. He told me to give his respects to you and your good master."
"Aye, the same to him. He was a gracious young man, and ye feature him, only you're darker. Sit ye down i' the armchair. My man isna come home from meeting.
Adam sat down patiently, not liking to hurry the shaking old woman with questions, but looking eagerly towards the narrow, twisting stairs in one corner, for he thought it was possible Hetty might have heard his voice and would come down them.
"So, you're come to see Dinah Morris?" said the old woman, standing opposite to him. "And you didn't know she was away from home, then?"
"No," said Adam, "but I thought it likely she might be away, seeing as it's Sunday. But the other young woman, is she at home or gone along with Dinah?" The old woman looked at Adam with a bewildered air.
"Gone along wi' you?" she said. Dinah's gone to Leeds, a big town you may ha' heard on, where there's many of the Lord's people. She's been gone since Friday was a fortnight. They sent her the money for a journey. You may see her room here," she went on, opening a door and not noticing the effect of her words on Adam.
He rose and followed her, and darted an eager glance into the little room with its narrow bed, the portrait of Wesley on the wall, and the few books lying on the large Bible. He had had an irrational hope that Hetty might be there. He could not speak in the first moment after seeing that the room was empty. An undefined fear had seized him. Something had happened to Hetty on the journey. Still, the old woman was so slow of speech and apprehension that Hetty might be at Snowfield after all.
"It's a pity you didna know," she said. "Have you come from your own country a purpose to see her?"
"But Hetty Sorrel," said Adam abruptly. "Where is she?"
"I know nobody by that name," said the old woman wonderingly. "Is it anybody you've heard on at Snowfield?"
"Did there come no young woman here, very young and pretty, Friday was a fortnight, to see Dinah Morris?"
"Nay, I'n seen no young woman."
"Think, are you quite sure? A girl, 18 years old, with dark eyes and dark curly hair, and a red cloak on, and a basket on her arm. You couldn't forget her if you saw her."
"Nay, Friday was a fortnight. It was the day as Dinah went away. There come nobody. There's ne'er been nobody asking for her till you come, for the folks about know as she's gone. Dear, is there somewhat the matter?"
The old woman had seen the ghastly look of fear in Adam's face. But he was not stunned or confounded. He was thinking eagerly where he could inquire about Hetty. "Yes, a young woman started from our country to see Dinah. Friday was a fortnight. I came to fetch her back. I'm afraid something has happened to her. I can't stop. Goodbye." He hastened out of the cottage, and the old woman followed him to the gate, watching him sadly with her shaking head as he almost ran towards the town. He was going to inquire at the place where the Oakbourne coach stopped. No young woman like Hetty had been seen there. Had any accident happened to the coach a fortnight ago? No, and there was no coach to take him back to Oakbourne that day. Well, he would walk. He couldn't stay here in wretched inaction. But the innkeeper, seeing that Adam was in great anxiety, and entering into this new incident with the eagerness of a man who passes a great deal of time with his hands in his pockets, looking into an obstinately monotonous street, offered to take him back to Oakbourne in his own taxed cart this very evening. It was not 5 o'clock. There was plenty of time for Adam to take a meal, and yet to get to Oakbourne before 10 o'clock. The innkeeper declared that he really wanted to go to Oakbourne, and might as well go tonight. He should have all Monday before him then. Adam, after making an ineffectual attempt to eat, put the food in his pocket, and drinking a draught of ale, declared himself ready to set off. As they approached the cottage, it occurred to him that he would do well to learn from the old woman where Dinah was to be found in Leeds. If there was trouble at the Hall Farm, he only half admitted the foreboding that there would be, the Poysers might like to send for Dinah, but Dinah had not left any address, and the old woman, whose memory for names was infirm, could not recall the name of the blessed woman who was Dinah's chief friend in the society at Leeds. During that long, long journey in the taxed cart, there was time for all the conjectures of importunate fear and struggling hope. In the very first shock of discovering that Hetty had not been to Snowfield, the thought of Arthur had darted through Adam like a sharp pang, but he tried for some time to ward off its return by busying himself with modes of accounting for the alarming fact, quite apart from that intolerable thought. Some accident had happened. Hetty had, by some strange chance, got into a wrong vehicle from Oakbourne. She had been taken ill, and did not want to frighten them by letting them know. But this frail fence of vague improbabilities was soon hurled down by a rush of distinct, agonizing fears. Hetty had been deceiving herself in thinking that she could love and marry him. She had been loving Arthur all the while, and now, in her desperation at the nearness of their marriage, she had run away, and she was gone to him. The old indignation and jealousy rose again, and prompted the suspicion that Arthur had been dealing falsely, had written to Hetty, had tempted her to come to him, being unwilling, after all, that she should belong to another man besides himself. Perhaps the whole thing had been contrived by him, and he had given her directions how to follow him to Ireland. For Adam knew that Arthur had been gone thither 3 weeks ago, having recently learned it at the chase. Every sad look of Hetty's since she had been engaged to Adam returned upon him now with all the exaggeration of painful retrospect. He had been foolishly sanguine and confident. The poor thing hadn't perhaps known her own mind for a long while, had thought that she could forget Arthur, had been momentarily drawn towards the man who offered her a protecting, faithful love. He couldn't bear to blame her. She never meant to cause him this dreadful pain. The blame lay with that man who had selfishly played with her heart, had perhaps even deliberately lured her away. At Oakbourne, the ostler at the Royal Oak remembered such a young woman as Adam described getting out of the Treddleston coach more than a fortnight ago. Wasn't likely to forget such a pretty lass as that in a hurry. Was sure she had not gone on by the Buxton coach that went through Snowfield, but had lost sight of her while he went away with the horses, and had never set eyes on her again. Adam then went straight to the house from which the Stoniton coach started. Stoniton was the most obvious place for Hetty to go to first, whatever might be her destination, for she would hardly venture on any but the chief coach roads. She had been noticed here, too, and was remembered to have sat on the box by the coachman. But the coachman could not be seen, for another man had been driving on that road in his stead the last 3 or 4 days. He could probably be seen at Stoniton through enquiry at the inn where the coach put up. So the anxious, heart-stricken Adam must of necessity wait and try to rest till morning, nay, till 11 o'clock, when the coach started. At Stoniton another delay occurred, for the old coachman who had driven Hetty would not be in the town again till night. When he did come, he remembered Hetty well, and remembered his own joke addressed to her, quoting it many times to Adam, and observing with equal frequency that he thought there was something more than common, because Hetty had not laughed when he joked with her. But, he declared, as the people had done at the inn, that he had lost sight of Hetty directly she got down. Part of the next morning was consumed in inquiries at every house in the town from which a coach started. All in vain, for you know Hetty did not start from Stoniton by coach, but on foot in the grey morning. And then, in walking out to the first toll-gates on the different lines of road, in the forlorn hope of finding some recollection of her there. No, she was not to be traced any farther, and the next hard task for Adam was to go home and carry the wretched tidings to the Hall farm. As to what he should do beyond that, he had come to two distinct resolutions amidst the tumult of thought and feeling which was going on within him while he went to and fro. He would not mention what he knew of Arthur Donnithorne's behaviour to Hetty till there was a clear necessity for it. It was still possible Hetty might come back, and the disclosure might be an injury or an offence to her. And as soon as he had been home and done what was necessary there to prepare for his further absence, he would start off to Ireland. If he found no trace of Hetty on the road, he would go straight to Arthur Donnithorne and make himself certain how far he was acquainted with her movements. Several times the thought occurred to him that he would consult Mr. Irwine, but that would be useless unless he told him all, and so betrayed the secret about Arthur. It seems strange that Adam, in the incessant occupation of his mind about Hetty, should never have alighted on the probability that she had gone to Windsor, ignorant that Arthur was no longer there. Perhaps the reason was that he could not conceive Hetty's throwing herself on Arthur uncalled. He imagined no cause that could have driven her to such a step after that letter written in August. There were but two alternatives in his mind. Either Arthur had written to her again and enticed her away, or she had simply fled from her approaching marriage with himself because she found, after all, she could not love him well enough, and yet was afraid of her friend's anger if she retracted. With this last determination on his mind, of going straight to Arthur, the thought that he had spent 2 days in inquiries which had proved to be almost useless was torturing to Adam. And yet, since he would not tell the Poysers his conviction as to where Hetty was gone, or his intention to follow her thither, he must be able to say to them that he had traced her as far as possible. It was after 12 o'clock on Tuesday night when Adam reached Treddleston, and, unwilling to disturb his mother and Seth, and also to encounter their questions at that hour, he threw himself without undressing on a bed at the waggon overthrown, and slept hard from pure weariness. Not more than 4 hours, however, for before 5 o'clock he set out on his way home in the faint morning twilight. He always kept a key of the workshop door in his pocket, so that he could let himself in, and he wished to enter without awakening his mother, for he was anxious to avoid telling her the new trouble himself by seeing Seth first, and asking him to tell her when it should be necessary. He walked gently along the yard, and turned the key gently in the door. But as he expected, Jip, who lay in the workshop, gave a sharp bark. It subsided when he saw Adam, holding up his finger at him to impose silence, and in his dumb, tailless joy he must content himself with rubbing his body against his master's legs. Adam was too heart-sick to take notice of Jip's fondling. He threw himself on the bench and stared dully at the wood and the signs of work around him, wondering if he should ever come to feel pleasure in them again, while Jip, dimly aware that there was something wrong with his master, laid his rough grey head on Adam's knee and wrinkled his brows to look up at him. Hitherto, since Sunday afternoon, Adam had been constantly among strange people and in strange places, having no associations with the details of his daily life. And now that by the light of this new morning he was come back to his home and surrounded by the familiar objects that seemed forever robbed of their charm, the reality, the hard, inevitable reality of his troubles pressed upon him with a new weight. Right before him was an unfinished chest of drawers, which he had been making in spare moments for Hetty's use, when his home should be hers. Seth had not heard Adam's entrance, but he had been roused by Jip's bark, and Adam heard him moving about in the room above, dressing himself. Seth's first thoughts were about his brother. He would come home today, surely, for the business would be wanting him sadly by tomorrow, but it was pleasant to think he had had a longer holiday than he had expected. And would Dinah come too? Seth felt that that was the greatest happiness he could look forward to for himself, though he had no hope left that she would ever love him well enough to marry him. But he had often said to himself it was better to be Dinah's friend and brother than any other woman's husband. If he could but be always near her instead of living so far off. He came downstairs and opened the inner door leading from the kitchen into the workshop, intending to let out Jip. But he stood still in the doorway, smitten with a sudden shock at the sight of Adam seated listlessly on the bench, pale, unwashed, with sunken blank eyes, almost like a drunkard in the morning. But Seth felt in an instant what the marks meant, not drunkenness, but some great calamity. Adam looked up at him without speaking, and Seth moved forward towards the bench, himself trembling so that speech did not come readily. "God have mercy on us, Addy," he said in a low voice, sitting down on the bench beside Adam. "What is it?" Adam was unable to speak. The strong man, accustomed to suppress the signs of sorrow, had felt his heart swell like a child's at this first approach of sympathy. He fell on Seth's neck and sobbed. Seth was prepared for the worst now, for even in his recollections of their boyhood, Adam had never sobbed before. "Is it death, Adam? Is she dead?" he asked in a low tone when Adam raised his head and was recovering himself. "No, lad, but she's gone away from us. She's never been to Snowfield. Dinah's been gone to Leeds ever since last Friday was a fortnight, the very day Hetty set out. I can't find out where she went after she got to Stoniton." Seth was silent from utter astonishment. He knew nothing that could suggest to him a reason for Hetty's going away. "Hast any notion what she's done it for?" he said at last. "She can't have loved me. She didn't like our marriage when it came nigh, that must be it," said Adam. He had determined to mention no further reason. "I hear mother stirring," said Seth. "Must we tell her?" "No, not yet," said Adam, rising from the bench and pushing the hair from his face as if he wanted to rouse himself. "I can't have her told yet, and I must set out on another journey directly after I've been to the village and the Hall farm. I can't tell thee where I'm going, and thee must say to her I'm gone on business as nobody is to know anything about. I'll go and wash myself now." Adam moved towards the door of the workshop, but after a step or two he turned round, and meeting Seth's eyes with a calm, sad glance, he said, "I must take all the money out of the tin box, lad, but if anything happens to me, all the rest'll be thine to take care of mother with." Seth was pale and trembling. He felt there was some terrible secret under all this. "Brother," he said faintly.
He never called Adam brother, except in solemn moments. "I don't believe you'll do anything as you can't ask God's blessing on." "Nay, lad," said Adam, "don't be afraid. I'm for doing naught but what's a man's duty." The thought that if he betrayed his trouble to his mother, she would only distress him by words, half of blundering affection, half of irrepressible triumph that Hetty proved as unfit to be his wife as she had always foreseen, brought back some of his habitual firmness and self-command. He had felt ill on his journey home. He told her when she came down. Had stayed all night at Treddleston for that reason, and a bad headache that still hung about him this morning accounted for his paleness and heavy eyes. He determined to go to the village in the first place, attend to his business for an hour, and give notice to Burge of his being obliged to go on a journey which he must beg him not to mention to anyone, for he wished to avoid going to the Hall Farm near breakfast time when the children and servants would be in the house-place, and there must be exclamations in their hearing about his having returned without Hetty. He waited until the clock struck 9 before he left the workyard at the village, and set off through the fields towards the farm. It was an immense relief to him, as he came near the home close, to see Mr. Poyser advancing towards him, for this would spare him the pain of going to the house. Mr. Poyser was walking briskly this March morning with a sense of spring business on his mind. He was going to cast the master's eye on the shoeing of a new cart-horse, carrying his Spud as a useful companion by the way. His surprise was great when he caught sight of Adam, but he was not a man given to presentiments of evil. "Why, Adam, lad, is't you? Have you been all this time away and not brought the lasses back after all? Where are they?" "No, I've not brought 'em," said Adam, turning round to indicate that he wished to walk back with Mr. Poyser. "Why," said Martin, looking with sharper attention at Adam, "you look bad. Is there anything happened?" "Yes," said Adam heavily. "A sad thing's happened. I didna find Hetty at Snowfield." Mr. Poyser's good-natured face showed signs of troubled astonishment. "Not find her? What's happened to her?" he said, his thoughts flying at once to bodily accident. "That I can't tell, whether anything's happened to her. She never went to Snowfield. She took the coach to Stoniton, but I can't learn nothing of her after she got down from the Stoniton coach." "Why, you dunna mean she's run away?" said Martin, standing still, so puzzled and bewildered that the fact did not yet make itself felt as a trouble by him. "She must have done," said Adam. "She didn't like our marriage when it came to the point. That must be it. She'd mistook her feelings." Martin was silent for a minute or two, looking on the ground and rooting up the grass with his spud, without knowing what he was doing. His usual slowness was always trebled when the subject of speech was painful. At last he looked up, right in Adam's face, saying, "Then she didna deserve to hae ye, my lad. And I feel a fault myself, for she was my niece, and I was allus hot for her marrying ye. There's no amends I can make ye, lad. The more's the pity. It's a sad cut-up for ye, I doubt." Adam could say nothing, and Mr. Poyser, after pursuing his walk for a little while, went on, "I'll be bound she's gone after trying to get a lady's maid's place, for she'd got that in her head 1/2 a year ago and wanted me to give my consent. But I'd thought better on her," he added, shaking his head slowly and sadly. "I'd thought better on her, nor to look for this after she'd gi'n ye a word, and everything been got ready?" Adam had the strongest motives for encouraging this supposition in Mr. Poyser, and he even tried to believe that it might possibly be true. He had no warrant for the certainty that she was gone to Arthur. "It was better it should be so," he said as quietly as he could. "If she felt she couldn't like me for a husband, better run away before than repent after. I hope you won't look too harshly on her if she comes back, as she may do if she finds it hard to get on away from home." "I canna look on her as I've done before," said Martin decisively. "She's acted bad by you and by all of us, but I'll not turn my back on her. She's but a young un, and it's the first harm I've known on her. It'll be a hard job for me to tell her aunt. Why didn't Dinah come back with ye? She'd ha' helped to pacify her aunt a bit." "Dinah wasn't at Snowfield. She'd been gone to Leeds this fortnight, and I couldn't learn from the old woman any direction where she is at Leeds, else I should have brought it to you." "She'd be a deal better be staying with your own kin," said Mr. Poyser indignantly, "than going preaching among strange folks o' that'n." "I must leave you now, Mr. Poyser," said Adam, "for I've a deal to see to." "Aye, you'd best be after your business, and I must tell the missus when I go home. It's a hard job." "But," said Adam, "I beg particular, you'll keep what's happened quiet for a week or two. I've not told me mother yet, and there's no knowing how things may turn out." Aye, least said, soonest mended. We no need to say why the match is broke off, and we may hear of her after a bit. Shake hands wi' me, lad. I wish I could make thee amends." There was something in Martin Poyser's throat at that moment which caused him to bring out those scanty words in rather a broken fashion. Yet Adam knew what they meant all the better, and the two honest men grasped each other's hard hands in mutual understanding. There was nothing now to hinder Adam from setting off. He had told Seth to go to the chase and leave a message for the squire, saying that Adam Bede had been obliged to start off suddenly on a journey, and to say as much and no more to anyone else who made inquiries about him. If the Poysers learned that he was gone away again, Adam knew they would infer that he was gone in search of Hetty. He had intended to go right on his way from the Hall Farm, but now the impulse which had frequently visited him before, to go to Mr. Irwine and make a confidant of him, recurred with the new force which belongs to a last opportunity. He was about to start on a long journey, a difficult one by sea, and no soul would know where he was gone. If anything happened to him, or if he absolutely needed help in any matter concerning Hetty, Mr. Irwine was to be trusted, and the feeling which made Adam shrink from telling anything which was her secret must give way before the need there was that she should have someone else besides himself who would be prepared to defend her in the worst extremity. Towards Arthur, even though he might have incurred no new guilt, Adam felt he was not bound to keep silence when Hetty's interest called on him to speak. "I must do it," said Adam, when these thoughts, which had spread themselves through hours of his sad journeying, now rushed upon him in an instant, like a wave that had been slowly gathering. "It's the right thing. I can't stand alone in this way any longer." Chapter 39. The Tidings. Adam turned his face towards Broxton, and walked with his swiftest stride, looking at his watch with the fear that Mr. Irwine might be gone out.
Hunting, perhaps. The fear and haste together produced a state of strong excitement before he reached the rectory gate, and outside it he saw the deep marks of a recent hoof on the gravel. But the hoofs were turned towards the gate, not away from it, and though there was a horse against the stable door, it was not Mr. Irwine's. It had evidently had a journey this morning, and must belong to someone who had come on business. Mr. Irwine was at home then, but Adam could hardly find breath and calmness to tell Carol that he wanted to speak to the rector. The double suffering of certain and uncertain sorrow had begun to shake the strong man. The butler looked at him wonderingly as he threw himself on a bench in the passage, and stared absently at the clock on the opposite wall. The master had somebody with him, he said, but he heard the study door open. The stranger seemed to be coming out, and as Adam was in a hurry, he would let the master know at once. Adam sat looking at the clock. The minute hand was hurrying along the last 5 minutes to 10 with a loud, hard, indifferent tick, and Adam watched the movement and listened to the sound as if he had some reason for doing so. In our times of bitter suffering there are almost always these pauses when our consciousness is benumbed to everything but some trivial perception or sensation. It is as if semi-idiocy came to give us rest from the memory and the dread which refused to leave us in our sleep. Carol, coming back, recalled Adam to the sense of his burden. He was to go into the study immediately. "I can't think what that strange person's come about," the butler added from mere incontinence of remark as he preceded Adam to the door. "He's gone to the dining-room, and master looks unaccountable, as if he was frightened." Adam took no notice of the words. He could not care about other people's business. But when he entered the study and looked in Mr. Irwine's face, he felt in an instant that there was a new expression in it, strangely different from the warm friendliness it had always worn for him before. A letter lay open on the table, and Mr. Irwine's hand was on it, but the changed glance he cast on Adam could not be owing entirely to preoccupation with some disagreeable business, for he was looking eagerly towards the door, as if Adam's entrance were a matter of poignant anxiety to him. "You want to speak to me, Adam?" he said, in that low, constrainedly quiet tone which a man uses when he is determined to suppress agitation. "Sit down here." He pointed to a chair just opposite to him, at no more than a yard's distance from his own, and Adam sat down with a sense that this cold manner of Mr. Irwine's gave an additional unexpected difficulty to his disclosure. But when Adam had made up his mind to a measure, he was not the man to renounce it for any but imperative reasons. "I come to you, sir," he said, "as the gentleman I look up to most of anybody. I've something very painful to tell you, something as it'll pain you to hear as well as me to tell. But if I speak of the wrong other people have done, you'll see I didn't speak till I'd good reason." Mr. Irwine nodded slowly, and Adam went on rather tremulously. "You was to married me and Hetty Sorrel, you know, sir, the 15th of this month. I thought she loved me, and I was the happiest man in the parish. But a dreadful blow's come upon me." Mr. Irwine started up from his chair as if involuntarily, but then, determined to control himself, walked to the window and looked out. "She's gone away, sir, and we don't know where.
She said she was going to Snowfield if Friday was a fortnight, and I went last Sunday to fetch her back. But she'd never been there, and she took the coach to Stoniton, and beyond that I can't trace her. But now I'm going a long journey to look for her, and I can't trust to anybody but you where I'm going."
Mr. Irwine came back from the window and sat down. "Have you no idea of the reason why she went away?" he said.
"It's plain enough she didn't want to marry me, sir," said Adam. "She didn't like it when it came so near, but that isn't all I doubt. There's something else I must tell you, sir. There's somebody else concerned besides me."
A gleam of something, it was almost like relief or joy, came across the eager anxiety of Mr. Irwine's face at that moment. Adam was looking on the ground and paused a little. The next words were hard to speak. But when he went on, he lifted up his head and looked straight at Mr. Irwine. He would do the thing he had resolved to do, without flinching.
"You know who's the man I've reckoned my greatest friend," he said, "and used to be proud to think as I should pass my life a-working for him, and had felt so ever since we were lads."
Mr. Irwine, as if all self-control had forsaken him, grasped Adam's arm, which lay on the table, and clutching it tightly like a man in pain, said with pale lips and a low, hurried voice,
"No, Adam, no, don't say it, for God's sake."
Adam, surprised at the violence of Mr. Irwine's feeling, repented of the words that had passed his lips, and sat in distressed silence. The grasp on his arm gradually relaxed, and Mr. Irwine threw himself back in his chair, saying,
"Go on, I must know it." "That man played with Hetty's feelings, and behaved to her as he'd no right to do to a girl in her station of life, made her presents and used to go and meet her out a-walking. I found it out only 2 days before he went away, found him a-kissing her as they were parting in the grove. There'd been nothing said between me and Hetty then, though I'd loved her for a long while and she knew it. But I reproached him with his wrong actions, and words and blows passed between us, and he said solemnly to me after that, as it had been all nonsense and no more than a bit of flirting. But I made him write a letter to tell Hetty he'd meant nothing, for I saw clear enough, sir, by several things as I hadn't understood at the time, as he'd got hold of her heart, and I thought she'd belike go on thinking of him and never come to love another man as wanted to marry her. And I gave her the letter, and she seemed to bear it all after a while better than I'd expected, and she behaved kinder and kinder to me. I dare say she didn't know her own feelings then, poor thing, and they came back upon her when it was too late. I don't want to blame her. I can't think as she meant to deceive me. But I was encouraged to think she loved me, and you know the rest, sir. But it's on my mind, as he's been false to me and 'ticed her away, and she's gone to him, and I'm going now to see, for I can never go to work again till I know what's become of her." During Adam's narrative, Mr. Irwine had had time to recover his self-mastery in spite of the painful thoughts that crowded upon him. It was a bitter remembrance to him now, that morning when Arthur breakfasted with him and seemed as if he were on the verge of a confession. It was plain enough now what he had wanted to confess, and if their words had taken another turn, if he himself had been less fastidious about intruding on another man's secrets,
It was cruel to think how thin a film had shut out rescue from all this guilt and misery. He saw the whole history now, by that terrible illumination which the present sheds back upon the past. But every other feeling, as it rushed upon his, was thrown into abeyance by pity, deep, respectful pity, for the man who sat before him, already so bruised, going forth with sad, blind resignedness to an unreal sorrow, while a real one was close upon him, too far beyond the range of common trial for him ever to have feared it. His own agitation was quelled by a certain awe that comes over us in the presence of a great anguish, for the anguish he must inflict on Adam was already present to him. Again he put his hand on the arm that lay on the table, but very gently this time, as he said solemnly, "Adam, my dear friend, you have had some hard trials in your life. You can bear sorrow manfully, as well as act manfully. God requires both tasks at our hands, and there is a heavier sorrow coming upon you than any you have yet known. But you are not guilty. You have not the worst of all sorrows. God help him who has." The two pale faces looked at each other. In Adam's there was trembling suspense, in Mr. Irwine's hesitating, shrinking pity. But he went on, "I have had news of Hetty this morning. She is not gone to him. She is in Stonyshire, at Stoniton." Adam started up from his chair as if he thought he could have leaped to her that moment. But Mr. Irwine laid hold of his arm again and said persuasively, "Wait, Adam, wait." So he sat down. "She is in a very unhappy position, one which will make it worse for you to find her, my poor friend, than to have lost her forever." Adam's lips moved tremulously, but no sound came. They moved again, and he whispered, "Tell me." "She has been arrested. She is in prison." It was as if an insulting blow had brought back the spirit of resistance into Adam. The blood rushed to his face, and he said loudly and sharply, "For what?" "For a great crime, the murder of her child." "It can't be!" Adam almost shouted, starting up from his chair and making a stride towards the door. But he turned round again, setting his back against the bookcase and looking fiercely at Mr. Irwine. "It isn't possible. She never had a child. She can't be guilty. Who says it?" "God grant that she may be innocent, Adam. We can still hope she is." "But who says she is guilty?" said Adam violently. "Tell me everything." "Here is a letter from the magistrate before whom she was taken, and the constable who arrested her is in the dining-room. She will not confess her name or where she comes from, but I fear there can be no doubt it is Hetty. The description of her person corresponds, only that she is said to look very pale and ill. She had a small red leather pocket-book in her pocket with two names written in it, one at the beginning, Hetty Sorrel, Haslop, and the other near the end, Dinah Morris, Snowfield. She will not say which is her own name. She denies everything, and will answer no questions. And application has been made to me as a magistrate, that I may take measures for identifying her, for it was thought probable that the name which stands first
is her own name." "But what proof have they got against her, if it is Hetty?" said Adam, still violently, with an effort that seemed to shake his whole frame. "I'll not believe it. It couldn't have been, and none of us know it."
"Terrible proof that she was under the temptation to commit the crime. But we have room to hope that she did not really commit it. Try and read that letter, Adam."
Adam took the letter between his shaking hands and tried to fix his eyes steadily on it. Mr. Irwine, meanwhile, went out to give some orders. When he came back, Adam's eyes were still on the first page. He couldn't read. He could not put the words together and make out what they meant. He threw it down at last and clenched his fist. "It's his doing," he said. "If there's been any crime, it's at his door, not at hers. He taught her to deceive. He deceived me first. Let him put him on his trial. Let him stand in court beside her, and I'll tell him how he got hold of her heart and enticed her to evil, and then lied to me. Is he to go free while they lay all the punishment on her, so weak and young?" The image called up by these last words gave a new direction to poor Adam's maddened feelings. He was silent, looking at the corner of the room, as if he saw something there. Then he burst out again in a tone of appealing anguish. "I can't bear it. Oh, God, it's too hard to lay upon me. It's too hard to think she's wicked." Mr. Irwine had sat down again in silence. He was too wise to utter soothing words at present, and indeed the sight of Adam before him, with that look of sudden age which sometimes comes over a young face in moments of terrible emotion, the hard, bloodless look of the skin, the deep lines about the quivering mouth, the furrows in the brow, the sight of this strong, firm man shattered by the invisible stroke of sorrow moved him so deeply that speech was not easy. Adam stood motionless, with his eyes vacantly fixed in this way for a minute or two. In that short space he was living through all his love again. "She can't have done it," he said, still without moving his eyes, as if he were only talking to himself. "It was fear made her hide it. I forgive her for deceiving me. I forgive thee, Hetty. Thee was deceived too. It's gone hard with thee, my poor Hetty, but they'll never make me believe it." He was silent again for a few moments, and then he said with fierce abruptness, "I'll go to him. I'll bring him back. I'll make him go and look at her in her misery. He shall look at her till he can't forget it. It shall follow him night and day. As long as he lives it shall follow him. He shan't escape with lies this time. I'll fetch him. I'll drag him myself." In the act of going towards the door, Adam paused automatically and looked about for his hat, quite unconscious where he was or who was present with him. Mr. Irwine had followed him and now took him by the arm, saying in a quiet but decided tone, "No, Adam, no. I'm sure you will wish to stay and see what good can be done for her, instead of going on a useless errand of vengeance. The punishment will surely fall without your aid. Besides, he is no longer in Ireland. He must be on his way home, or would be long before you arrived, for his grandfather, I know, wrote for him to come at least 10 days ago. I want you now to go with me to Stoniton. I have ordered a horse for you to ride with us as soon as you can compose yourself.
While Mr. Irwine was speaking, Adam recovered his consciousness of the actual scene. He rubbed his hair off his forehead and listened. "Remember," Mr. Irwine went on, "there are others to think of and act for besides yourself, Adam. There are Hetty's friends, the good Poysers, on whom this stroke will fall more heavily than I can bear to think. I expect it from your strength of mind, Adam, from your sense of duty to God and man, that you will try to act as long as action can be of any use." In reality, Mr. Irwine proposed this journey to Stoniton for Adam's own sake. Movement with some object before him was the best means of counteracting the violence of suffering in these first hours. "You will go with me to Stoniton, Adam?" he said again after a moment's pause. "We have to see if it is really Hetty who is there, you know." "Yes, sir," said Adam. "I'll do what you think right." "But the folks at the Hall Farm?" "I wish them not to know till I return to tell them myself. I shall have ascertained things then which I am uncertain about now, and I shall return as soon as possible. Come now, the horses are ready." Chapter 40. The bitter waters spread. Mr. Irwine returned from Stoniton in a post-chaise that night, and the first words Carroll said to him as he entered the house were that Squire Donnithorne was dead, found dead in his bed at 10 o'clock that morning, and that Mrs. Irwine desired him to say she should be awake when Mr. Irwine came home, and she begged him not to go to bed without seeing her. "Well, Dauphin," Mrs. Irwine said as her son entered her room, "you're come at last. So the old gentleman's fidgetiness and low spirits, which made him send for Arthur in that sudden way, really meant something. I suppose Carroll has told you that Donnithorne was found dead in his bed this morning. You will believe my prognostications another time, though I dare say I shan't live to prognosticate anything but my own death." "What have they done about Arthur?" said Mr. Irwine. "Sent a messenger to await him at Liverpool?" "Yes. Rafe was gone before the news was brought to us. Dear Arthur, I shall live now to see him master at the chase, and making good times on the estate like a generous-hearted fellow as he is. He'll be as happy as a king now." Mr. Irwine could not help giving a slight groan. He was worn with anxiety and exertion, and his mother's light words were almost intolerable. "What are you so dismal about, Dauphin? Is there any bad news? Or are you thinking of the danger for Arthur in crossing that frightful Irish Channel at this time of year?" "No, mother, I'm not thinking of that. But I'm not prepared to rejoice just now." "You've been worried by this law business that you've been to Stoniton about. What in the world is it that you can't tell me?" "You will know by and by, mother. It would not be right for me to tell you at present. Good night. You'll sleep now you have no longer anything to listen for." Mr. Irwine gave up his intention of sending a letter to meet Arthur, since it would not now hasten his return. The news of his grandfather's death would bring him as soon as he could possibly come. He could go to bed now and get some needful rest, before the time came for the morning's heavy duty of carrying his sickening news to the Hall Farm and to Adam's home. Adam himself was not come back from Stoniton, for though he shrank from seeing Hetty, he could not bear to go a distance from her again. "It's no use, sir," he said to the rector. "It's no use for me to go back. I can't go to work again while she's here,
and I couldn't bear the sight of the things and folks round home. I'll take a bit of a room here where I can see the prison walls, and perhaps I shall get, in time, to bear seeing her."
Adam had not been shaken in his belief that Hetty was innocent of the crime she was charged with, for Mr. Irwine, feeling that the belief in her guilt would be a crushing addition to Adam's load, had kept from him the facts which left no hope in his own mind. There was not any reason for thrusting the whole burden on Adam at once, and Mr. Irwine at parting only said, "If the evidence should tell too strongly against her, Adam, we may still hope for a pardon. Her youth and other circumstances will be a plea for her."
"Ah, and it's right people should know how she was tempted into the wrong way," said Adam, with bitter earnestness. "It's right they should know it was a fine gentleman made love to her and turned her head with notions. You remember, sir, you've promised to tell my mother and Seth and the people at the farm who it was as led her wrong, else they'll think harder of her than she deserves. You'll be doing her a hurt by sparing him, and I hold him the guiltiest before God, let her have done what she may. If you spare him, I'll expose him." "I think your demand is just, Adam," said Mr. Irwine, "but when you are calmer, you will judge Arthur more mercifully. I say nothing now, only that his punishment is in other hands than ours."
Mr. Irwine felt it hard upon him that he should have to tell of Arthur's sad part in the story of sin and sorrow. He who cared for Arthur with fatherly affection, who had cared for him with fatherly pride. But he saw clearly that the secret must be known before long, even apart from Adam's determination, since it was scarcely to be supposed that Hetty would persist to the end in her obstinate silence. He made up his mind to withhold nothing from the Poysers, but to tell them the worst at once, for there was no time to rob the Tidings of their suddenness. Hetty's trial must come on at the Lent assizes, and they were to be held at Stoniton the next week. It was scarcely to be hoped that Martin Poyser could escape the pain of being called as a witness, and it was better he should know everything as long beforehand as possible. Before 10 o'clock on Thursday morning, the home at the Hall Farm was a house of mourning for a misfortune felt to be worse than death. The sense of family dishonour was too keen, even in the kind-hearted Martin Poyser the younger, to leave room for any compassion towards Hetty. He and his father were simple-minded farmers, proud of their untarnished character, proud that they came of a family which had held up its head and paid its way as far back as its name was in the parish register. And Hetty had brought disgrace on them all, disgrace that could never be wiped out. That was the all-conquering feeling in the mind both of father and son, the scorching sense of disgrace which neutralized all other sensibility, and Mr. Irwine was struck with surprise to observe that Mrs. Poyser was less severe than her husband. We are often startled by the severity of mild people on exceptional occasions. The reason is that mild people are most liable to be under the yoke of traditional impressions. "I'm willing to pay any money as is wanted towards trying to bring her off," said Martin the younger when Mr. Irwine was gone, while the old grandfather was crying in the opposite chair. "But I'll not go nigh her, nor ever see her again by my own will. She's made our bread bitter to us for all our lives to come, and we shall ne'er hold up our heads i' this parish, nor i' any other. The parson talks of folks pitying us. It's poor men's pity'll make us." "Pity?"
said the grandfather sharply. "I ne'er wanted folks' pity in my life afore, and I mun begin to be looked down on now, and me turned 72 last St. Thomas's, and all the underbearers and pallbearers as I'n picked for my funeral are i' this parish and the next to it. It's o' no use now. I mun be ta'en to the grave by strangers."
"Don't fret so, father," said Mrs. Poyser, who had spoken very little, being almost overawed by her husband's unusual hardness and decision. "You'll have your children with you, and there's the lads and the little un'll grow up in a new parish as well as i' the old un."
"Ah, there's no staying i' this country for us now," said Mr. Poyser, and the hard tears trickled slowly down his round cheeks. "We thought it'd be bad luck if the old squire gave us notice this Lady Day, but I must gi' notice myself now, and see if there can be anybody to be got to come and take to the crops as I'n put i' the ground, for I wunna stay upo' that man's land a day longer nor I'm forced to it. And me, as thought him such a good, upright young man, as I should be glad when he come to be our landlord. I'll ne'er lift my hat to him again, nor sit i' the same church wi' him, a man as has brought shame on respectable folks, and pretended to be such a friend to everybody. Poor Adam there, a fine friend he's been to Adam, making speeches and talking so fine, and all the while poisoning the lad's life, as it's much if he can stay this country any more than we can." "And you to ha' to go to court and own you're a kin to her," said the old man. "Why, they'll cast it up to the little un as isn't 4-year-old some day. They'll cast it up to her as she'd a cousin tried at the Sizers for murder." "It'll be their own wickedness then," said Mrs. Poyser with a sob in her voice. "But there's One above who'll take care of the innocent child, else it's but little truth they tell us at church. It'll be harder nor ever to die and leave the little uns, and nobody to be a mother to 'em." "We'd better ha' sent for Dinah if we'd known where she is," said Mr. Poyser, "but Adam said she'd left no direction where she'd be at Leeds." "Why, she'd be with that woman as was a friend to her Aunt Judith," said Mrs. Poyser, comforted a little by this suggestion of her husband. "I've often heard Dinah talk of her, but I can't remember what name she called her by." "But there's Seth Bede, he's like enough to know, for she's a preaching woman as the Methodists think a deal on." "I'll send to Seth," said Mr. Poyser. "I'll send Alec to tell him to come, or else to send up word of the woman's name, and thee canst write a letter ready to send off to Treddleston as soon as we can make out a direction." "It's poor work writing letters when you want folks to come to you i' trouble," said Mrs. Poyser. "Happen it'll be ever so long on the road and never reach her at last." Before Alec arrived with the message, Lisbeth's thoughts too had already flown to Dinah, and she had said to Seth, There's no comfort for us i' this world any more. Wi'out thee couldst get Dinah Morris to come to us, as she did when my old man died. I'd like her to come in and take me by the hand again and talk to me. She'd tell me the rights on't, belike. She'd happen know some good i' all this trouble and heartbreak coming upon that poor lad as ne'er done a bit o' wrong in's life, but war better nor anybody else's son pick the country round. My lad, Adam, my poor lad." "Thee wouldstna like me to leave thee to go and fetch Dinah?" said Seth, as his mother sobbed and rocked herself to and fro. "Fetch her?" said Lisbeth, looking up and pausing from her grief, like a crying child who hears some promise of consolation. Why, what place is she's at, do they say?" "It's a good way off, mother. Leeds, a big town. But I could be back in 3 days if thee could spare me." "Nay, I canna spare thee. Thee must go and see thy brother and bring me word what he's a-doing. Mester Irwine said he'd come and tell me, but I canna make out so well what it means when he tells me. Thee must go this en, sin Adam wunna let me go to him. Write a letter to Dinah, canstna? Thee'd fond enough o' writing when nobody wants thee." "I'm not sure where she'd be i' that big town," said Seth. "If I'd gone myself, I could have found out by asking the members of the society. But perhaps if I put Sarah Williamson, Methodist preacher, Leeds, or the outside, it might get to her, for most like she'd be with Sarah Williamson." Alec came now with the message, and Seth, finding that Mrs. Poyser was writing to Dinah, gave up the intention of writing himself. But he went to the Hall Farm to tell them all he could suggest about the address of the letter, and warn them that there might be some delay in the delivery from his not knowing an exact direction. On leaving Lisbeth, Mr. Irwine had gone to Jonathan Burge, who had also a claim to be acquainted with what was likely to keep Adam away from business for some time. And before 6 o'clock that evening there were few people in Broxton and Hazelop who had not heard the sad news. Mr. Irwine had not mentioned Arthur's name to Burge, and yet the story of his conduct towards Hetty, with all the dark shadows cast upon it by its terrible consequences, was presently as well known as that his grandfather was dead, and that he was come into the estate. For Martin Poyser felt no motive to keep silence towards the 1 or 2 neighbours who ventured to come and shake him sorrowfully by the hand on the first day of his trouble. And Carroll, who kept his ears open to all that passed at the rectory, had framed an inferential version of the story, and found early opportunities of communicating it. One of those neighbours who came to Martin Poyser and shook him by the hand without speaking for some minutes was Bartle Massey. He had shut up his school and was on his way to the rectory, where he arrived about 7:30 in the evening, and sending his duty to Mr. Irwine, begged pardon for troubling him at that hour, but had something particular on his mind. He was shown into the study, where Mr. Irwine soon joined him. "Well, Bartle," said Mr. Irwine, putting out his hand. That was not his usual way of saluting the schoolmaster, but trouble makes us treat all who feel with us very much alike. "Sit down." "You know what I'm come about as well as I do, sir, I dare say," said Bartle. "You wish to know the truth about the sad news that has reached you, about Hetty Sorrel?" "Nay, sir. What I wish to know is about Adam Bede. I understand you left him at Stoniton, and I beg the favour of you to tell me what's the state of the poor lad's mind, and what he means to do. For as for that bit of pink and white they've taken the trouble to put in jail, I don't value her a rotten nut, not a rotten nut, only for the harm or good that may come out of her to an honest man, a lad I've set such store by, trusted to, that he'd make my bit of knowledge go a good way in the world. Why, sir, he's the only scholar I've had in this stupid country that ever had the will or the headpiece for mathematics. If he hadn't had so much hard work to do, poor fellow, he might have gone into the higher branches, and then this might never have happened, might never have happened." Bartle was heated by the exertion of walking fast in an agitated frame of mind, and was not able to check himself on this first occasion of venting his feelings. But he paused now to rub his moist forehead,
and probably his moist eyes also. "You'll excuse me, sir," he said, when this pause had given him time to reflect, "for running on in this way about my own feelings, like that foolish dog of mine howling in a storm, when there's nobody wants to listen to me. I came to hear you speak, not to talk myself. If you'll take the trouble to tell me what the poor lad's doing—" "Don't put yourself under any restraint, Bartle," said Mr. Irwine. "The fact is, I'm very much in the same condition as you just now. I've a great deal that's painful on my mind, and I find it hard work to be quite silent about my own feelings and only attend to others. I share your concern for Adam, though he is not the only one whose sufferings I care for in this affair. He intends to remain at Stoniton till after the trial. It will come on probably a week tomorrow. He has taken a room there, and I encouraged him to do so, because I think it better he should be away from his own home at present. And, poor fellow, he still believes Hetty is innocent. He wants to summon up courage to see her if he can. He is unwilling to leave the spot where she is." "Do you think the creature's guilty, then?" said Bartle. "Do you think they'll hang her?" "I'm afraid it will go hard with her. The evidence is very strong. And one bad symptom is that she denies everything, denies that she has had a child in the face of the most positive evidence. I saw her myself, and she was obstinately silent to me. She shrank up like a frightened animal when she saw me. I was never so shocked in my life as at the change in her. But I trust that in the worst case we may obtain a pardon for the sake of the innocent who are involved." "Stuff and nonsense," said Bartle, forgetting in his irritation to whom he was speaking. "I beg your pardon, sir. I mean it's stuff and nonsense for the innocent to care about her being hanged. For my own part, I think the sooner such women are put out of the world, the better, and the men that help 'em to do mischief had better go along with 'em, for that matter. What good will you do by keeping such vermin alive, eating the victual that'd feed rational beings? But if Adam's fool enough to care about it, I don't want him to suffer more than's needful. Is he very much cut up, poor fellow?" Bartle added, taking out his spectacles and putting them on as if they would assist his imagination. "Yes, I'm afraid the grief cuts very deep," said Mr. Irwine. "He looks terribly shattered, and a certain violence came over him now and then yesterday, which made me wish I could have remained near him. But I shall go to Stoniton again tomorrow, and I have confidence enough in the strength of Adam's principle to trust that he will be able to endure the worst without being driven to anything rash." Mr. Irwine, who was involuntarily uttering his own thoughts rather than addressing Bartle Massey in the last sentence, had in his mind the possibility that the spirit of vengeance towards Arthur, which was the form Adam's anguish was continually taking, might make him seek an encounter that was likely to end more fatally than the one in the grove. This possibility heightened the anxiety with which he looked forward to Arthur's arrival. But Bartle thought Mr. Irwine was referring to suicide, and his face wore a new alarm. "I'll tell you what I have in my head, sir," he said, "and I hope you'll approve of it. I'm going to shut up my school. If the scholars come, they must go back again, that's all, and I shall go to Stoniton and look after Adam till this business is over. I'll pretend I'm come to look on at the assizes. He can't object to that. What do you think about it, sir?" "Well," said Mr. Irwine, rather hesitatingly, "there would be some real advantages in that. And I honour you for your friendship towards him, Bartle. But you must be careful what you say to him, you know. I'm afraid you have too little fellow feeling in what you consider his weakness about Hetty." "Trust to me, sir, trust to me. I know what you mean.
I've been a fool myself in my time, but that's between you and me. I shan't thrust myself on him, only to keep my eye on him, and see that he gets some good food and put in a word here and there."
"Then," said Mr. Irwine, reassured a little as to Bartle's discretion, "I think you'll be doing a good deed, and it will be well for you to let Adam's mother and brother know that you're going."
"Yes, sir, yes,"
said Bartle, rising and taking off his spectacles.
"I'll do that. Though the mother's a whimpering thing, I don't like to come within earshot of her. However, she's a straight-backed, clean woman, none of your slatterns. I wish you good-bye, sir, and thank you for the time you've spared me. You're everybody's friend in this business, everybody's friend. It's a heavy weight you've got on your shoulders."
"Good-bye, Bartle, till we meet at Stoniton, as I dare say we shall." Bartle hurried away from the rectory, evading Carol's conversational advances, and saying in an exasperated tone to Vixen, whose short legs pattered beside him on the gravel, "Now I shall be obliged to take you with me, you good-for-nothing woman. You'd go fretting yourself to death if I left you. You know you would, and perhaps get snapped up by some tramp. And you'll be running into bad company, I expect, putting your nose in every hole and corner where you've no business. But if you do anything disgraceful, I disown you. Mind that, madam, mind that." Chapter 41. The Eve of the Trial. An upper room in a dull Stoniton street, with 2 beds in it, one laid on the floor. It is 10 o'clock on Thursday night, and the dark wall opposite the window shuts out the moonlight that might have struggled with the light of the one dip candle by which Bartle Massey is pretending to read, while he is really looking over his spectacles at Adam Bede, seated near the dark window. You would hardly have known it was Adam without being told. His face has got thinner this last week. He has the sunken eyes, the neglected beard of a man just risen from a sick-bed. His heavy black hair hangs over his forehead, and there is no active impulse in him which inclines him to push it off, that he may be more awake to what is around him. He has one arm over the back of the chair, and he seems to be looking down at his clasped hands. He is roused by a knock at the door.
"There he is,"
said Bartle Massey, rising hastily and unfastening the door. It was Mr. Irwine. Adam rose from his chair with instinctive respect as Mr. Irwine approached him and took his hand.
"I'm late, Adam,"
he said, sitting down on the chair which Bartle placed for him.
"But I was later in setting off from Broxton than I intended to be, and I have been incessantly occupied since I arrived. I have done everything now, however, everything that can be done tonight, at least. Let us all sit down."
Adam took his chair again mechanically, and Bartle, for whom there was no chair remaining, sat on the bed in the background.
"Have you seen her, sir?"
said Adam tremulously.
"Yes, Adam. I and the chaplain have both been with her this evening."
"Did you ask her, sir?
Did you say anything about me?"
"Yes," said Mr. Irwine, with some hesitation.
"I spoke of you. I said
you wished to see her before the trial if she consented." As Mr. Irwine paused, Adam looked at him with eager, questioning eyes.
"You know she shrinks from seeing anyone, Adam. It is not only you. Some fatal influence seems to have shut up her heart against her fellow creatures. She has scarcely said anything more than no, either to me or the chaplain. 3 or 4 days ago, before you were mentioned to her, when I asked her if there was any one of her family whom she would like to see, to whom she could open her mind, she said with a violent shudder. "Tell them not to come near me. I won't see any of them." Adam's head was hanging down again, and he did not speak. There was silence for a few minutes, and then Mr. Irwine said, "I don't like to advise you against your own feelings, Adam, if they now urge you strongly to go and see her tomorrow morning, even without her consent. It is just possible, notwithstanding appearances to the contrary, that the interview might affect her favourably. But I grieve to say I have scarcely any hope of that. She didn't seem agitated when I mentioned your name. She only said no in the same cold, obstinate way as usual. And if the meeting had no good effect on her, it would be pure, useless suffering to you. Severe suffering, I fear. She is very much changed." Adam started up from his chair and seized his hat, which lay on the table. But he stood still then, and looked at Mr. Irwine, as if he had a question to ask which was yet difficult to utter. Barthel Massey rose quietly, turned the key in the door, and put it in his pocket. "Is he come back?" said Adam at last. "No, he is not," said Mr. Irwine quietly. "Lay down your hat, Adam, unless you like to walk out with me for a little fresh air. I fear you have not been out again today." "You needn't deceive me, sir," said Adam, looking hard at Mr. Irwine and speaking in a tone of angry suspicion. "You needn't be afraid of me. I only want justice. I want him to feel what she feels. It's his work. She was a child as it'd have gone to anybody's heart to look at. I don't care what she's done. It was him brought her to it. And he shall know it. He shall feel it. If there's a just God, he shall feel what it is to have brought a child like her to sin and misery." "I'm not deceiving you, Adam," said Mr. Irwine. "Arthur Donnithorne is not come back, was not come back when I left. I have left a letter for him. He will know all as soon as he arrives." "But you don't mind about it," said Adam indignantly. "You think it doesn't matter if she lies there in shame and misery, and he knows nothing about it. He suffers nothing." "Adam, he will know. He will suffer long and bitterly. He has a heart and a conscience. I can't be entirely deceived in his character. I am convinced, I am sure, he didn't fall under temptation without a struggle. He may be weak, but he is not callous, not coldly selfish. I am persuaded that this will be a shock of which he will feel the effects all his life. Why do you crave vengeance in this way? No amount of torture that you could inflict on him could benefit her." "No. Oh, God, no," Adam groaned out, sinking on his chair again. "But then, that's the deepest curse of all. That's what makes the blackness of it. It can never be undone. My poor Hetty, she can never be my sweet Hetty again, the prettiest thing God had made, smiling up at me. I thought she loved me and was good." Adam's voice had been gradually sinking into a hoarse undertone, as if he were only talking to himself. But now he said abruptly, looking at Mr. Irwine, "But she isn't as guilty as they say. You don't think she is, sir? She can't have done it." "That, perhaps, can never be known with certainty, Adam," Mr. Irwine answered gently. "In these cases, we sometimes form our judgment on what seems to us strong evidence, and yet, for want of knowing some small fact, our judgment is wrong. But suppose the worst.
You have no right to say that the guilt of her crime lies with him, and that he ought to bear the punishment. It is not for us men to apportion the shares of moral guilt and retribution. We find it impossible to avoid mistakes even in determining who has committed a single criminal act, and the problem how far a man is to be held responsible for the unforeseen consequences of his own deed is one that might well make us tremble to look into it. The evil consequences that may lie folded in a single act of selfish indulgence is a thought so awful that it ought surely to awaken some feeling less presumptuous than a rash desire to punish. You have a mind that can understand this fully, Adam, when you are calm. Don't suppose I can't enter into the anguish that drives you into this state of revengeful hatred. But think of this. If you were to obey your passion, for it is passion, and you deceive yourself in calling it justice, it might be with you precisely as it has been with Arthur, nay, worse. Your passion might lead you yourself into a horrible crime.
No, not worse, said Adam bitterly. I don't believe it's worse. I'd sooner do it. I'd sooner do a wickedness as I could suffer for by myself than have brought her to do wickedness and then stand by and see 'em punish her while they let me alone. And all for a bit of pleasure, as if he'd had a man's heart in him, he'd have cut his hand off sooner than he'd have taken it. What if he didn't foresee what's happened? He foresaw enough. He'd no right to expect anything but harm and shame to her. And then he wanted to smooth it off with lies. No, there's plenty of things folks are hanged for not half so hateful as that. Let a man do what he will, if he knows he's to bear the punishment himself, he isn't half so bad as a mean, selfish coward as makes things easy to himself, and knows all the while the punishment'll fall on somebody else.
There again you partly deceive yourself, Adam. There is no sort of wrong deed of which a man can bear the punishment alone. You can't isolate yourself and say that the evil which is in you shall not spread. Men's lives are as thoroughly blended with each other as the air they breathe. Evil spreads as necessarily as disease. I know, I feel the terrible extent of suffering this sin of Arthur's has caused to others. But so does every sin cause suffering to others besides those who commit it. An act of vengeance on your part against Arthur would simply be another evil added to those we are suffering under. You could not bear the punishment alone. You would entail the worst sorrows on everyone who loves you. You would have committed an act of blind fury that would leave all the present evils just as they were, and add worse evils to them. You may tell me that you meditate no fatal act of vengeance, but the feeling in your mind is what gives birth to such actions, and as long as you indulge it, as long as you do not see that to fix your mind on Arthur's punishment is revenge and not justice, you are in danger of being led on to the commission of some great wrong. Remember what you told me about your feelings after you had given that blow to Arthur in the grove. Adam was silent. The last words had called up a vivid image of the past, and Mr. Irwine left him to his thoughts, while he spoke to Bartle Massey about old Mr. Donnithorne's funeral and other matters of an indifferent kind. But at length Adam turned round and said, in a more subdued tone, "I've not asked about him at Hall Farm, sir. Is Mr. Poyser coming?" "He has come. He is in Stoniton tonight."
But I could not advise him to see you, Adam. His own mind is in a very perturbed state, and it is best he should not see you till you are calmer." "Is Dinah Morris come to him, sir? Seth said they'd sent for her." "No. Mr. Poyser tells me she was not come when he left. They're afraid the letter has not reached her. It seems they had no exact address." Adam sat ruminating a little while, and then said, "I wonder if Dinah would have gone to see her. But perhaps the Poysers would have been sorely against it, since they won't come nigh her themselves. But I think she would, for the Methodists are great folks for going into the prisons, and Seth said he thought she would. She'd a very tender way with her, Dinah had. I wonder if she could have done any good. You never saw her, sir, did you?" "Yes, I did. I had a conversation with her. She pleased me a good deal. And now you mention it, I wish she would come. For it is possible that a gentle, mild woman like her might move Hetty to open her heart. The jail chaplain is rather harsh in his manner. But it's a no use if she doesn't come," said Adam sadly. "If I'd thought of it earlier, I would have taken some measures for finding her out," said Mr. Irwine. "But it's too late now, I fear. Well, Adam, I must go now. Try to get some rest tonight. God bless you. I'll see you early tomorrow morning." Chapter 42. The morning of the trial. At 1 o'clock the next day, Adam was alone in his dull upper room. His watch lay before him on the table as if he were counting the long minutes. He had no knowledge of what was likely to be said by the witnesses on the trial, for he had shrunk from all the particulars connected with Hetty's arrest and accusation. This brave, active man, who would have hastened towards any danger or toil to rescue Hetty from an apprehended wrong or misfortune, felt himself powerless to contemplate irremediable evil and suffering. The susceptibility which would have been an impelling force where there was any possibility of action became helpless anguish when he was obliged to be passive, or else sought an active outlet in the thought of inflicting justice on Arthur. Energetic natures, strong for all strenuous deeds, will often rush away from a hopeless sufferer, as if they were hard-hearted. It is the overmastering sense of pain that drives them. They shrink by an ungovernable instinct, as they would shrink from laceration. Adam had brought himself to think of seeing Hetty, if she would consent to see him, because he thought the meeting might possibly be a good to her, might help to melt away this terrible hardness they told him of. If she saw he bore her no ill will for what she had done to him, she might open her heart to him. But this resolution had been an immense effort. He trembled at the thought of seeing her changed face, as a timid woman trembles at the thought of the surgeon's knife, and he chose now to bear the long hours of suspense, rather than encounter what seemed to him the more intolerable agony of witnessing her trial. Deep, unspeakable suffering may well be called a baptism, a regeneration, the initiation into a new state. The yearning memories, the bitter regret, the agonized sympathy, the struggling appeals to the invisible right, all the intense emotions which had filled the days and nights of the past week, and were compressing themselves again like an eager crowd into the hours of this single morning, made Adam look back on all the previous years as if they had been a dim, sleepy existence,
and he had only now awaked to full consciousness. It seemed to him as if he had always before thought it a light thing that men should suffer, as if all that he had himself endured and called sorrow before was only a moment's stroke that had never left a bruise. Doubtless a great anguish may do the work of years, and we may come out from that baptism of fire with a soul full of new awe and new pity. "Oh, God!" Adam groaned, as he leaned on the table and looked blankly at the face of the watch. "And men have suffered like this before, and poor, helpless young things have suffered like her. Such a little while ago, looking so happy and so pretty, kissing 'em all, her grandfather and all of 'em, and they wishing her luck. Oh, my poor, poor Hetty! Dost think on it now?" Adam started and looked round towards the door. Vixen had begun to whimper, and there was a sound of a stick and a lame walk on the stairs. It was Bartle Massey come back. Could it be all over? Bartle entered quietly, and going up to Adam, grasped his hand and said, "I'm just come to look at you, my boy, for the folks are gone out of court for a bit." Adam's heart beat so violently he was unable to speak. He could only return the pressure of his friend's hand, and Bartle, drawing up the other chair, came and sat in front of him, taking off his hat and his spectacles. "That's a thing never happened to me before," he observed, "to go out of the door with my spectacles on. I clean forgot to take 'em off." The old man made this trivial remark, thinking it better not to respond at all to Adam's agitation. He would gather in an indirect way that there was nothing decisive to communicate at present. "And now," he said, rising again, "I must see to your having a bit of the loaf and some of that wine Mr. Irwine sent this morning. He'll be angry with me if you don't have it. Come now," he went on, bringing forward the bottle and the loaf and pouring some wine into a cup, "I must have a bit and a sup myself. Drink a drop with me, my lad. Drink with me." Adam pushed the cup gently away and said entreatingly, "Tell me about it, Mr. Massey. Tell me all about it. Was she there? Have they begun?" "Yes, my boy, yes. It's taken all the time since I first went, but they're slow. And there's the counsel they've got for her puts a spoke in the wheel whenever he can, and makes a deal to do with cross-examining the witnesses and quarrelling with the other lawyers. That's all he can do for the money they give him. And it's a big sum. But he's a cute fellow with an eye that'd pick the needles out of the hay in no time. If a man had got no feelings, it'd be as good as a demonstration to listen to what goes on in court. But a tender heart makes one stupid. I'd have given up figures forever only to have had some good news to bring you, my poor lad." "But does it seem to be going against her?" said Adam. "Tell me what they've said. I must know it now. I must know what they have to bring against her." "Why, the chief evidence yet has been the doctors. All but Martin Poyser. Poor Martin! Everybody in court felt for him. It was like one sob, the sound they made when he came down again. The worst was when they told him to look at the prisoner at the bar. It was hard work, poor fellow, it was hard work. Adam, my boy, the blow falls heavily on him as well as you. You must help poor Martin. You must show courage. Drink some wine now, and show me you mean to bear it like a man." Bartle had made the right sort of appeal. Adam, with an air of quiet obedience, took up the cup and drank a little.
"Tell me how she looked," he said presently. "Frightened, very frightened when they first brought her in. It was the first sight of the crowd and the judge, poor creature. And there's a lot of foolish women in fine clothes with gewgaws all up their arms and feathers on their heads, sitting near the judge. They've dressed themselves out in that way one'd think to be scarecrows and warnings against any man ever meddling with a woman again. They put up their glasses and stared and whispered, but after that she stood like a white image, staring down at her hands, and seeming neither to hear nor see anything. And she's as white as a sheet. She didn't speak when they asked her if she'd plead guilty or not guilty, and they pleaded not guilty for her. But when she heard her uncle's name, there seemed to go a shiver right through her, and when they told him to look at her, she hung her head down and cowered and hid her face in her hands. He'd much ado to speak, poor man, his voice trembled so. And the counsellors, who look as hard as nails mostly, I saw, spared him as much as they could. Mr. Irwine put himself near him and went with him out of court. It's a great thing in a man's life to be able to stand by a neighbour and uphold him in such trouble as that. God bless him, and you too, Mr. Massey, said Adam in a low voice, laying his hand on Bartle's arm. Aye, he's good metal. He gives the right ring when you try him, our parson does. A man of sense says no more than's needful. He's not one of those that think they can comfort you with chattering, as if folks who stand by and look on knew a deal better what the trouble was than those who have to bear it. I've had to do with such folks in my time, in the south when I was in trouble myself. Mr. Irwine is to be a witness himself by and by on her side, you know, to speak to her character and bringing up. But the other evidence, does it go hard against her? Said Adam. What do you think, Mr. Massey? Tell me the truth. Yes, my lad, yes. The truth is the best thing to tell. It must come at last. The doctor's evidence is heavy on her, is heavy. But she's gone on denying she's had a child from first to last. These poor silly women things, they've not the sense to know it's no use denying what's proved. It'll make against her with the jury, I doubt, her being so obstinate. They may be less for recommending her to mercy if the verdict's against her, but Mr. Irwine'll leave no stone unturned with the judge. You may rely upon that, Adam. Is there nobody to stand by her and seem to care for her in the court? Said Adam. Well, there's a chaplain of the jail sits near her, but he's a sharp, ferrety-faced man, another sort of flesh and blood to Mr. Irwine. They say the jail chaplains are mostly the fag end of the clergy. There's one man as ought to be there, said Adam bitterly. Presently he drew himself up and looked fixedly out of the window, apparently turning over some new idea in his mind. Mr. Massey, he said at last, pushing the hair off his forehead, I'll go back with you. I'll go into court. It's cowardly of me to keep away. I'll stand by her. I'll own her for all she's been deceitful. They oughtn't to cast her off, her own flesh and blood. We hand folks over to God's mercy and show none ourselves. I used to be hard sometimes. I'll never be hard again. I'll go, Mr. Massey. I'll go with you. There was a decision in Adam's manner which would have prevented Bartle from opposing him, even if he had wished to do so. He only said, Take a bit, then. and another sup, Adam, for the love of me. See, I must stop and eat a morsel. Now you take some."
Nerved by an active resolution, Adam took a morsel of bread and drank some wine. He was haggard and unshaven as he had been yesterday, but he stood upright again and looked more like the Adam Bede of former days. Chapter 43. The Verdict. The place fitted up that day as a court of justice was a grand old hall, now destroyed by fire. The midday light that fell on the close pavement of human heads was shed through a line of high-pointed windows, variegated with the mellow tints of old painted glass. Grim, dusty armour hung in high relief in front of the dark oaken gallery at the farther end, and under the broad arch of the great mullioned window opposite was spread a curtain of old tapestry, covered with dim, melancholy figures, like a dozing, indistinct dream of the past. It was a place that through the rest of the year was haunted with the shadowy memories of old kings and queens, unhappy, discrowned, imprisoned. But today all those shadows had fled, and not a soul in the vast hall felt the presence of any but a living sorrow, which was quivering in warm hearts. But that sorrow seemed to have made itself feebly felt hitherto, now when Adam Bede's tall figure was suddenly seen, being ushered to the side of the prisoner's dock. In the broad sunlight of the great hall, among the sleek, shaven faces of other men, the marks of suffering in his face were startling even to Mr. Irwine, who had last seen him in the dim light of his small room. And the neighbours from Hazelip who were present, and who told Hetty Sorrel's story by their firesides in their old age, never forgot to say how it moved them when Adam Bede, poor fellow, taller by the head than most of the people round him, came into court and took his place by her side. But Hetty did not see him. She was standing in the same position Bartle Massey had described, her hands crossed over each other and her eyes fixed on them. Adam had not dared to look at her in the first moments, but at last, when the attention of the court was withdrawn by the proceedings, he turned his face towards her with a resolution not to shrink. Why did they say she was so changed? In the corpse we love, it is the likeness we see. It is the likeness which makes itself felt the more keenly because something else was and is not. There they were, the sweet face and neck, with the dark tendrils of hair, the long dark lashes, the rounded cheek and the pouting lips. Pale and thin, yes, but like Hetty, and only Hetty. Others thought she looked as if some demon had cast a blighting glance upon her, withered up the woman's soul in her, and left only a hard, despairing obstinacy. But the mother's yearning, that completest type of the life in another life, which is the essence of real human love, feels the presence of the cherished child even in the debased, degraded man. And to Adam, this pale, hard-looking culprit was the Hetty who had smiled at him in the garden under the apple-tree boughs. She was that Hetty's corpse which he had trembled to look at the first time, and then was unwilling to turn away his eyes from. But presently he heard something that compelled him to listen, and made the sense of sight less absorbing. A woman was in the witness-box, a middle-aged woman, who spoke in a firm, distinct voice. She said, "My name is Sarah Stone. I am a widow and keep a small shop licensed to sell tobacco, snuff, and tea in Church Lane, Stoniton. The prisoner at the bar is the same young woman who came looking ill and tired with a basket on her arm and asked for a lodging at my house on Saturday evening, the 27th of February. She had taken the house for a public because there was a figure against the door, and when I said I didn't take in lodgers, the prisoner began to cry and said she was too tired to go anywhere else, and she only wanted a bed for one night. And her prettiness, and her condition, and something respectable about her clothes and looks, and the trouble she seemed to be in, made me, as I couldn't find in my heart to send her away at once. I asked her to sit down and give her some tea, and asked her where she was going, and where her friends were. She said she was going home to her friends. They were farming folks a good way off, and she'd had a long journey that had cost her more money than she expected. So, as she'd hardly any money left in her pocket, and was afraid of going where it would cost her much, she had been obliged to sell most of the things out of her basket, but she'd thankfully give a shilling for a bed. I saw no reason why I shouldn't take the young woman in for the night. I had only one room, but there were 2 beds in it, and I told her she might stay with me. I thought she'd been led wrong and got into trouble, but if she was going to her friends, it would be a good work to keep her out of further harm. The witness then stated that in the night a child was born, and she identified the baby clothes then shown to her as those in which she had herself dressed the child. Those are the clothes. I made them myself, and had kept them by me ever since my last child was born. I took a deal of trouble both for the child and the mother. I couldn't help taking to the little thing and being anxious about it. I didn't send for a doctor, for there seemed no need. I told the mother in the daytime she must tell me the name of her friends and where they lived, and let me write to them. She said by and by she would write herself, but not today. She would have no nay, but she would get up and be dressed, in spite of everything I could say. She said she felt quite strong enough, and it was wonderful what spirit she showed. But I wasn't quite easy what I should do about her, and towards evening I made up my mind I'd go, after meeting was over, and speak to our minister about it. I left the house about 8:30 o'clock. I didn't go out at the shop door, but at the back door, which opens into a narrow alley. I've only got the ground floor of the house, and the kitchen and bedroom both look into the alley. I left the prisoner sitting up by the fire in the kitchen with the baby on her lap. She hadn't cried or seemed low at all, as she did the night before. I thought she had a strange look with her eyes, and she got a bit flushed towards evening. I was afraid of the fever, and I thought I'd call and ask an acquaintance of mine, an experienced woman, to come back with me when I went out. It was a very dark night. I didn't fasten the door behind me. There was no lock. It was a latch with a bolt inside. And when there was nobody in the house, I always went out at the shop door. But I thought there was no danger in leaving it unfastened that little while. I was longer than I meant to be, for I had to wait for the woman that came back with me. It was an hour and a half before we got back, and when we went in, the candle was standing burning just as I left it. But the prisoner and the baby were gone. She'd taken her cloak and bonnet, but she'd left the basket and the things in it. I was dreadful frightened and angry with her for going. I didn't go to give information because I'd no thought she meant to do any harm,
and I knew she had money in her pocket to buy her food and lodging. I didn't like to set the constable after her, for she'd a right to go from me if she liked." The effect of this evidence on Adam was electrical. It gave him new force. Hetty could not be guilty of the crime. Her heart must have clung to her baby, else why should she have taken it with her? She might have left it behind. The little creature had died naturally, and then she had hidden it. Babies were so liable to death, and there might be the strongest suspicions without any proof of guilt. His mind was so occupied with imaginary arguments against such suspicions that he could not listen to the cross-examination by Hetty's counsel, who tried, without result, to elicit evidence that the prisoner had shown some movements of maternal affection towards the child. The whole time this witness was being examined, Hetty had stood as motionless as before. No word seemed to arrest her ear. But the sound of the next witness's voice touched a chord that was still sensitive. She gave a start and a frightened look towards him, but immediately turned away her head and looked down at her hands as before. This witness was a man, a rough peasant. He said, "My name is John Olding. I am a labourer and live at Ted's Hall, 2 miles out of Stoniton. A week last Monday, towards 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I was going towards Hetton Coppice, and about 1/4 of a mile from the coppice I saw the prisoner in a red cloak sitting under a bit of a haystack not far from the stile. She got up when she saw me, and seemed as if she'd be walking on the other way. It was a regular road through the fields, and nothing very uncommon to see a young woman there, but I took notice of her because she looked white and scared. I should have thought she was a beggar woman, only for her good clothes. I thought she looked a bit crazy, but it was no business of mine. I stood and looked back after her, but she went right on while she was in sight. I had to go to the other side of the coppice to look after some stakes. There's a road right through it, and bits of openings here and there where the trees have been cut down, and some of 'em not carried away. I didn't go straight along the road, but turned off towards the middle, and took a shorter way towards the spot I wanted to get to. I hadn't got far out of the road into one of the open places before I heard a strange cry. I thought it didn't come from any animal I knew, but I wasn't for stopping to look about just then. But it went on, and seemed so strange to me in that place I couldn't help stopping to look. I began to think I might make some money off it if it was a new thing. But I had hard work to tell which way it came from, and for a good while I kept looking up at the boughs. And then I thought it came from the ground, and there was a lot of timber choppings lying about, and loose pieces of turf, and a trunk or two. And I looked about among them, but could find nothing, and at last the cry stopped. So I was for giving it up, and I went on about my business. But when I came back the same way, pretty nigh an hour after, I couldn't help laying down my stakes to have another look. And just as I was stooping and laying down the stakes, I saw something odd and round and whitish lying on the ground under a nut bush by the side of me, and I stooped down on hands and knees to pick it up, and I saw it was a little baby's hand. At these words a thrill ran through the court. Hetty was visibly trembling. Now For the first time she seemed to be listening to what a witness said. "There was a lot of timber choppings put together just where the ground went hollow-like under the bush, and the hand came out from among them. But there was a hole left in one place, and I could see down it and see the child's head. And I made haste and did away the turf and the choppings and took out the child. It had got comfortable clothes on, but its body was cold, and I thought it must be dead. I made haste back with it out of the wood and took it home to my wife. She said it was dead, and I'd better take it to the parish and tell the constable. And I said, I lay my life it's that young woman's child as I met going to the coppice. But she seemed to be gone clean out of sight. And I took the child on to Hetton parish and told the constable, and we went on to Justice Hardy. And then we went looking after the young woman till dark at night, and we went and gave information at Stoniton, as they might stop her. And the next morning another constable came to me to go with him to the spot where I found the child. And when we got there was the prisoner a-sitting against the bush where I found the child. And she cried out when she saw us, but she never offered to move. She'd got a big piece of bread on her lap." Adam had given a faint groan of despair while this witness was speaking. He had hidden his face on his arm, which rested on the boarding in front of him. It was the supreme moment of his suffering. Hetty was guilty, and he was silently calling to God for help. He heard no more of the evidence, and was unconscious when the case for the prosecution had closed, unconscious that Mr. Irwine was in the witness box, telling of Hetty's unblemished character in her own parish, and of the virtuous habits in which she had been brought up. This testimony could have no influence on the verdict, but it was given as part of that plea for mercy which her own counsel would have made if he had been allowed to speak for her, a favour not granted to criminals in those stern times. At last Adam lifted up his head, for there was a general movement round him. The judge had addressed the jury, and they were retiring. The decisive moment was not far off. Adam felt a shuddering horror that would not let him look at Hetty, but she had long relapsed into a blank, hard indifference. All eyes were strained to look at her, but she stood like a statue of dull despair. There was a mingled rustling, whispering, and low buzzing throughout the court during this interval. The desire to listen was suspended, and everyone had some feeling or opinion to express in undertones. Adam sat looking blankly before him, but he did not see the objects that were right in front of his eyes. The counsel and attorneys talking with an air of cool business, and Mr. Irwine in low, earnest conversation with the judge, did not see Mr. Irwine sit down again in agitation and shake his head mournfully when somebody whispered to him. The inward action was too intense for Adam to take in outward objects until some strong sensation roused him. It was not very long, hardly more than a quarter of an hour, before the knock which told that the jury had come to their decision fell as a signal for silence on every ear. It is sublime, that sudden pause of a great multitude, which tells that one soul moves in them all. Deeper and deeper the silence seemed to become, like the deepening night, while the jurymen's names were called over,
and the prisoner was made to hold up her hand, and the jury were asked for their verdict. Guilty. It was the verdict everyone expected, but there was a sigh of disappointment from some hearts that it was followed by no recommendation to mercy. Still, the sympathy of the court was not with the prisoner. The unnaturalness of her crime stood out the more harshly by the side of her hard immovability and obstinate silence. Even the verdict to distant eyes had not appeared to move her, but those who were near saw her trembling. The stillness was less intense until the judge put on his black cap, and the chaplain in his canonicals was observed behind him. Then it deepened again, before the crier had had time to command silence. If any sound were heard, it must have been the sound of beating hearts. The judge spoke. "Hetty Sorrel." The blood rushed to Hetty's face, and then fled back again as she looked up at the judge and kept her wide-open eyes fixed on him as if fascinated by fear. Adam had not yet turned towards her. There was a deep horror, like a great gulf, between them. But at the words, "and then to be hanged by the neck till you be dead," a piercing shriek rang through the hall. It was Hetty's shriek. Adam started to his feet and stretched out his arms towards her. But the arms could not reach her. She had fallen down in a fainting fit and was carried out of court. Chapter 44. Arthur's Return. When Arthur Donnithorne landed at Liverpool and read the letter from his Aunt Lydia, briefly announcing his grandfather's death, his first feeling was, "Poor grandfather, I wish I could have got to him to be with him when he died. He might have felt or wished something at the last that I shall never know now. It was a lonely death." It is impossible to say that his grief was deeper than that. Pity and softened memory took place of the old antagonism, and in his busy thoughts about the future, as the chase carried him rapidly along towards the home where he was now to be master, there was a continually recurring effort to remember anything by which he could show a regard for his grandfather's wishes, without counteracting his own cherished aims for the good of the tenants and the estate. But it is not in human nature, only in human pretence, for a young man like Arthur, with a fine constitution and fine spirits, thinking well of himself, believing that others think well of him, and having a very ardent intention to give them more and more reason for that good opinion. It is not possible for such a young man, just coming into a splendid estate through the death of a very old man whom he was not fond of, to feel anything very different from exultant joy. Now his real life was beginning. Now he would have room and opportunity for action, and he would use them. He would show the Loamshire people what a fine country gentleman was. He would not exchange that career for any under the sun. He felt himself riding over the hills in the breezy autumn days, looking after favourite plans of drainage and enclosure, then admired on sombre mornings as the best rider on the best horse in the hunt, spoken well of on market days as a first-rate landlord, by and by making speeches at election dinners and showing a wonderful knowledge of agriculture, the patron of new ploughs and drills, the severe upbraider of negligent landowners, and withal a jolly fellow that everybody must like, happy faces greeting him everywhere on his own estate, and the neighbouring families on the best terms with him. The Irwines should dine with him every week, and have their own carriage to come in, for in some very delicate way that Arthur would devise, the lay improprietor of the Hazelop tithes would insist on paying a couple of hundreds more to the vicar, and his aunt should be as comfortable as possible, and go on living at the Chase if she liked, in spite of her old maidish ways, at least until he was married, and that event lay in the indistinct background, for Arthur had not yet seen the woman who would play the lady wife to the first-rate country gentleman. These were Arthur's chief thoughts, so far as a man's thoughts through hours of travelling can be compressed into a few sentences, which are only like the list of names telling you what are the scenes in a long, long panorama full of colour, of detail, and of life. The happy faces Arthur saw greeting him were not pale abstractions, but real ruddy faces, long familiar to him. Martin Poyser was there, the whole Poyser family. What? Hetty? Yes, for Arthur was at ease about Hetty. Not quite at ease about the past, for a certain burning of the ears would come whenever he thought of the scenes with Adam last August, but at ease about her present lot. Mr. Irwine, who had been a regular correspondent, telling him all the news about the old places and people, had sent him word nearly 3 months ago that Adam Bede was not to marry Mary Burge as he had thought, but pretty Hetty Sorrel. Martin Poyser and Adam himself had both told Mr. Irwine all about it, that Adam had been deeply in love with Hetty these 2 years, and that now it was agreed they were to be married in March. That stalwart rogue Adam was more susceptible than the rector had thought. It was really quite an idyllic love affair, and if it had not been too long to tell in a letter, he would have liked to describe to Arthur the blushing looks and the simple, strong words with which the fine, honest fellow told his secret. He knew Arthur would like to hear that Adam had this sort of happiness in prospect. Yes, indeed. Arthur felt there was not air enough in the room to satisfy his renovated life when he had read that passage in the letter. He threw up the windows, he rushed out of doors into the December air, and greeted every one who spoke to him with an eager gaiety, as if there had been news of a fresh Nelson victory. For the first time that day since he had come to Windsor, he was in true boyish spirits. The load that had been pressing upon him was gone. The haunting fear had vanished. He thought he could conquer his bitterness towards Adam now, could offer him his hand, and ask to be his friend again, in spite of that painful memory which would still make his ears burn. He had been knocked down, and he had been forced to tell a lie. Such things make a scar, do what we will. But if Adam were the same again as in the old days, Arthur wished to be the same too, and to have Adam mixed up with his business and his future as he had always desired before the accursed meeting in August. Nay, he would do a great deal more for Adam than he should otherwise have done when he came into the estate. Hetty's husband had a special claim on him. Hetty herself should feel that any pain she had suffered through Arthur in the past was compensated to her 100-fold. For really she could not have felt much, since she had so soon made up her mind to marry Adam. You perceive clearly what sort of picture Adam and Hetty made in the panorama of Arthur's thoughts on his journey homeward. It was March now. They were soon to be married. Perhaps they were already married. And now it was actually in his power to do a great deal for them. Sweet, sweet little Hetty. The little puss hadn't cared for him half as much as he cared for her. For he was a great fool about her still, was almost afraid of seeing her. indeed had not cared much to look at any other woman since he parted from her. That little figure coming towards him in the grove, those dark-fringed childish eyes, the lovely lips put up to kiss him, that picture had got no fainter with the lapse of months. And she would look just the same. It was impossible to think how he could meet her. He should certainly tremble. Strange how long this sort of influence lasts, for he was certainly not in love with Hetty now. He had been earnestly desiring for months that she should marry Adam, and there was nothing that contributed more to his happiness in these moments than the thought of their marriage. It was the exaggerating effect of imagination that made his heart still beat a little more quickly at the thought of her. When he saw the little thing again as she really was, as Adam's wife, at work quite prosaically in her new home, he should perhaps wonder at the possibility of his past feelings. Thank heaven it had turned out so well. He should have plenty of affairs and interests to fill his life now, and not be in danger of playing the fool again. Pleasant the crack of the postboy's whip, pleasant the sense of being hurried along in swift ease through English scenes, so like those round his own home, only not quite so charming. Here was a market town, very much like Treddleston, where the arms of the neighbouring lord of the manor were borne on the sign of the principal inn. Then mere fields and hedges, their vicinity to a market town carrying an agreeable suggestion of high rent, till the land began to assume a trimmer look. The woods were more frequent, and at length a white or red mansion looked down from a moderate eminence, or allowed him to be aware of its parapet and chimneys among the dense-looking masses of oaks and elms, masses reddened now with early buds. And close at hand came the village. The small church with its red-tiled roof, looking humble even among the faded half-timbered houses, the old green gravestones with nettles round them, nothing fresh and bright but the children opening round eyes at the swift post-chaise, nothing noisy and busy but the gaping curs of mysterious pedigree. What a much prettier village Hazelop was, and it should not be neglected like this place. Vigorous repairs should go on everywhere, among farm buildings and cottages, and travellers in post-chaises coming along the Rossiter road should do nothing but admire as they went. And Adam Bede should superintend all the repairs, for he had a share in Burge's business now, and if he liked, Arthur would put some money into the concern and buy the old man out in another year or two. That was an ugly fault in Arthur's life, that affair last summer, but the future should make amends. Many men would have retained a feeling of vindictiveness towards Adam, but he would not. He would resolutely overcome all littleness of that kind, for he had certainly been very much in the wrong, and though Adam had been harsh and violent, and had thrust on him a painful dilemma, the poor fellow was in love, and had real provocation. No, Arthur had not an evil feeling in his mind towards any human being. He was happy, and would make everyone else happy that came within his reach. And here was dear old Hazelop at last, sleeping on the hill, like a quiet old place as it was, in the late afternoon sunlight, and opposite to it the great shoulders of the Binton Hills, below them the purplish blackness of the hanging woods, and at last the pale front of the abbey looking out from among the oaks of the chase, as if anxious for the heir's return. Poor grandfather! And he lies dead there. He was a young fellow once, coming into the estate and making his plans. So the world goes round. And Lydia must feel very desolate, poor thing. But she shall be indulged as much as she indulges her fat Fido. The wheels of Arthur's chaise had been anxiously listened for at the Chase, for today was Friday, and the funeral had already been deferred 2 days. Before it drew up on the gravel of the courtyard, all the servants in the house were assembled to receive him with a grave, decent welcome, befitting a house of death. A month ago, perhaps, it would have been difficult for them to have maintained a suitable sadness in their faces when Arthur was to come to take possession, but the hearts of the head servants were heavy that day for another cause than the death of the old squire, and more than one of them was longing to be 20 miles away, as Mr. Craig was, knowing what was to become of Hetty Sorrel, pretty Hetty Sorrel, whom they used to see every week. They had the partisanship of household servants who like their places, and were not inclined to go the full length of the severe indignation felt against him by the farming tenants, but rather to make excuses for him. Nevertheless, the upper servants, who had been on terms of neighbourly intercourse with the Poysers for many years, could not help feeling that the longed-for event of the young squire's coming into the estate had been robbed of all its pleasantness. To Arthur it was nothing surprising that the servants looked grave and sad. He himself was very much touched on seeing them all again, and feeling that he was in a new relation to them. It was that sort of pathetic emotion which has more pleasure than pain in it, which is perhaps one of the most delicious of all states to a good-natured man, conscious of the power to satisfy his good nature. His heart swelled agreeably as he said, "Well, Mills, how is my aunt?" But now Mr. Bygate, the lawyer, who had been in the house ever since the death, came forward to give deferential greetings and answer all questions, and Arthur walked with him towards the library, where his Aunt Lydia was expecting him. Aunt Lydia was the only person in the house who knew nothing about Hetty. Her sorrow as a maiden daughter was unmixed with any other thoughts than those of anxiety about funeral arrangements and her own future lot. And after the manner of women, she mourned for the father who had made her life important, all the more because she had a secret sense that there was little mourning for him in other hearts. But Arthur kissed her tearful face more tenderly than he had ever done in his life before. "Dear aunt," he said affectionately as he held her hand, "your loss is the greatest of all, but you must tell me how to try and make it up to you all the rest of your life." "It was so sudden and so dreadful, Arthur," poor Miss Lydia began, pouring out her little plaints, and Arthur sat down to listen with impatient patience. When a pause came, he said, "Now, aunt, I'll leave you for a quarter of an hour just to go to my own room, and then I shall come and give full attention to everything." "My room is all ready for me, I suppose, Mills?" he said to the butler, who seemed to be lingering uneasily about the entrance hall. "Yes, sir, and there are letters for you. They are all laid on the writing-table in your dressing-room." On entering the small ante-room, which was called a dressing-room, but which Arthur really used only to lounge and write in, he just cast his eyes on the writing-table and saw that there were several letters and packets lying there. But he was in the uncomfortable, dusty condition of a man who has had a long, hurried journey, and he must really refresh himself by attending to his toilette a little before he read his letters. Pym was there, making everything ready for him, and soon, with a delightful freshness about him, as if he were prepared to begin a new day, he went back into his dressing-room to open his letters. The level rays of the low afternoon sun entered directly at the window, and as Arthur seated himself in his velvet chair with their pleasant warmth upon him, he was conscious of that quiet well-being which perhaps you and I have felt on a sunny afternoon when, in our brightest youth and health, life has opened a new vista for us, and long tomorrows of activity have stretched before us like a lovely plain which there was no need for hurrying to look at, because it was all our own. The top letter was placed with its address upwards. It was in Mr. Irwine's handwriting, Arthur saw at once, and below the address was written, "To be delivered as soon as he arrives." Nothing could have been less surprising to him than a letter from Mr. Irwine at that moment. Of course, there was something he wished Arthur to know earlier than it was possible for them to see each other. At such a time as that, it was quite natural that Irwine should have something pressing to say. Arthur broke the seal with an agreeable anticipation of soon seeing the writer. "I send this letter to meet you on your arrival, Arthur, because I may then be at Stoniton, whither I am called by the most painful duty it has ever been given me to perform, and it is right that you should know what I have to tell you without delay. I will not attempt to add by one word of reproach to the retribution that is now falling on you. Any other words that I could write at this moment must be weak and unmeaning by the side of those in which I must tell you the simple fact. Hetty Sorrel is in prison, and will be tried on Friday for the crime of child murder." Arthur read no more. He started up from his chair and stood for a single minute with a sense of violent convulsion in his whole frame, as if the life were going out of him with horrible throbs. But the next minute he had rushed out of the room, still clutching the letter. He was hurrying along the corridor and down the stairs into the hall. Mills was still there, but Arthur did not see him as he passed like a hunted man across the hall and out along the gravel. The butler hurried out after him as fast as his elderly limbs could run. He guessed he knew where the young squire was going. When Mills got to the stables, a horse was being saddled, and Arthur was forcing himself to read the remaining words of the letter. He thrust it into his pocket as the horse was led up to him, and at that moment caught sight of Mill's anxious face in front of him. "Tell them I'm gone to Stoniton," he said in a muffled tone of agitation, sprang into the saddle, and set off at a gallop. Chapter 45. In the Prison. Near sunset that evening, an elderly gentleman was standing with his back against the smaller entrance door of Stoniton jail, saying a few last words to the departing chaplain. The chaplain walked away, but the elderly gentleman stood still, looking down on the pavement and stroking his chin with a ruminating air, when he was roused by a sweet, clear woman's voice, saying, "Can I get into the prison, if you please?" He turned his head and looked fixedly at the speaker for a few moments without answering. "I have seen you before," he said at last. "Do you remember preaching on the village green at Hazelop in Loamshire?" "Yes, sir, surely. Are you the gentleman that stayed to listen on horseback?" "Yes. Why do you want to go into the prison?" "I want to go to Hetty Sorrel, the young woman who has been condemned to death, and to stay with her if I may be permitted. Have you power in the prison, sir?" "Yes, I am a magistrate, and can get admittance for you. But did you know this criminal, Hetty Sorrel?" "Yes, we are kin. My own aunt married her uncle, Martin Poyser, but I was away at Leeds and didn't know of this great trouble in time to get here before today. I entreat you, sir, for the love of our Heavenly Father, to let me go to her and stay with her."
"How did you know she was condemned to death, if you are only just come from Leeds?"
"I have seen my uncle since the trial, sir. He is gone back to his home now, and the poor sinner is forsaken of all. I beseech you to get leave for me to be with her."
"What, have you courage to stay all night in the prison? She is very sullen, and will scarcely make answer when she is spoken to."
"Oh, sir, it may please God to open her heart still. Don't let us delay."
"Come, then," said the elderly gentleman, ringing and gaining admission. "I know you have a key to unlock hearts."
Dinah mechanically took off her bonnet and shawl as soon as they were within the prison court, from the habit she had of throwing them off when she preached or prayed, or visited the sick, and when they entered the jailer's room she laid them down on a chair unthinkingly. There was no agitation visible in her, but a deep, concentrated calmness, as if, even when she was speaking, her soul was in prayer, reposing on an unseen support. After speaking to the jailer, the magistrate turned to her and said, "The turnkey will take you to the prisoner's cell and leave you there for the night, if you desire it, but you can't have a light during the night. It is contrary to rules. My name is Colonel Townley. If I can help you in anything, ask the jailer for my address and come to me. I take some interest in this Hetty Sorrel for the sake of that fine fellow, Adam Bede. I happened to see him at Hazelop the same evening I heard you preach, and recognized him in court today, ill as he looked." "Ah, sir, can you tell me anything about him? Can you tell me where he lodges? For my poor uncle was too much weighed down with trouble to remember."
"Close by here. I inquired all about him of Mr. Irwine. He lodges over a tinman's shop in the street on the right hand as you entered the prison. There is an old schoolmaster with him. Now, good-bye. I wish you success."
"Farewell, sir. I am grateful to you." As Dinah crossed the prison court with the turnkey, the solemn evening light seemed to make the walls higher than they were by day, and the sweet pale face in the cap was more than ever like a white flower on this background of gloom. The turnkey looked askance at her all the while, but never spoke. He somehow felt that the sound of his own rude voice would be grating just then. He struck a light as they entered the dark corridor leading to the condemned cell, and then said in his most civil tone, "It'll be pretty nigh dark in the cell already, but I can stop with my light a bit if you like." "Nay, friend, thank you," said Dinah. "I wish to go in alone."
"As ye like," said the jailer, turning the harsh key in the lock and opening the door wide enough to admit Dinah.
A jet of light from his lantern fell on the opposite corner of the cell, where Hetty was sitting on her straw pallet, with her face buried in her knees. It seemed as if she were asleep, and yet the grating of the lock would have been likely to waken her. The door closed again, and the only light in the cell was that of the evening sky, through the small, high grating, enough to discern human faces by. Dinah stood still for a minute, hesitating to speak because Hetty might be asleep, and looking at the motionless heap with a yearning heart. Then she said softly, "Hetty!" There was a slight movement perceptible in Hetty's frame, a start such as might have been produced by a feeble electrical shock, but she did not look up. Dinah spoke again, in a tone made stronger by irrepressible emotion. "Hetty, it's Dinah." Again there was a slight, startled movement through Hetty's frame, and without uncovering her face, she raised her head a little as if listening. "Hetty, Dinah is come to you." After a moment's pause, Hetty lifted her head slowly and timidly from her knees and raised her eyes. The two pale faces were looking at each other, one with a wild, hard despair in it, the other full of sad, yearning love. Dinah unconsciously opened her arms and stretched them out. "Don't you know me, Hetty? Don't you remember Dinah? Did you think I wouldn't come to you in trouble?" Hetty kept her eyes fixed on Dinah's face, at first like an animal that gazes and gazes and keeps aloof. "I'm come to be with you, Hetty, not to leave you, to stay with you, to be your sister to the last." Slowly, while Dinah was speaking, Hetty rose, took a step forward, and was clasped in Dinah's arms. They stood so a long while, for neither of them felt the impulse to move apart again. Hetty, without any distinct thought of it, hung on this something that was come to clasp her now, while she was sinking helpless in a dark gulf. And Dinah felt a deep joy in the first sign that her love was welcomed by the wretched lost one. The light got fainter as they stood, and when at last they sat down on the straw pallet together, their faces had become indistinct. Not a word was spoken. Dinah waited, hoping for a spontaneous word from Hetty, but she sat in the same dull despair, only clutching the hand that held hers and leaning her cheek against Dinah's. It was the human contact she clung to, but she was not the less sinking into the dark gulf. Dinah began to doubt whether Hetty was conscious who it was that sat beside her. She thought suffering and fear might have driven the poor sinner out of her mind. But it was borne in upon her, as she afterwards said, that she must not hurry God's work. We are over-hasty to speak, as if God did not manifest himself by our silent feeling and make his love felt through ours. She did not know how long they sat in that way, but it got darker and darker till there was only a pale patch of light on the opposite wall. All the rest was darkness. But she felt the divine presence more and more, nay, as if she herself were a part of it, and it was the divine pity that was beating in her heart, and was willing the rescue of this helpless one. At last she was prompted to speak, and find out how far Hetty was conscious of the present. "Hetty," she said gently, "do you know who it is that sits by your side?" "Yes," Hetty answered slowly, "it's Dinah." "And do you remember the time when we were at the Hall Farm together, and that night when I told you to be sure and think of me as a friend in trouble?" "Yes," said Hetty. Then after a pause she added, "But you can do nothing for me. You can't make 'em do anything. They'll hang me a Monday. It's Friday now." As Hetty said the last words, she clung closer to Dinah, shuddering. "No, Hetty, I can't save you from that death. But isn't the suffering less hard when you have somebody with you, that feels for you, that you can speak to and say what's in your heart? Yes, Hetty, you lean on me. You are glad to have me with you. You won't leave me, Dinah.
You'll keep close to me." "No, Hetty, I won't leave you. I'll stay with you to the last." "But, Hetty, there is someone else in this cell besides me, someone close to you." Hetty said in a frightened whisper, "Who?" "Someone who has been with you through all your hours of sin and trouble, who has known every thought you have had, has seen where you went, where you lay down and rose up again, and all the deeds you have tried to hide in darkness. And on Monday, when I can't follow you, when my arms can't reach you, when death has parted us, he who is with us now and knows all will be with you then. It makes no difference whether we live or die. We are in the presence of God." "Oh, Dinah, won't nobody do anything for me? Will they hang me for certain? I wouldn't mind if they'd let me live." "My poor Hetty, death is very dreadful to you. I know it's dreadful, but if you had a friend to take care of you after death, in that other world, someone whose love is greater than mine, who can do everything. If God our Father was your friend, and was willing to save you from sin and suffering, so as you should neither know wicked feelings nor pain again, if you could believe he loved you and would help you as you believe I love you and will help you, it wouldn't be so hard to die on Monday, would it?" "But I can't know anything about it," Hetty said, with sullen sadness. "Because, Hetty, you are shutting up your soul against him by trying to hide the truth. God's love and mercy can overcome all things, our ignorance and weakness, and all the burden of our past wickedness, all things but our wilful sin that we cling to and will not give up. You believe in my love and pity for you, Hetty, but if you had not let me come near you, if you wouldn't have looked at me or spoken to me, you'd have shut me out from helping you. I couldn't have made you feel my love. I couldn't have told you what I felt for you. Don't shut God's love out in that way, by clinging to sin. He can't bless you while you have one falsehood in your soul. His pardoning mercy can't reach you until you open your heart to him and say, I have done this great wickedness. O God, save me, make me pure from sin. While you cling to one sin and will not part with it, it must drag you down to misery after death, as it has dragged you to misery here in this world, my poor, poor Hetty. It is sin that brings dread and darkness and despair. There is light and blessedness for us as soon as we cast it off. God enters our souls then, and teaches us and brings us strength and peace. Cast it off now, Hetty, now. Confess the wickedness you have done, the sin you have been guilty of against your heavenly Father. Let us kneel down together, for we are in the presence of God. Hetty obeyed Dinah's movement and sank on her knees. They still held each other's hands, and there was long silence. Then Dinah said, Hetty, we are before God. He is waiting for you to tell the truth. Still there was silence. At last Hetty spoke in a tone of beseeching. Dinah, help me. I can't feel anything like you. My heart is hard. Dinah held the clinging hand, and all her soul went forth in her voice. Jesus, thou present Saviour, thou hast known the depths of all sorrow. Thou hast entered that black darkness where God is not, and hast uttered the cry of the forsaken.
Come, Lord, and gather of the fruits of thy travail and thy pleading. Stretch forth thy hand, thou who art mighty, to save to the uttermost, and rescue this lost one. She is clothed round with thick darkness. The fetters of her sin are upon her, and she cannot stir to come to thee. She can only feel her heart is hard, and she is helpless. She cries to me, thy weak creature, Saviour, it is a blind cry to thee. Hear it, pierce the darkness. Look upon her with thy face of love and sorrow that thou didst turn on him who denied thee, and melt her hard heart. See, Lord, I bring her, as they of old brought the sick and helpless, and thou didst heal them. I bear her on my arms and carry her before thee. Fear and trembling have taken hold on her, but she trembles only at the pain and the death of the body. Breathe upon her thy life-giving spirit. Put a new fear within her, the fear of her sin. Make her dread to keep the accursed thing within her soul. Make her feel the presence of the living God, who beholds all the past, to whom the darkness is as noonday, who is waiting now at the 11th hour for her to turn to him and confess her sin and cry for mercy. Now, before the night of death comes, and the moment of pardon is for ever fled, like yesterday that returneth not. Saviour, it is yet time to snatch this poor soul from everlasting darkness. I believe in thy infinite love. What is my love or my pleading? It is quenched in thine. I can only clasp her in my weak arms and urge her with my weak pity. Thou wilt breathe on the dead soul, and it shall arise from the unanswering sleep of death. Yea, Lord, I see thee, coming through the darkness, coming like the morning, with healing on thy wings. The marks of thy agony are upon thee. I see thou art able and willing to save. Thou wilt not let her perish for ever. Come, mighty Saviour, let the dead hear thy voice. Let the eyes of the blind be opened. Let her see that God encompasses her. Let her tremble at nothing but at the sin that cuts her off from him. Melt the hard heart, unseal the closed lips. Make her cry with her whole soul, Father, I have sinned. Dinah! Hetty sobbed out, throwing her arms round Dinah's neck. I will speak, I will tell, I won't hide it any more. But the tears and sobs were too violent. Dinah raised her gently from her knees and seated her on the pallet again, sitting down by her side. It was a long time before the convulsed throat was quiet, and even then they sat some time in stillness and darkness, holding each other's hands. At last Hetty whispered, I did do it, Dinah. I buried it in the wood, the little baby, and it cried. I heard it cry, ever such a way off, all night, and I went back because it cried. She paused, and then spoke hurriedly in a louder, pleading tone. But I thought perhaps it wouldn't die. There might be somebody find it. I didn't kill it. I didn't kill it myself. I put it down there and covered it up, and when I came back it was gone. It was because I was so very miserable, Dinah. I didn't know where to go, and I tried to kill myself before, and I couldn't. Oh, I tried so to drown myself in the pool, and I couldn't. I went to Windsor. I ran away. Did you know? I went to find him, as he might take care of me, and he was gone. And then I didn't know what to do. I daredn't go back home again.
I couldn't bear it. I couldn't have bore to look at anybody, for they'd have scorned me. I thought of you sometimes, and thought I'd come to you, for I didn't think you'd be cross with me, and cry shame on me. I thought I could tell you. But then the other folks had come to know it at last, and I couldn't bear that. It was partly thinking of you made me come toward Stoniton, and besides, I was so frightened at going wandering about till I was a beggar woman and had nothing. And sometimes it seemed as if I must go back to the farm sooner than that. Oh, it was so dreadful, Dinah. I was so miserable. I wished I'd never been born into this world. I should never like to go into the green fields again. I hated 'em so in my misery. Hetty paused again, as if the sense of the past were too strong upon her for words. And then I got to Stoniton, and I began to feel frightened that night because I was so near home. And then the little baby was born when I didn't expect it. And the thought came into my mind that I might get rid of it and go home again. The thought came all of a sudden as I was lying in the bed, and it got stronger and stronger. I longed so to go back again. I couldn't bear being so lonely and coming to beg for want. And it gave me strength and resolution to get up and dress myself. I felt I must do it. I didn't know how. I thought I'd find a pool if I could, like that other in the corner of the field, in the dark. And when the woman went out, I felt as if I was strong enough to do anything. I thought I should get rid of all my misery and go back home and never let him know why I ran away. I put on my bonnet and shawl and went out into the dark street with the baby under my cloak, and I walked fast till I got into a street a good way off, and there was a public, and I got some warm stuff to drink and some bread. And I walked on, and I hardly felt the ground I trod on, and it got lighter, for there came the moon. Oh, Dinah, it frightened me when it first looked at me out of the clouds. It never looked so before, and I turned out of the road into the fields, for I was afraid of meeting anybody with the moon shining on me. And I came to a haystack, where I thought I could lie down and keep myself warm all night. There was a place cut into it where I could make me a bed, and I lay comfortable, and the baby was warm against me, and I must have gone to sleep for a good while, for when I woke it was morning, but not very light, and the baby was crying. And I saw a wood a little way off. I thought there'd perhaps be a ditch or a pond there, and it was so early I thought I could hide the child there and get a long way off before folks was up. And then I thought I'd go home. I'd get rides in carts and go home and tell 'em I'd been to try and see for a place and couldn't get one. I longed so for it, Dinah. I longed so to be safe at home. I don't know how I felt about the baby. I seemed to hate it. It was like a heavy weight hanging round my neck, and yet its crying went through me, and I daredn't look at its little hands and face. But I went on to the wood, and I walked about, but there was no water. Hetty shuddered. She was silent for some moments, and when she began again, it was in a whisper. I came to a place where there was lots of chips and turf, and I sat down on the trunk of a tree to think what I should do. And all of a sudden I saw a hole under the nut tree, like a little grave. And it darted into me like lightning. I'd lay the baby there and cover it with the grass and the chips. I couldn't kill it any other way. And I'd done it in a minute. And oh, it cried so, Dinah. I couldn't cover it quite up. I thought perhaps somebody had come and take care of it, and then it wouldn't die. And I made haste out of the wood, but I could hear it crying all the while. And when I got out into the fields, it was as if I was held fast. I couldn't go away for all I wanted so to go. And I sat against the haystack to watch if anybody had come. I was very hungry, and I'd only a bit of bread left, but I couldn't go away. And after ever such a while, hours and hours, the man came, him in a smock frock, and he looked at me so, I was frightened, and I made haste and went on. I thought he was going to the wood and would perhaps find the baby. And I went right on till I came to a village, a long way off from the wood, and I was very sick and faint and hungry. I got something to eat there and bought a loaf, but I was frightened to stay. I heard the baby crying and thought the other folks heard it too, and I went on. But I was so tired, and it was getting towards dark, and at last, by the roadside there was a barn, ever such a way off any house, like the barn in Abbott's Close, and I thought I could go in there and hide myself among the hay and straw, and nobody'd be likely to come. I went in, and it was half full of trusses of straw, and there was some hay too, and I made myself a bed ever so far behind, where nobody could find me, and I was so tired and weak, I went to sleep. But oh, the baby's crying kept waking me, and I thought that man as looked at me so was come and laying hold of me. But I must have slept a long while at last, though I didn't know, for when I got up and went out of the barn, I didn't know whether it was night or morning. But it was morning, for it kept getting lighter, and I turned back the way I'd come. I couldn't help it, Dinah. It was the baby's crying made me go, and yet I was frightened to death. I thought that man in the smock frock had seen me, and know I put the baby there. But I went on for all that. I'd left off thinking about going home. It had gone out of my mind. I saw nothing but that place in the wood where I'd buried the baby. I see it now. Oh, Dinah, shall I always see it? Hetty clung round Dinah and shuddered again. The silence seemed long before she went on. I met nobody, for it was very early, and I got into the wood. I knew the way to the place against the nut tree, and I could hear it crying at every step. I thought it was alive. I don't know whether I was frightened or glad. I don't know what I felt. I only know I was in the wood and heard the cry. I don't know what I felt till I saw the baby was gone. And when I'd put it there, I thought I should like somebody to find it and save it from dying. But when I saw it was gone, I was struck like a stone with fear. I never thought of stirring. I felt so weak. I knew I couldn't run away, and everybody as saw me 'ud know about the baby. My heart went like a stone. I couldn't wish or try for anything. It seemed like as if I should stay there forever, and nothing 'ud ever change. But they came and took me away.
Hetty was silent, but she shuddered again as if there was still something behind. And Dinah waited, for her heart was so full that tears must come before words. At last Hetty burst out with a sob.
Dinah, do you think God will take away that crying and the place in the wood, now I've told everything."
"Let us pray, poor sinner. Let us fall on our knees again and pray to the God of all mercy." Chapter 46. The Hours of Suspense. On Sunday morning, when the church bells in Stoniton were ringing for morning service, Bartle Massey re-entered Adam's room after a short absence and said, "Adam, there's a visitor wants to see you." Adam was seated with his back towards the door, but he started up and turned round instantly with a flushed face and an eager look. His face was even thinner and more worn than we have seen it before, but he was washed and shaven this Sunday morning. "Is it any news?" he said. "Keep yourself quiet, my lad," said Bartle. "Keep quiet. It's not what you're thinking of. It's the young Methodist woman come from the prison. She's at the bottom of the stairs and wants to know if you think well to see her, for she has something to say to you about that poor castaway. But she wouldn't come in without your leave, she said. She thought you'd perhaps like to go out and speak to her. These preaching women are not so battered commonly," Bartle muttered to himself. "Ask her to come in," said Adam. He was standing with his face towards the door, and as Dinah entered, lifting up her mild grey eyes towards him, she saw at once the great change that had come since the day when she had looked up at the tall man in the cottage. There was a trembling in her clear voice as she put her hand into his and said, "Be comforted, Adam Bede. The Lord has not forsaken her." "Bless you for coming to her," Adam said. "Mr. Massey brought me word yesterday as you was come." They could neither of them say any more just yet, but stood before each other in silence. And Bartle Massey, too, who had put on his spectacles, seemed transfixed, examining Dinah's face. But he recovered himself first, and said, "Sit down, young woman, sit down," placing the chair for her and retiring to his old seat on the bed. "Thank you, friend. I won't sit down," said Dinah, "for I must hasten back. She entreated me not to stay long away. What I came for, Adam Bede, was to pray you to go and see the poor sinner and bid her farewell. She desires to ask your forgiveness, and it is meet you should see her today rather than in the early morning, when the time will be short." Adam stood trembling, and at last sank down on his chair again. "It won't be," he said. "It'll be put off. There'll perhaps come a pardon. Mr. Irwine said there was hope. He said I needn't quite give it up." "That's a blessed thought to me," said Dinah, her eyes filling with tears. "It's a fearful thing hurrying her soul away so fast." "But let what will be," she added presently. "You will surely come, and let her speak the words that are in her heart. Although her poor soul is very dark and discerns little beyond the things of the flesh, she is no longer hard. She is contrite. She has confessed all to me. The pride of her heart has given way, and she leans on me for help and desires to be taught. This fills me with trust, for I cannot but think that the brethren sometimes err in measuring the divine love by the sinner's knowledge. She is going to write a letter to the friends at the Hall Farm for me to give them when she is gone, and when I told her you were here, she said, I should like to say good-bye to Adam and ask him to forgive me. You will come, Adam,
Perhaps you will even now come back with me."
"I can't," Adam said. "I can't say goodbye while there's any hope. I'm listening and listening. I can't think of nothing but that. It can't be as she'll die that shameful death. I can't bring my mind to it." He got up from his chair again and looked away out of the window, while Dinah stood with compassionate patience. In a minute or two he turned round and said, "I will come, Dinah. Tomorrow morning, if it must be. I may have more strength to bear it if I know it must be. Tell her I forgive her. Tell her I will come at the very last." "I will not urge you against the voice of your own heart," said Dinah. "I must hasten back to her, for it is wonderful how she clings now and was not willing to let me out of her sight. She used never to make any return to my affection before, but now tribulation has opened her heart. Farewell, Adam. Our Heavenly Father comfort you and strengthen you to bear all things." Dinah put out her hand, and Adam pressed it in silence. Bartle Massey was getting up to lift the stiff latch of the door for her, but before he could reach it she had said gently, "Farewell, friend," and was gone, with her light step down the stairs. "Well," said Bartle, taking off his spectacles and putting them into his pocket, "if there must be women to make trouble in the world, it's but fair there should be women to be comforters under it. And she's one. It's a pity she's a Methodist. But there's no getting a woman without some foolishness or other." Adam never went to bed that night. The excitement of suspense, heightening with every hour that brought him nearer the fatal moment, was too great, and in spite of his entreaties, in spite of his promises that he would be perfectly quiet, the schoolmaster watched too. "What does it matter to me, lad?" Bartle said. "A night's sleep more or less. I shall sleep long enough by and by underground. Let me keep thee company in trouble while I can." It was a long and dreary night in that small chamber. Adam would sometimes get up and tread backwards and forwards along the short space from wall to wall. Then he would sit down and hide his face, and no sound would be heard but the ticking of the watch on the table, or the falling of a cinder from the fire which the schoolmaster carefully tended. Sometimes he would burst out into vehement speech. "If I could have done anything to save her, if my bearing anything would have done any good, but to have it to sit still and know it and do nothing, it's hard for a man to bear, and to think of what might have been now if it hadn't been for him. Oh, God, it's the very day we should have been married." "Aye, my lad," said Bartle tenderly. It's heavy. But you must remember this. When you thought of marrying her, you'd a notion she'd got another sort of a nature inside her. You didn't think she could have got hardened in that little while to do what she's done." I know that," said Adam. "I thought she was loving and tender-hearted, and wouldn't tell a lie or act deceitful. How could I think any other way? And if he'd never come near her, and I'd married her and been loving to her and took care of her, she might never have done anything bad. What would it have signified, my having a bit of trouble with her? It'd have been nothing to this. There's no knowing, my lad. There's no knowing what might have come. The smart's bad for you to bear now. You must have time. But I've that opinion of you, that you'll rise above it all and be a man again. And there may good come out of this
that we don't see." "Good come out of it?" said Adam passionately. "That doesn't alter the evil. Her ruin can't be undone. I hate that talk of people as if there was a way of making amends for everything. They'd more need be brought to see as the wrong they do can never be altered. When a man's spoiled his fellow creature's life, he's no right to comfort himself with thinking good may come out of it. Somebody else's good doesn't alter her shame and misery." "Well, lad, well," said Bartle, in a gentle tone, strangely in contrast with his usual peremptoriness and impatience of contradiction. "It's likely enough I talk foolishness. I'm an old fellow, and it's a good many years since I was in trouble myself. It's easy finding reasons why other folks should be patient." "Mr. Massey," said Adam penitently, "I'm very hot and hasty. I owe you something different, but you mustn't take it ill of me." "Not I, lad, not I." So the night wore on in agitation, till the chill dawn and the growing light brought the tremulous quiet that comes on the brink of despair. There would soon be no more suspense. "Let us go to the prison now, Mr. Massey," said Adam when he saw the hand of his watch at 6. "If there's any news come, we shall hear about it." The people were astir already, moving rapidly in one direction through the streets. Adam tried not to think where they were going as they hurried past him in that short space between his lodging and the prison gates. He was thankful when the gates shut him in from seeing those eager people. No, there was no news come, no pardon, no reprieve. Adam lingered in the court half an hour before he could bring himself to send word to Dinah that he was come. But a voice caught his ear. He could not shut out the words. "The cart is to set off at 7:30. It must be said, the last goodbye. There was no help. In 10 minutes from that time, Adam was at the door of the cell. Dinah had sent him word that she could not come to him. She could not leave Hetty one moment, but Hetty was prepared for the meeting. He could not see her when he entered, for agitation deadened his senses, and the dim cell was almost dark to him. He stood a moment after the door closed behind him, trembling and stupefied. But he began to see through the dimness, to see the dark eyes lifted up to him once more, but with no smile in them. Oh God, how sad they looked! The last time they had met his was when he parted from her with his heart full of joyous, hopeful love, and they looked out with a tearful smile from a pink, dimpled, childish face. The face was marble now. The sweet lips were pallid and half open and quivering. The dimples were all gone, all but one that never went. And the eyes, oh, the worst of all was the likeness they had to Hetty's. They were Hetty's eyes looking at him with that mournful gaze, as if she had come back to him from the dead to tell him of her misery. She was clinging close to Dinah. Her cheek was against Dinah's. It seemed as if her last faint strength and hope lay in that contact, and the pitying love that shone out from Dinah's face looked like a visible pledge of the invisible mercy. When the sad eyes met, when Hetty and Adam looked at each other, she felt the change in him too, and it seemed to strike her with fresh fear.
It was the first time she had seen any being whose face seemed to reflect the change in herself. Adam was a new image of the dreadful past and the dreadful present. She trembled more as she looked at him. "Speak to him, Hetty," Dinah said. "Tell him what is in your heart." Hetty obeyed her like a little child. "Adam, I'm very sorry. I behaved very wrong to you. Will you forgive me before I die?" Adam answered with a half-sob, "Yes, I forgive thee, Hetty. I forgave thee long ago." It had seemed to Adam as if his brain would burst with the anguish of meeting Hetty's eyes in the first moments. But the sound of her voice uttering these penitent words touched a chord which had been less strained. There was a sense of relief from what was becoming unbearable. And the rare tears came. They had never come before since he had hung on Seth's neck in the beginning of his sorrow. Hetty made an involuntary movement towards him. Some of the love that she had once lived in the midst of was come near her again. She kept hold of Dinah's hand, but she went up to Adam and said timidly, "Will you kiss me again, Adam, for all I've been so wicked?" Adam took the blanched, wasted hand she put out to him, and they gave each other the solemn, unspeakable kiss of a lifelong parting. "And tell him," Hetty said in a rather stronger voice, "tell him, for there's nobody else to tell him, as I went after him and couldn't find him, and I hated him and cursed him once, but Dinah says I should forgive him, and I try, for else God won't forgive me." There was a noise at the door of the cell now. The key was being turned in the lock, and when the door opened, Adam saw indistinctly that there were several faces there. He was too agitated to see more, even to see that Mr. Irwine's face was one of them. He felt that the last preparations were beginning, and he could stay no longer. Room was silently made for him to depart, and he went to his chamber in loneliness, leaving Bartle Massey to watch and see the end. Chapter 47. The Last Moment. It was a sight that some people remembered better even than their own sorrows, the sight in that clear grey morning, when the fatal cart with the two young women in it was descried by the waiting, watching multitude, cleaving its way towards the hideous symbol of a deliberately inflicted sudden death. All Stoniton had heard of Dinah Morris, the young Methodist woman who had brought the obstinate criminal to confess, and there was as much eagerness to see her as to see the wretched Hetty. But Dinah was hardly conscious of the multitude. When Hetty had caught sight of the vast crowd in the distance, she had clutched Dinah convulsively. "Close your eyes, Hetty," Dinah said, "and let us pray without ceasing to God." And in a low voice, as the cart went slowly along through the midst of the gazing crowd, she poured forth her soul with the wrestling intensity of a last pleading for the trembling creature that clung to her and clutched her as the only visible sign of love and pity. Dinah did not know that the crowd was silent, gazing at her with a sort of awe. She did not even know how near they were to the fatal spot when the cart stopped, and she shrank appalled at a loud shout, hideous to her ear, like a vast yell of demons. Hetty's shriek mingled with the sound, and they clasped each other in mutual horror. But it was not a shout of execration, not a yell of exultant cruelty. It was a shout of sudden excitement at the appearance of a horseman cleaving the crowd at full gallop. The horse is hot and distressed, but answers to the desperate spurring. The rider looks as if his eyes were glazed by madness, and he saw nothing but what was unseen by others. See, he has something in his hand. He is holding it up as if it were a signal. The sheriff knows him. It is Arthur Donnithorne, carrying in his hand a hard-won release from death. Chapter 48. Another Meeting in the Wood. The next day, at evening, two men were walking from opposite points towards the same scene, drawn thither by a common memory. The scene was the grove by Donnithorne Chase. You know who the men were. The old squire's funeral had taken place that morning. The will had been read, and now, in the first breathing space, Arthur Donnithorne had come out for a lonely walk, that he might look fixedly at the new future before him, and confirm himself in a sad resolution. He thought he could do that best in the grove. Adam, too, had come from Stoniton on Monday evening, and today he had not left home, except to go to the family at the Hall Farm and tell them everything that Mr. Irwine had left untold. He had agreed with the Poysers that he would follow them to their new neighbourhood, wherever that might be, for he meant to give up the management of the woods, and, as soon as it was practicable, he would wind up his business with Jonathan Burge and settle with his mother and Seth in a home within reach of the friends to whom he felt bound by a mutual sorrow. "Seth and me are sure to find work," he said. "A man that's got our trade at his finger ends is at home everywhere, and we must make a new start. My mother won't stand in the way, for she's told me, since I came home, she'd made up her mind to being buried in another parish if I wished it, and if I'd be more comfortable elsewhere. It's wonderful how quiet she's been ever since I came back. It seems as if the very greatness of the trouble had quieted and calmed her. We shall all be better in a new country, though there's some I shall be loath to leave behind. But I won't part from you and yours if I can help it, Mr. Poyser. Trouble's made us kin." "Aye, lad," said Martin, "we'll go out a hearing of that man's name. But I doubt we shall ne'er go far enough for folks not to find out as we've got them belonging to us as are transported o'er the seas, and were like to be hanged. We shall have that flying up in our faces, and our children's after us." That was a long visit to the Hall Farm, and drew too strongly on Adam's energies for him to think of seeing others, or re-entering on his old occupations till the morrow. "But tomorrow," he said to himself, "I'll go to work again. I shall learn to like it again some time, maybe, and it's right whether I like it or not." This evening was the last he would allow to be absorbed by sorrow. Suspense was gone now, and he must bear the unalterable. He was resolved not to see Arthur Donnithorne again if it were possible to avoid him. He had no message to deliver from Hetty now, for Hetty had seen Arthur, and Adam distrusted himself. He had learned to dread the violence of his own feeling. That word of Mr. Irwine's, that he must remember what he had felt after giving the last blow to Arthur in the grove, had remained with him. These thoughts about Arthur, like all thoughts that are charged with strong feeling, were continually recurring, and they always called up the image of the grove, of that spot under the overarching boughs where he had caught sight of the two bending figures and had been possessed by sudden rage. "I'll go and see it again tonight, for the last time," he said. "It'll do me good. It'll make me feel over again what I felt when I'd knocked him down. I felt what poor empty work it was as soon as I'd done it, before I began to think he might be dead." In this way it happened that Arthur and Adam were walking towards the same spot at the same time. Adam had on his working dress again now, for he had thrown off the other with a sense of relief as soon as he came home. And if he had had the basket of tools over his shoulder, he might have been taken with his pale, wasted face for the spectre of the Adam Bede who entered the grove on that August evening 8 months ago. But he had no basket of tools, and he was not walking with the old erectness, looking keenly round him. His hands were thrust in his side pockets, and his eyes rested chiefly on the ground. He had not long entered the grove, and now he paused before a beech. He knew that tree well. It was the boundary mark of his youth, the sign to him of the time when some of his earliest, strongest feelings had left him. He felt sure they would never return. And yet, at this moment, there was a stirring of affection at the remembrance of that Arthur Donnithorne, whom he had believed in before he had come up to this beach 8 months ago. It was affection for the dead. That Arthur existed no longer. He was disturbed by the sound of approaching footsteps, but the beech stood at a turning in the road, and he could not see who was coming until the tall, slim figure in deep mourning suddenly stood before him at only 2 yards' distance. They both started and looked at each other in silence. Often, in the last fortnight, Adam had imagined himself as close to Arthur as this, assailing him with words that should be as harrowing as the voice of remorse, forcing upon him a just share in the misery he had caused. And often, too, he had told himself that such a meeting had better not be. But in imagining the meeting, he had always seen Arthur as he had met him on that evening in the grove, florid, careless, light of speech, and the figure before him touched him with the signs of suffering. Adam knew what suffering was. He could not lay a cruel finger on a bruised man. He felt no impulse that he needed to resist. Silence was more just than reproach. Arthur was the first to speak. "Adam," he said quietly, "it may be a good thing that we have met here, for I wished to see you. I should have asked to see you tomorrow." He paused, but Adam said nothing. "I know it is painful to you to meet me," Arthur went on, "but it is not likely to happen again for years to come." "No, sir," said Adam coldly. "That was what I meant to write to you tomorrow, as it would be better all dealing should be at an end between us, and somebody else put in my place." Arthur felt the answer keenly, and it was not without an effort that he spoke again. "It was partly on that subject I wished to speak to you. I don't want to lessen your indignation against me, or ask you to do anything for my sake. I only wish to ask you if you will help me to lessen the evil consequences of the past, which is unchangeable. I don't mean consequences to myself, but to others. It is but little I can do, I know. I know the worst consequences will remain, but something may be done, and you can help me.
Will you listen to me patiently?"
"Yes, sir," said Adam, after some hesitation. "I'll hear what it is. If I can help to mend anything, I will. Anger'll mend nothing, I know. We've had enough of that."
"I was going to the hermitage," said Arthur. "Will you go there with me and sit down? We can talk better there." The hermitage had never been entered since they left it together, for Arthur had locked up the key in his desk. And now, when he opened the door, there was the candle burnt out in the socket. There was the chair in the same place where Adam remembered sitting. There was the waste-paper basket full of scraps, and deep down in it, Arthur felt in an instant, there was the little pink silk handkerchief. It would have been painful to enter this place if their previous thoughts had been less painful. They sat down opposite each other in the old places, and Arthur said, "I'm going away, Adam. I'm going into the army." Poor Arthur felt that Adam ought to be affected by this announcement, ought to have a movement of sympathy towards him. But Adam's lips remained firmly closed, and the expression of his face unchanged. "What I want to say to you," Arthur continued, "is this. One of my reasons for going away is that no one else may leave Hazelop, may leave their home on my account. I would do anything. There is no sacrifice I would not make to prevent any further injury to others through what has happened." Arthur's words had precisely the opposite effect to that he had anticipated. Adam thought he perceived in them that notion of compensation for irretrievable wrong, that self-soothing attempt to make evil bear the same fruits as good, which most of all roused his indignation. He was as strongly impelled to look painful facts right in the face as Arthur was to turn away his eyes from them. Moreover, he had the wakeful, suspicious pride of a poor man in the presence of a rich man. He felt his old severity returning as he said, "The time's past for that, sir. A man should make sacrifices to keep clear of doing a wrong. Sacrifices won't undo it when it's done. When people's feelings have got a deadly wound, they can't be cured with favours." "Favours?" said Arthur passionately. "No! How can you suppose I meant that? But the Poysers? Mr. Irvine tells me the Poysers mean to leave the place where they have lived so many years, for generations. Don't you see, as Mr. Irvine does, that if they could be persuaded to overcome the feeling that drives them away, it would be much better for them in the end to remain in the old spot, among the friends and neighbours who know them?"
"That's true," said Adam coldly. "But then, sir, folks's feelings are not so easily overcome. It'll be hard for Martin Poyser to go to a strange place among strange faces when he's been bred up on the Hall farm and his father before him. But then it'd be harder for a man with his feelings to stay. I don't see how the thing's to be made any other than hard. There's a sort of damage, sir, that can't be made up for."
Arthur was silent some moments. In spite of other feelings dominant in him this evening, his pride winced under Adam's mode of treating him. Wasn't he himself suffering? Was not he too obliged to renounce his most cherished hopes? It was now as it had been 8 months ago. Adam was forcing Arthur to feel more intensely the irrevocableness of his own wrongdoing. He was presenting the sort of resistance that was the most irritating to Arthur's eager, ardent nature. But his anger was subdued by the same influence that had subdued Adam's when they first confronted each other,
by the marks of suffering in a long familiar face. The momentary struggle ended in the feeling that he could bear a great deal from Adam, to whom he had been the occasion of bearing so much. But there was a touch of pleading, boyish vexation in his tone as he said, "But people may make injuries worse by unreasonable conduct, by giving way to anger and satisfying that for the moment, instead of thinking what will be the effect in the future. If I were going to stay here and act as landlord," he added presently, with still more eagerness, "if I were careless about what I've done, what I've been the cause of, you would have some excuse, Adam, for going away and encouraging others to go. You would have some excuse then for trying to make the evil worse. But when I tell you I'm going away for years, when you know what that means for me, how it cuts off every plan of happiness I've ever formed, it is impossible for a sensible man like you to believe that there is any real ground for the Poysers refusing to remain. I know their feeling about disgrace. Mr. Irwine has told me all. But he is of opinion that they might be persuaded out of this idea that they are disgraced in the eyes of their neighbours, and that they can't remain on my estate, if you would join him in his efforts. If you would stay yourself and go on managing the old woods." Arthur paused a moment, and then added pleadingly, "You know, that's a good work to do for the sake of other people besides the owner. And you don't know but that they may have a better owner soon, whom you will like to work for. If I die, my cousin Tradgett will have the estate and take my name. He is a good fellow." Adam could not help being moved. It was impossible for him not to feel that this was the voice of the honest, warm-hearted Arthur whom he had loved and been proud of in old days. But nearer memories would not be thrust away. He was silent. Yet Arthur saw an answer in his face that induced him to go on with growing earnestness. "And then, if you would talk to the Poysers, if you would talk the matter over with Mr. Irwine, he means to see you tomorrow, and then if you would join your arguments to his to prevail on them not to go. I know, of course, that they would not accept any favour from me. I mean nothing of that kind, but I'm sure they would suffer less in the end. Irwine thinks so too. And Mr. Irwine is to have the chief authority on the estate. He has consented to undertake that. They will really be under no man but one whom they respect and like. It would be the same with you, Adam, and it could be nothing but a desire to give me worse pain that could incline you to go." Arthur was silent again for a little while, and then said, with some agitation in his voice, "I wouldn't act so towards you, I know. If you were in my place and I in yours, I should try to help you to do the best." Adam made a hasty movement on his chair and looked on the ground. Arthur went on, "Perhaps you've never done anything you've had bitterly to repent of in your life, Adam. If you had, you would be more generous. You would know then that it's worse for me than for you." Arthur rose from his seat with the last words, and went to one of the windows, looking out and turning his back on Adam, as he continued passionately, "Haven't I loved her too? Didn't I see her yesterday? Shan't I carry the thought of her about with me as much as you will? And don't you think you would suffer more if you'd been in fault?" There was silence for several minutes, for the struggle in Adam's mind was not easily decided. Facile natures, whose emotions have little permanence, can hardly understand how much inward resistance he overcame before he rose from his seat and turned towards Arthur. Arthur heard the movement, and turning round, met the sad but softened look with which Adam said, "It's true what you say, sir. I'm hard. It's in my nature. I was too hard with my father for doing wrong. I've been a bit hard to everybody but her. I felt as if nobody pitied her enough. Her suffering cut into me so. And when I thought the folks at the farm were too hard with her, I said I'd never be hard to anybody myself again. But feeling overmuch about her has perhaps made me unfair to you. I've known what it is in my life to repent and feel it's too late. I felt I'd been too harsh to my father when he was gone from me. I feel it now when I think of him. I've no right to be hard towards them as have done wrong and repent." Adam spoke these words with the firm distinctness of a man who is resolved to leave nothing unsaid that he is bound to say. But he went on with more hesitation. "I wouldn't shake hands with you once, sir, when you asked me. But if you're willing to do it now, for all I refused then—" Arthur's white hand was in Adam's large grasp in an instant, and with that action there was a strong rush on both sides of the old boyish affection. "Adam," Arthur said, impelled to full confession now, "it would never have happened if I'd known you loved her. That would have helped me to save me from it. And I did struggle. I never meant to injure her. I deceived you afterwards, and that led on to worse, but I thought it was forced upon me. I thought it was the best thing I could do. And in that letter I told her to let me know if she were in any trouble. Don't think I would not have done everything I could. But I was all wrong from the very first, and horrible wrong has come of it. God knows I'd give my life if I could undo it." They sat down again opposite each other, and Adam said tremulously, "How did she seem when you left her, sir?" "Don't ask me, Adam," Arthur said. "I feel sometimes as if I should go mad with thinking of her looks and what she said to me, and then that I couldn't get a full pardon, that I couldn't save her from that wretched fate of being transported, that I can do nothing for her all those years, and she may die under it and never know comfort any more." "Ah, sir," said Adam, for the first time feeling his own pain merged in sympathy for Arthur, "you and me'll often be thinking of the same thing when we're a long way off one another. I pray God to help you, as I pray him to help me." "But there's that sweet woman, that Dinah Morris," Arthur said, pursuing his own thoughts and not knowing what had been the sense of Adam's words. "She says she shall stay with her to the very last moment, till she goes, and the poor thing clings to her as if she found some comfort in her. I could worship that woman. I don't know what I should do if she were not there. Adam, you will see her when she comes back. I could say nothing to her yesterday, nothing of what I felt towards her. Tell her," Arthur went on hurriedly, as if he wanted to hide the emotion with which he spoke while he took off his chain and watch. "Tell her I asked you to give her this in remembrance of me, of the man to whom she is the one source of comfort when he thinks of— I know she doesn't care about such things or anything else I can give her for its own sake, but she will use the watch. I shall like to think of her using it." "I'll give it to her, sir," Adam said, "and tell her your words. She told me she should come back to the people at the Hall Farm. "And you will persuade the Poysers to stay, Adam?" said Arthur, reminded of the subject which both of them had forgotten in the first interchange of revived friendship. "You will stay yourself, and help Mr. Irwine to carry out the repairs and improvements on the estate?" "There's one thing, sir, that perhaps you don't take account of," said Adam with hesitating gentleness, "and that was what made me hang back longer. You see, it's the same with both me and the Poysers. If we stay, it's for our own worldly interest, and it looks as if we'd put up with anything for the sake of that. I know that's what they'll feel, and I can't help feeling a little of it myself. When folks have got an honourable, independent spirit, they don't like to do anything that might make 'em seem base-minded." "But no one who knows you will think that, Adam. That is not a reason strong enough against a course that is really more generous, more unselfish than the other. And it will be known, it shall be made known, that both you and the Poysers stayed at my entreaty. Adam, don't try to make things worse for me. I'm punished enough without that." "No, sir, no," Adam said, looking at Arthur with mournful affection. "God forbid I should make things worse for you. I used to wish I could do it in my passion, but that was when I thought you didn't feel enough. I'll stay, sir. I'll do the best I can. It's all I've got to think of now. To do my work well and make the world a bit better place for them as can enjoy it." "Then we'll part now, Adam. You will see Mr. Irwine tomorrow, and consult with him about everything." "Are you going soon, sir?" said Adam. "As soon as possible, after I've made the necessary arrangements. Goodbye, Adam. I shall think of you going about the old place." "Goodbye, sir. God bless you." The hands were clasped once more, and Adam left the hermitage, feeling that sorrow was more bearable now hatred was gone. As soon as the door was closed behind him, Arthur went to the waste-paper basket and took out the little pink silk handkerchief. End of Book 5.